It's the McShay Show presented by FanDuel. It's our time. It's officially NFL draft season, and you can get in on all the action with FanDuel. FanDuel has lots of ways to bet on the draft, like pick position, team to draft a player, exact order, top 5 and 10 picks, and so much more. When you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel always has exclusive offers. The app is safe, secure, and easy to use, so download FanDuel Sportsbook app today and make every moment more during the NFL Draft. The Ringer is committed to responsible gaming. Please visit rg-help.com to learn more about the resources and helplines available. And listen to the end of the episode for additional details. Must be 21 and older and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit rg-help.com. Boy, are we in for a big one tonight. The biggest one, Muench. You fired up?
I'm so excited, man.
It's the first round of the NFL Draft. If you're here right now with us, you're a diehard. We appreciate you. Hopefully the crowd continues to grow as the night goes on. Listen, I literally just got off the phone. More teams now I'm hearing are trying to move up within the top 10.
Finally.
We're going to cover that. Let's talk Shedeur Sanders and what's going on with that situation. Is he going to hear his name called tonight? Jackson Dart, who's trading up back into that back end of the first round for him, and a lot of other news. I don't think I've ever been a part of a draft with so many top 20 talents and the potential fluctuation of where they could wind up going in this year's draft. So it's going to be a wild night. Buckle up. I know you're with me. There's no days to the draft. I'm looking at the clock right now. We're 56 minutes away from the NFL draft. Muench, you good?
I'm good, man.
Tucker, play that music for me one last time. All right, I had to get the music in one last time, Muench.
I love it.
I mean, I guess it's not one last time, but
It's the best song in
before
the biz.
before the NFL draft starts. Where do we begin? All right. Tennessee is not officially. Tennessee is about to be officially on the clock. We all know where they're going to go with that pick. That's going to be Cam Ward. It's the least kept secret in this year's draft class, and that's great.
What's happening at 2?
Yeah, let's start at 2. Let's start at pick 2. What's been interesting is Jacksonville apparently is a hot ticket. Jacksonville, they don't want to sit at 5 apparently. That's what all my sources are saying. I knew that there was the potential to trade back. I said to you on Sunday night, and we talked about it, Eduardo McMillan, the wide receiver from Arizona. He is a player that they are very much intrigued in, or with, I should say. He's a 6'4" wide receiver. Go back to the days of Clemson. Trevor Lawrence, 6'4" wide receivers. Justin Ross, T. Higgins, 2 years together, 2018, 2019, 4,000 receiving yards those two guys had. 42 receiving touchdowns those two guys had. So while my grade might not match up with where Jacksonville has him or Dallas has him, and I know some other teams have him, I understand the fit and why that would be a position of need and a specific player for Jacksonville. So when the information came in on Sunday, it was Jacksonville could take Eduardo McMillan at 5. And who knows? Maybe they do. That's why we're here tonight. We're going to everyone has to finally show their cards at the table tonight, right? But the closer we've gotten, as we got to like Tuesday or Wednesday, it was if they stick at 5, Ashton Jeanty is likely to be the pick, the running back out of Boise State, okay? If they're able to get a deal to move back, they would want a deal to move back that would be far enough to get some capital, but not too far to get past Dallas at 12, because Dallas also has interest in Eduardo McMillan, and that's not a secret around the league. As you see here, if you're watching on YouTube, we appreciate you. We're going to be here all freaking night, and we're excited. That's the team notes right there. And so when we're looking at it for Jacksonville, Tetero and McMillan move back, but not past 12. Stay at 5, take Ashton Genty, but then the recent news came in, Mensch.
They're getting antsy.
They're making phone calls. Yeah, and you know what? James Gladstone worked under our buddy Les Snead, and they're renegades, and I say that in the best possible way. Like I love people like that.
Pirate ship.
Yeah, I love people like that. I love executives like that. Like Howie Roseman is a renegade. Okay, it's 2 Super Bowl rings to show for it. So I heard that they are making calls to move up. I don't know definitively, although it has been reported that one of those calls or some of those calls have been made to the Cleveland Browns at 2. Okay? And that would be for whom?
Has to be Travis Hunter, right?
It has to be Travis Hunter. If Liam Cohen, the head coach, apparently has a lot of say in this first pick because he was brought in, I don't want to say fix, but to kind of repair some of the damage that has gone on with Trevor Lawrence. And Liam Cohen, obviously, an offensive track record, has risen very fast. Most recent, Will Levis he worked with at Kentucky, spent a little bit of time with McVay, Tampa Bay as offensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. Baker Mayfield went from resurrected to through the roof.
Right.
But apparently Liam Cohen has a lot more say in this, or is working in conjunction with James Gladstone, the new general manager as well, both under 40 years old. And so you would have to think it would be moving up for Travis Hunter. So that was all the news and texts and all that. I'm hearing that Cleveland's going to stick and pick, but we're going to find out shortly, right? But Jacksonville, I keep getting told they're antsy. They want to either move up or move back, and if they stay at 5, it's probably going to be Ashton Genty. Well, guess what? If I know that, the league knows that.
Right.
Right.
I love it, though. I love being aggressive. I love maybe going up and getting the best player in the draft.
Who?
Travis Hunter.
Oh, okay. Yes. I thought you were speaking of Ashton Genty. I was like,
No.
I love him too, Mensch, but I'm not going there with Travis.
In my mind, that's the play, right? They're trying to get up to get Travis Hunter.
Which I can't blame.
No, I love it.
But here's the issue.
It would be so easy to play it safe in your first year as a young GM, right? Mm-hmm. It would be so easy just to go ahead and do that.
Right.
But he's here to win games. Go get him.
Yeah, and he learned from a guy who's in less need, who I love. I respect the way he attacks. He's learned to be aggressive, take some shots. F the draft picks until they use the draft picks and they they land a Kobe Turner in the 3rd round and a Braden Fisk in the 2nd round and Jared Verse last year in the 1st round and completely rebuild that defense overnight basically. And you see Travis Hunter if you're watching on YouTube right now, which you are because it's the only place you can get it.
Check out that graphic
because you can listen to the podcast on Apple, Spotify, anywhere else after the fact. The graphics are nice, man.
Sick.
The hard part of these graphics, we'll stop down here for a second. The hard part of these graphics,
that baseball right here.
That 96 grade is high. You know, I don't give out anything north of 95 means you know. The hard part of these graphics is to try to take 12 months of tape and studying every play of significance on a player, and to provide it in 3 bullet points of top traits and limitations, areas of improvement. As you see there, he's 1 of 1. I mean, that was the best way. Averaged 1,000+ snaps the last 2 seasons. Hall of Fame level ball skills, and special with the ball in his hands, right? And that's both at receiver and cornerback. Linear frame, that's the concern. Can he hold up physically?
Right.
If he's playing a lot of cornerback and tackling grown men. Needs to get stronger, and so on and so forth. So that's Travis Hunter, and that's the kind of the early news. I'm now hearing, like I said, I think Cleveland's going to stick and pick at number 2. Now what's interesting, Mensch, is, as I mentioned, and it's a good segue, if I know it about Ashton Genty at 5 for Jacksonville, the league knows it.
Right.
Okay? And the league does know it, and there are 2 teams I keep hearing in the last 72 hours, but it's heated up. Denver early on, Sean Payton making a lot of calls to get up from 20. Presumably, everyone is presuming because the range he's trying to get up to would be for Ashton Ginty. So we're talking 4.
Wow.
Or 5. Okay? And then the other place that I keep hearing, so early on there was a lot of news about Sean Payton in Denver, and I still think that could happen. And I'm also told that if it's not moving up for Ashton Ginty, it could be moving up for one of these tight ends, maybe maybe ahead of Indianapolis, like 11, 12, 13, okay, to go get Colston Loveland. So Denver's trying to aggressively go up and get Sean Payton, one of those jokers that he talks about, right?
Yeah.
But the team that I'm getting texts and calls about and talking to other people that has been most aggressive of every team in the NFL, can you guess?
Was it say Houston?
Houston's one of them. Houston, I would put Houston for an offensive lineman, Denver for a joker, for an offensive weapon, and then Chicago.
That's right. Yep.
No team has had more people kind of talking about, yes, Chicago's moving up. They're trying to move up. And that would be for Ashton Ginty, is the assumption. No one in the league knows that I've talked to at least, but the assumption is it would be for Ashton Ginty. So it begs the question. Muench. We know that Jacksonville likes Teteroa McMillan. Chicago picks at 10, 2 spots ahead of Dallas. If they could move back, right? If they could move back, I'm just looking at these picks right now. Jacksonville already has 4 picks in the top 88 overall, folks, okay? But if they move back from 5 to 10, I can pull up the trade chart in a minute. I wonder what 5 to 10, that's going to cost them one of their seconds, Chicago's seconds, 39-41 to move. So that if they were to make that move, you're parting ways with a pick that is like starter material,
Especially
39 or 41. And it might cost them a little bit more, like a 4th or a 5th too, in addition. So you're giving away a chunk to go up 5 spots to get Ashton Ginty if that's the play. So this is all the fun we get to look forward to tonight.
Let me ask you this. Here's a scenario for you. If you're New England and you find out what that deal is, now obviously that you would think the pick 4 would be more valuable. Would you give a little bit of a discount to give that pick to the Bears just to get out of that spot, move back, pick up a pick, and maybe get your tackle later on instead of being jammed? Like not a hometown discount, whatever you want to say.
Let me pull up something here. Here's the problem.
Because I think New England would love to get out of that pick and maybe wouldn't ask for as much.
I think New England would like to get out of that pick. I think New England's flat out in love with Will Campbell.
At 4, though.
I think New England would like to get out of that pick. But my question is, Jacksonville at 5 takes Ashton Ginty. The Raiders at 6, okay, folks? I'm told it's Kelvin Banks, but I believe it's an offensive tackle. Some people are saying Membu. I'm told it's Kelvin Banks. We can get to that in a little bit because the Raiders are fielding calls too. That's the most recent call I just got. You saw I had to take my earpiece out and get on the phone. I don't think the Jets are going tackle. I don't think Carolina is going tackle. I don't think New Orleans is going tackle. So yeah, if they're intel, the Raiders would be scary because the Raiders could just stick and pick at 6 and take the guy that you want. And so now by moving back to 10, if you're New England, you're not getting Will Campbell. And Mike Vrabel, I'm told, is in love with Will Campbell. The person, the football mind, the player. So you'd be putting that at risk.
I know.
I would say that it's a probability, a high probability Campbell's not there at 10. So that's the fascinating part.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a poll coming up. Which team? Oh, it's up right now. Sorry. Still working through the kinks. TV Todd's still a little rusty. There's a poll up right now on which team's going to wind up with Ashton Ginty.
Yeah.
I wonder what the odds are on Chicago. Chicago is actually.
Wow. All right. Tucker bomb. Our first Tucker bomb of the night.
Chicago's leading on the poll. He doesn't know on the odds yet. So
Okay.
All right. So that's fascinating. So, but Chicago is a team to watch out for. So here's the deal, folks. We're going to get on the clock, and it's going to be chalk right away. It's going to be Tennessee taking Cam Ward. I believe it's going to be Travis Hunter going too. Here's the other bit of information.
Are you less sure of that now, though? Last night we went to bed, it was a done deal. Are you less sure that Travis Hunter's going to?
No, I actually feel damn good about it.
Good.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I hope not. I hope chaos.
Number 3 with the Giants. I've been trying to tell people for 2+ weeks now, and apparently on social media that people still aren't listening. Abdul Carter is going to be the pick. Let's start with what I know for a fact. Shedeur Sanders is not good. I woke up this morning and I started flipping through. Did I miss anything overnight? We're on the West Coast, 3 hours behind. Was there any breaking news?
Right.
Nothing breaking, but I'm starting. I read a couple people are like, Shedeur is in play at number 3. Shedeur's not in play at 3. Shedeur's not in play with the New York Giants, as far as I'm told. Shedeur didn't have a great interview with Brian Daboll in a private visit. An install package came in. The preparation wasn't there for it. Got called out on it. Didn't like that. Brian didn't appreciate him not liking it. I've said this before, and it started at the Combine, and a couple days after the Combine, I don't like saying report. Like, we don't report anything. I shared information that I got that I know if I'm getting it, that information people that are in this business that are really great at their job and talking to a lot of the same people I'm talking to, and probably more. I know more. I was surprised it wasn't being talked about. That Shedeur Sanders, I told you, if you've been following the show from the beginning, I told you there were 2 personnel people that I spoke to who were in the room during interviews, which means they're key parts of the organization. Let's leave it at that. 2 teams drafting in the top 10 with quarterback needs where the interviews did not go well. Not disrespectful, nothing harsh, just felt like the phrase I've been using, and I think it aptly describes it. We didn't get the sense that Shedeur cared all that much about what we thought of him. Not like everyone here has probably been on an interview for a job, right? So it started at the Combine, and then you've seen other reports leak about interview process and not going well. And I just heard in the last, 72 hours about the Brian Daboll and Shedeur Sanders. I don't want to call it an incident, but situation.
Relationship.
Yeah. So there you see with Shedeur. 21 is the ranking in this class. 90 grade, fringe first round is where I landed on him. 3rd quarterback in the class behind Cam Ward and Jackson Dart. The Giants are picking at 3. They're not taking Shedeur Sanders there. They're not taking Shedeur Sanders if he was sitting at 34 is my understanding, okay? Even though there are people in the personnel side, the scouting department, that have been pushing for Shedeur as high as 3. Abdul Carter should be the pick there at 3. And I don't want to when they get on the clock, we can talk all about it. And we can come back to it later this hour if we need to. But for these purposes, let's keep things moving as we go through things. It just fascinates me, though. You wake up this morning, the morning of the draft, and people who are in this information business and are saying he's still very much in play at 3. He's not in play at 3, folks.
He's not in play at any point for them.
Let's get to the Giants now. They're another team. I've got it written down here in this notepad. I've been taking notes today on calls and texts. Giants have already started to make calls about moving up into the late first. And I'm told it's for Jackson Dart. I want to bring this back. Jackson Dart's not as tall and big, and he's not as mobile, maybe as fast. And he doesn't have the arm. That's the biggest difference. He does not have the arm. And I'm speaking in comparison to Jackson Dart. But I remember distinctly, Muench, getting done with 161. So on Pro Football Focus, They have the Ultimate, right?
so
and
good.
It's the best. It's the most efficient way to watch tape. And you marry that with Catapult, where we get all of our game tape, okay? And you can just go and like any scenario you can think about, like a quarterback's throws 11 to 20, 21 to 30, to the right side, to the left side, rolling to the right, anything you want. They have this feature, breakdown. It's a clip reel, I call it, of versus pressure throws or versus pressure snaps, because some of them may be runs or sacks. When I got done with 161 clip reel versus pressure for Jackson Dart, I said to you, I don't want to I don't like doing comparisons to Mahomes and Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, but I got a lot of the same feelings watching Jackson Dart that I did Josh Allen.
Right.
Climbing, poised, but always like moving the offense forward. Because when you get done watching Cam Ward and you get done watching Shedeur Sanders, there's a lot of drifting, hanging, rolling. With Jackson, it's pressure coming, either sidestep and attack, move forward, and then kind of run, slide parallel to the line of scrimmage as he's still surveying the field. And that's where I think his processing is brilliant.
Right.
When he's moving around versus pressure, how quickly his eyes work from, okay? So the only reason I bring that up is it doesn't shock me at all that Brian Daboll likes Jackson Dart.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It's a better quarterback for his system. The size, the way he moves, absolutely. There we got his Jackson Dart's graphic. And people, we talked about this on the way in too. People forget where Josh Allen was in the process when he came out of Wyoming, right? He was not the Josh Allen that we all know now. There was concerns about accuracy. He had a long way to go. Even his rookie year, you saw glimpses of what he could be. But it took him a minute.
He completed like 58% of his throws the first year and a half of his career.
So it took him a minute. Yeah. So let's be upfront about that. It'd probably take Jackson Dart a minute too. And again, I know you're hesitant to make the comp because it is it's a monster name to bring up, Josh Allen. The fact that you're doing it means that you saw something significant.
Yeah, of course. I'm going to need of all I've got all my notes, I've got chargers, I've got phones, I got mics, I got
just one lemon perfect.
I brought one lemon perfect. I'm going to drink 12 of these tonight. I had a shipment of like 90 sent to the hotel, and I brought one into the studio. So Marissa, I may need some more. No, I know. But what's interesting to me is the calls are, and listen, we talked to Joe Douglas, our very good friend. Mm-hmm. And we were asking him, like, fill the audience in on what's going on this week. And he was talking about like the plans to move up and to do all the different things and getting the plan in place and having your house in order is how he described. So I'm sure these calls have been going on, right. Exploratory, but they're heating up. Okay. They're heating up today, is my understanding. And to me, that's interesting because we've assumed all along that it's going to be a situation where, and this is part of what I wrote this morning in the McShay report. Oh, by the way, in the McShay report, let's get some housekeeping taken care of.
There you go.
All right. The deal expires.
Run to the podium
tomorrow night. It's a sprint to the podium. It's sprint past the podium.
Get it right.
Sprint past the podium. The McShay Report. Google it. Subscribe. We've had a huge spike. I appreciate everyone who has subscribed. If you haven't, please jump in now. It's a great opportunity. $1. $1. By tomorrow night, though, if you get in tomorrow, we're gonna have a kind of a breakdown, a reaction, winners and head scratchers. I don't do losers. I don't do grades. Left that to my friend Kuiper. I'm not a grade a minute after the draft guy. But I do, let me tell you an interesting story if you're watching. We got all night. When I got to my former place of employment, it was told to me that I have to do draft grades. And I said, I won't, or refuse. Gary Horton, I've told you about him, raised me in this business. You don't do draft grades. You want to keep contacts in the league. You want to be respectful. Plus, what do you really know on a draft grade? Do it 3 years after. Is right. If you're not going to do that, Mel doesn't do a way too early mock draft, you're going to have to do that. So it was your choice contractually. Before you sign that contract, it's one or the other. So I do the way too early mock draft.
Did you see Van Pelt talking about this?
How ridiculous it is?
It's so good. So good.
Well, I'm doing a way too early mock draft. It's just it's baked into my DNA. So part of what you'll get from the McShay report is we're going to have a reaction. Oh, and the reaction tomorrow morning. You're going to want to get this. It's not just a reaction to what happens in the first round. Also, I'm going to do a top 10. It's going to be like a flash mock. What I'm hearing overnight, here where I think the direction the teams could go in the first 10 picks of tomorrow. So a little top 10 mock draft for tomorrow. Then we're going to do a deep dive into all 32 teams for next week. Go look back what they did all 7 rounds, a synopsis. But we're going to dive in and give you like how these guys actually fit, what to expect. Who could be a guy that was drafted in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round that could wind up making an impact as a rookie. And then the way too early mock draft. And we'll have plenty more.
You got to sprint to the podium for that stuff.
Sprint to and past the podium for that, okay? But I was on the Giants. Oh, this is what we talked about in this morning's the McShay report. Excuse me. I think it's fascinating because some of the information I've got, we've known all along and we've talked about it, right? Why Brian Daboll would love Jackson Dart and why Kellen Moore, the New Orleans Saints head coach, would love Jackson Dart, okay?
Right.
I was told last night when we were out to dinner, I stepped out and had a phone conversation, that New Orleans, we've known all along New Orleans likes Jackson Dart, but I've heard they like Tyler Shuck. I have said from the beginning, Kellen Moore is not going to be a Shedeur Sanders guy. Look at the last 3 OC jobs, and he's had Dak Prescott, Justin Herbert, and Jalen Hurts, okay? And that's just not Shedeur. It's not bigger, mobile, sturdy, stronger arm. He's just not that. And Jackson Dart, I want to make it perfectly clear, does not have great explosion on his ball when he drives it vertically, but there's a lot more energy from what I've seen in like the intermediate stuff with his ball. But he's certainly much more mobile, certainly, thicker built, sturdier build, and he just fits better. So I was told that New Orleans actually is infatuated with Jackson Dart, like more than to the point where I was like, well, what about 9? And no one's heard anything about them taking him at 9. And we'll get to New Orleans in a minute too on that 9th pick. But I was told that they are. Don't be surprised if they're aggressive moving into the back end of the first. Now we're hearing this morning that the Giants are already making aggressive calls about moving back into the back end of the first. We could have an awesome game of chicken on our hands.
Right.
And I want to remind people, let's walk through this together. The Giants have 4 picks in the top 99. New Orleans has 4 picks in the top 93. So they're equipped. New Orleans has 9 overall picks. The Giants have 8 overall picks in this year's draft. Okay? But the wild card in all of this, if this information is accurate, the wild card in all of this is Mickey Loomis.
Right.
Who I talked about Renegades before. He's well known inside the NFL, and really all you have to do is study. When he likes a guy, when he likes a player, there's very little he won't do to trade up to go get him. So what could we be looking at tonight, Muench?
I mean, it's going to be really interesting because adding to the I don't know, how fascinating this really is. There's going to be a lot of teams in that late first round, I think from 26 on, that are going to want to trade back or be interested in trading back, because when you look at the breakdown of the draft, you look at the players that are at 26 versus the players that are at 35, 40, there's not a huge gap. So there's going to be a lot of teams interested in making that move, and you might feel comfortable getting to one spot, but you better go as high as you can if you're the Giants, man. And I mean, the Giants have the 34th pick, which does help them. I know the numbers of picks, and the Saints have the 40th, so that pick is a little bit more attractive. I get it, but you better be aggressive. Don't leave anything to doubt.
Well, that's the thing.
Because yes, you're going to
give up more than maybe you would. If you're the Giants, right, And if New Orleans wasn't sitting there at 10,000 viewers already on YouTube. Here we go. I said it. We're getting 100,000. What'd you say, Tucker? 10,000. We're getting 100,000 tonight. And people laughed at me. We're gonna get there.
I laughed at you.
We got to. I'm. Thank you, everyone.
Yes.
I've been so pumped. Like I've been reading the comments. I told you I stopped reading them at former place of employment. I'm reading them, and I love like a lot
They're
of
the most supportive people, man.
They're very supportive, but when they're not supportive, they do it constructively, and then they talk ball and they're interested in like. I actually love ripping through, and I'm gonna pull out my iPad at some point tonight. We'll get to some questions. We'll go through it as we're breaking down all 32 picks. But thank you for the support early on. We're gonna have fun tonight, I promise. The hell were we talking about before Tucker rudely interrupted me?
Talking about who's trading back, what it might take for the Saints and the Giants.
Yeah, it's gonna be like because if New Orleans doesn't exist behind you, right?
Right.
And that's why I call it a game of chicken tonight. It's a blind game of chicken too. It's a blind game because you have maybe New Orleans is putting out smoke and they don't plan on drafting a quarterback,
right?
Or they plan on drafting Tyler Shuck and they think they can get him at 40. Because my point is, there's no other team in the back end of the first that wants to draft Dart. And if you're being cautious, you get up, you call Howie, or you go up to like 28 or something. Because Cleveland, I haven't heard Cleveland being overly aggressive in terms of making calls and trying to move up yet. We'll see how that plays out.
You have to worry about that too, though. Like you can't just discount it because you haven't heard anything.
And I talk about it all the time. Relationship business.
Yes.
You've got to have relationships in this business because of a moment like this. A moment like this. If you have decided we really want Jackson Dart, we can't give up our 3, can't give up our 9 if you're the Giants and Saints respectively. But we really like him, and we're willing to part ways with a 3rd round pick and to package that with our 2nd round pick to go up and get him. How high will you go?
And is there a team, it doesn't seem like the Rams would take him, but is there a team out there that's the disruptor? The team that you haven't thought about, I haven't thought about, that just hasn't. Again, I cannot get over the Michael Penix pick last year to Atlanta, but it makes sense from what their strategy was. And is there another team out there that has Jackson Dart so high on their board that we don't know about that just can't live with itself not taking him there?
And the Jets got a quarterback, but it's Justin Fields.
Yes.
And the Raiders got a quarterback, but Geno's 35, turning 35.
Man, I mean,
you got to be worried about all of this.
Yeah. It's going to be a long night for those teams that think they're going to trade back for Jackson Dart.
I'm fascinated. Here's my deal tomorrow night. I'm just going to give you a preview, and I haven't told anyone behind that window, any executive here at The Ringer or Spotify. My thing tomorrow night, we're going to be back a half hour before the draft, right? And we're gonna go. They've told me we can go as long as we want. Muench has got other responsibilities. He's a busy man. And I appreciate him for it. We'll figure out how little we can get of him. I will do this thing alone. I will talk my head off. I'm trying to think of something catchy. But we're going to do the show till Shuck. Tyler Shuck has got to be drafted before I'm ready to turn these lights off and call it, put a pause on it. Because after day 2, after tomorrow night, after all the draft picks, Muench is going to be back with me, and we're going to do a review show of what we saw in the rounds 2 and 3. Okay,
can't wait.
I know you can't, and so we'll have half hour before leading up to. We'll be on for a while. We'll be on at least until Tyler Shuck gets drafted. So everyone behind that window right now is rooting for Cleveland to take him at 33. But I don't care if it's in the 3rd round. I'm going to talk until Shuck. Show until Shuck. Because I'm dying to see where that young man goes.
Yeah.
Because I think he's got a chance to surprise everyone and maybe be the 2nd best quarterback in this class. I think he's more NFL ready than maybe all of them from a maturity standpoint. Here you see Tyler Shuck. I've got him ranked 40th overall. It was hard to put a 4 in front of that number. Because I do recognize there's some red zone issues. He can be streaky. He's 25, college for 7 years, 3 season-ending injuries, all bone breaks, though. And I think that age sharpen the blades a little bit. We talked to him for about 45 minutes at the combine. What is not to love?
Right. I mean, when you ask him to call a play, he's ready to call NFL plays. He's ready to make NFL reads. A lot to like about the kid. The resiliency, and then the tape. Like, it's not just like a great story.
He's bigger than all the other top quarterbacks. Talking about Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, Jackson Dart. He's got a stronger arm than all of them except maybe Ward, but he's on that same level. He's more mobile.
Right.
When he takes off to run, he's the fastest of the group. And then there's the accuracy that I think is outstanding, but there are moments. Here's the only problem I have with Shuck. Two problems, and everyone in the league I think would agree. When pressure flashes fast in front of him, he's so long levered at 6'4" and change, right?
Yeah.
6'5", right around there, that he gets his feet tangled up a little. He's not as sudden as Shedeur's not a runner. Shedeur's not fast. Cam Ward's not fast. Jackson Dart's pretty fast, faster than those two, but not as fast as Shuck. When Shuck takes off and runs on a straight line, he's fast. But his feet get tangled up a little bit when pressure flashes quickly. The other thing is
that's the kryptonite for a lot of quarterbacks.
A lot of taller quarterbacks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Tom Brady, Peyton Manning.
Right. Those guys did okay.
They did okay. The other part is the age doesn't bother me. The durability stuff, yeah, it's a thing, but they were bone breaks. They were not something that's like degenerative that you think is going to be a long-term deal that's going to come back. But he's only started 1 year, and he's going to be 26 years old at next year at some point. So, but Tyler Shuck is going to be fascinating to me, and the only reason I brought his name up and wanted to spend a minute on him because I think he's one of the greats. For those of you who maybe haven't watched from the beginning, this guy came out in Trevor Lawrence's class. He was one of the elite guys. Here you see the graphic we have. And this is fascinating because Cam Ward, 5 seasons, 3 different schools, 57 starts, Mensch.
Right.
Shedeur Sanders, 2 schools, 4 seasons, 50 starts. Jackson Dart, 2 schools. People forget that he transferred from USC.
Right, yeah.
4 seasons, 38 starts. Jalen Milroe, 4 seasons, all at Alabama, 27 starts. So 5 seasons for Ward, 4 for Sanders, 4 for Dart, 4 for Milroe. All have more starts than Tyler Shuck at just 24 in 7 years.
7 years.
He
was Justin Herbert's backup at Oregon, right?
So Trevor Lawrence's class, he was like Elite 11, like one of the top premier guys. Went to Oregon at a time where Justin Herbert was there, so he was next in line behind Justin Herbert. Oregon's taking off. He was recruited by everybody. Chose Oregon. Okay. And then bounced around, and things didn't go well there, had another injury. Texas Tech was set to be the starter for a couple of years, was the starter. Things were going well. Injury, season ending. Injury, season ending. Gets to the Brom brothers, Jeff and Brian Brom, who actually know how to develop quarterbacks at Louisville, and he ascended. And that stop, that 1 year stop for him made all the difference in the world and made him into the prospect that he is and potentially a top 40 pick, potentially 33rd to Cleveland.
Right.
Potentially, if New Orleans jumps up, potentially 34 to the Giants. Potentially, if the Giants go up and get Dart, 40 to New Orleans. Or maybe a surprise team like the Jets or the Raiders in between. So he's a fascinating name we're not going to hear tonight, but he's part of the whole deal. When we start to talk about which team actually makes the move up, deciding what spot. When we get past 20, and that's the next part, we'll get to Shedeur in a second. When we get past 21, whether Shedeur Sanders was picked at 21 by the Pittsburgh Steelers or not, okay, it no longer is the Shedeur watch. That's
right.
What's fascinating. It's Pittsburgh or bust for the Sanders camp tonight. And might as well just throw it out there now. I have not heard a word of any team wanting to trade up to go get him in the late first. It's all Pittsburgh or bust tonight for Shedeur. So that means whether he's taken at 21, Shedeur Sanders, or he's not, then it becomes the Jackson Dart watch. Right. Fascinating, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, like everyone's waiting. And you know what, like these networks, you know what's going to go on. I've been there when Johnny Manziel. and Gruden screaming every pick.
They won't be talking about anything other than this. Yeah.
Right? And Brady Quinn and Aaron Rodgers.
When you think about those picks, though, those guys fell to the 20s, and this is earth-shattering for these players. We're talking about a guy falling from potentially what would have been a top 5 pick, a top 3 pick, to out of the first round.
Well, the best thing that happened to Shedeur and his camp is the information flows more freely now, right? Back then with Aaron Rodgers, it was he or Alex Smith. Just trying to do some recall here. He or Alex Smith were going to go number 1 overall. For a while, everyone thought it was Aaron, and then all of a sudden it was Alex Smith. And then everyone was like, yeah, but Aaron will go somewhere, but no one could kind of identify where. And then that night happened, okay? And Johnny Manziel, we all kind of knew. Honestly, John Gruden made it worse. I'll just say it. Because a lot of us knew, like,
fuel to the fire.
He was kind of, he was trending to, but there were a couple teams we thought, and Bill Polian loved him, and I love Bill. Learned a lot from Bill during my time at ESPN with him. 6-time executive of the year. How could you not just be a sponge when he's talking? But if it wasn't for Gruden yelling every pick, how is he still on the board? I don't think. But it got bad, right? And then Will Levis is the most recent one with the girlfriend incident.
Oh my God!
Saw her face pop up again today. Apparently, she got a bunch of deals. I forgot her name. A bunch of deals right after that. That was awkward, right?
All of it's awkward. Yes.
But Shedeur, back to my point, Shedeur, fortunately enough, before having to accept an invitation to the draft to be here for the first night, recognized that this is coming down the pipe. And I want to remind people, good, bad, indifferent. Back in October when we started this show, October 22nd, one of the first storylines that we were discussing during the college football season, we were talking about teams in the top 10 and big games coming up on Saturday, and join us for the Saturday night show, which I kind of can't wait to start again next fall, although I could use a little break after this.
It was so much fun.
A blast. But the first bit of like big information or big news out there, remember, was Coach Prime making comments that I'm going to handpick.
He's not going to play for just anyone.
He's not going to play for just anyone. Thank you. And so there's going to be certain teams that I won't let him play. And I think this process started with his son, understandably so. If that's what your dad, Hall of Famer, on every commercial on Saturdays during the fall, head coach doing wonderful things at Colorado. If your dad's telling you this and he's locked into the NFL the way that Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, is, you probably have a sense of, maybe I don't have to put my best foot forward in interviews with a couple teams in the top 10 that needs quarterback.
We said it was dangerous then, and it's been dangerous.
Shrinking pool is how I described it back then, how I described it yesterday. The pool started to shrink, and it shrunk with the Brian Daboll interview, private interview, and it's kind of shrunk along the way. And so they understood that was happening.
Right.
And Coach Prime would, with his contacts in the league. And so they did not accept the invitation to be at the Combine. Also interesting, and understandably so, Jackson Dart initially did, but then there was reports that, Jackson Dart may not get drafted in the first round. Nobody, let me.
But you know who's there, right?
Jalen Milroe.
Yeah.
It kind of fits.
Want to wait a minute for that one, or you want to get into it now?
Let's wait a second, but we can come right back to it.
I love it.
So Shedeur knew that this was a possibility, and quite frankly, it felt like that Pittsburgh deal when he did like Kay Adams from the airport, and like he knew I better. And Mike Tomlin's close with Coach Prime, so he knew that this, like, the pool's starting to shrink. I better snap too.
Right.
So anyway,
He's going on podcasts talking about whoever's throwing to George Pickens, DK Metcalf next year is going to be a great quarterback, and now he's buddy. He's trying to be friendly with everyone.
Yeah, which is what you should be doing from the start,
right? With
every single organization out there, because it only takes one, but maybe there is only one, So it's Shedeur's a good dude, man. Shedeur's really smart. I want to remind people, too, about Shedeur Sanders. He's the toughest son of a bitch in this draft class. I'm telling you, my bones were aching watching his tape.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
and he's a target every week. He was a target because of who he is every single week.
And he didn't have a wall in front of him protecting him from all those angry defensive linemen trying to get their one shot on Shedeur.
Yeah.
Okay? And he bounced up every single time. This kid is tough.
Right.
He's mentally tough. He's physically tough. He's accurate. He can layer the ball. He processes the game beautifully. He's been around the game his whole life. He's going to be just fine if he lands in the right spot, right?
Right.
And gets protection. And I keep saying Kevin Stefanski. I haven't heard a single thing about Cleveland. Outside Travis Hunter's going to be there. Maybe that would be the fit. I don't know. But I say Stefanski in case you haven't been following along, because Stefanski has worked with quarterbacks in the past. That aren't the biggest, aren't the fastest, aren't the most mobile, don't have the strongest arms, and has won like 10, 11 games, including Kirk Cousins most recently.
By the way,
yeah,
I kind of love the idea of Cleveland getting Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders. I mean, and we talk about all this stuff about where he's going to go. What's the best for the player long term? Don't get caught up in, wow, he fell and all that stuff. It's sometimes getting drafted early sometimes is not the best thing that can happen to a player. Getting drafted to the right place is always the best thing that can happen to a player.
I totally agree.
So if we like the fit with Stefanski and he ends up going early second instead of late first or 21 or wherever that might be, great. Long term, great. Don't be upset about that. It could be the best thing that ever happened to you.
I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. And so we'll find out tonight. And listen, Pittsburgh would be a tremendous place for him to go.
Mm-hmm.
The defense they have, the culture they have, the support of the head coach. That's the other bit of news. I keep hearing that this would be a Tomlin pick, okay? And to give a little background, Mike Tomlin and Kevin Colbert, the former GM of the Pittsburgh Steelers, worked together as well as any head coach and general manager could work, okay? Like, beautiful relationship. The difference with the Steelers, man, they want to put their hands on you. I know that sounds like a weird phrase, but that's how people talk about it in the league. Like, I want to get my hands on them. I want to be able to talk to them. I want to coach them through things. I want to drill them. I want to see how they do with things that I need them to do. So they're out there. Like, I don't know how they have time in their schedule, but there's no other organization that's represented more consistently at pro days, the 30 visits that they have, all of it. And so they had a great working relationship. But at the end of the day, while Tomlin's input was all over everything that happened, it was Kevin's decision.
Right.
Kevin Colbert was the guy. And that in most cases, that's the deal, right? But in some cases, depending, like if the head coach is there and established before you come in, or in a Mike Vrabel situation, there's Elliot Wolf is in the position he's in, brought in a couple people Vrabel did to help support in the department, the scouting department. But at the end of the day, Mike Vrabel's going to make that choice.
Right.
Well, in Pittsburgh, Omar Khan, who does a great job, and we know people in Pittsburgh, and like it is it's always been a phenomenal scouting staff from top to bottom, and it remains that. And Omar makes the vast majority of all the final decisions, right? And he runs the whole deal. But since Omar came in and Kevin left, my understanding is that Mike gets a little bit.
There's a little more sway, a little more power.
Yeah, and he picks his spots where it's like, now we like, let's take, and he has that leverage. And so my understanding is there are people, and I don't know where Omar sits on this, and I don't know who the people are, but there are people in the organization that are against using that pick. Listen, I understand it. I wouldn't want to draft Shedeur there, I don't think. If I'm Pittsburgh, I'm not saying that 21. I actually have him ranked, what did I say, 21 overall. So it had nothing to do with Pittsburgh. It just lined up that way. But I don't have a problem taking Shedeur in that range of the first round. That's where he should go. Okay, back half of the first round, in my opinion. Some people say second. Some people say top 10. But I think in Pittsburgh, I'm much more interested in whether it's Aaron Rodgers or another veteran. This team can win now.
Right. And the problem is, another problem is they don't have a second-round pick.
They don't have a second-round pick. So my preference would be, and there are people, I do know this, there are people in that building in Pittsburgh that want to move back, if they can't recoup the second, at least get another third, so that they wind up with 3 picks in the first 2 days. But at the end of the day, if Tomlin decides we're taking Shedeur at 21, that's the deal.
Yeah, that's it.
And early in the week, I told you the floor is softer than people think, because everyone was saying, well, the floor is 21 Pittsburgh for Shedeur Sanders. And I said Sunday, Monday, even into Tuesday, the floor is softer than people think. It's not the cement floor. Because I was told it's less than 50-50 that Pittsburgh takes them at 21. I was told in the last 24, 35 hours, whatever it has been. If you could bet yes or no, bet yes on Shedeur to Pittsburgh. We'll see how it plays out.
Good. All right, now I'm going to stop you. I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to change the topic.
Okay.
I've been asked to, listen, it's been 2 years, right, since you've really done your thing.
Yeah.
I've been asked to read a couple messages from some people you might know.
Oh, wow.
Wishing you some luck. And we're going to start off with, hey, Dad, you wear that hat every show because your hairline is crooked. You get the joke. Also, good luck tonight. I love you, Tate. Todd's son, Tate. Next one's, I love you, Daddy, with all my heart. Good luck, Daddy. Love you all the way. From here, sweetie. And very important, and let Muench talk.
Yes.
From your daughter, Alaire.
Were you trying to make me cry before
I know,
we start?
right? I should have done it a little
Jeez.
earlier, but you were on a roll. So here we go. Todd, all the hard work and time you've put in has led to this moment. We've all watched how hard you work, and you still find time for all of us. Enjoy every second. This is just beginning for you. Go crush it, but please put the fries in the bag. Love, Mia. And then the last one we got here is, good luck with the draft, Todd. I have a feeling this is your best draft. Thanks for working hard all year long. We see your hard work paying off. And Muench, please no more Clemson slander next year. Love, AJ.
I love it. My 2 beautiful, wonderful children and my 2 beautiful, wonderful stepchildren.
I thought there was some really important stuff in there.
That's huge. Well, now that we're doing all this sweet stuff with 6 minutes left before the draft,
here we go.
I do read the comments, and he's actually not wearing it, folks. For all of you who are doing and Muench has got it like this interesting Twitter or X.
What is going on there, man?
But people are paying attention and interested in your hat choice all the time. It's either the Bad Birdie or it's the North Face,
yeah.
Right? And so it was brought to my attention that, like, all right, we're in Cali for the draft. We're out in L.A., staying on Manhattan Beach. It's time to put the North Face away, like you grizzly New Hampshire guy, chopping wood, raising chickens up there in New Hampshire. So it's time to put that away. And I went out, and Marissa and I got you a little treat for the draft. And it is fitting because it says keep it salty, playing on the words with the salt and the salt water out here in the Pacific Ocean. But I got you this hat to get everyone off your back about your hat selection.
Appreciate it, man. What you guys don't realize is that
I like it on you.
I don't have a normal size head. So I feel
I put it on the if you notice,
on the last
it's
one,
on the
right?
last one.
Oh my God.
It looks good on you, man.
I got a Muench head. It's
what do you guys think, back to Tucker? We get yes. And it's kind of appropriate because he is
very appropriate.
He is a salty man sometimes, especially with me.
Thank you, guys.
In April,
I appreciate it.
The other 11 months, he's a sweetheart of a man. But hey, listen, before we get started on this venture, I love you, bro.
Love you too, man.
This has been awesome. This has been
great.
the best year
It's
of
only
my
get
life
better.
professionally and in a lot of ways personally. And I couldn't be doing it with anyone else that I would enjoy doing it more with than you. So
Right back at you, man.
So let's go kick some ass tonight, right?
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm excited. We're down to just about 3 minutes until the draft is officially open, as Roger Goodell will come out and say. This is exciting.
I hope they trade the 2 pick.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being a part of it. Promise we won't get sappy anymore.
Yeah, that's it.
That was it. We get 2 minutes. I'm just looking up at the screen. We got you can feel the energy. Green Bay is packed as you would expect. We're here, and we appreciate you being here with us. We're gonna have a fun night tonight. I promise you this. I promise you we're not gonna break for commercials. We might have to sneak off to the bathroom a couple times. I promise you we're gonna have Bill Simmons on tonight. We're honored and blessed to have our main man, Bill Simmons, come join. I know he's going to want to talk about the Patriots, and I'm sure he's got some other opinions as well. We're excited to share those with you. I promise you, we are not going to tip picks tonight, okay? We're walking a fine line, so hang with us, and I'll check your comments as we go. We're going to be probably 15. They tell us, Tucker tells me, they ran a test. We're on YouTube. We might be 15, 20 seconds late reacting to a pick. And we are because there's that 15, 20-second delay on YouTube. But we're doing it because you got to respect the game, man. I'm not here for clickbaits. I've done it all at a pretty high level, and I feel pretty good about where we are. I'm not going to. I've always hated people that try to do something for shock value and do something like be true to the game. And the game is like, let's all enjoy this together. And so if you're watching on another screen and you know 15 seconds before, who cares? It's great. You know, and you know it's coming up. And then you get to see our reaction, whether we're like, oh, man, that's a terrible pick, or we're like, yes. So let's enjoy this together tonight. And as we do it, the other promise I'll make to you is you're going to get really, I'm not going to say the best, I'm not going to say anything, but you're going to get really good analysis and thoughtful analysis. And like you see all these books, and you know the tape study's been done. You know we've been diving into all 32 teams, and we know that the rosters, the scouting staffs, back to front. Instead of spending so much time, and it always drove me crazy, so much time on, we got this pick coming up, and they could go here, and my source is telling me here, and all these features, and like people crying. The only close to a tear that you would get the entire night on this show was Muench reading stuff from all 4 of my kids, okay? Tonight, it's not going to be about features, special video. It's not going to be about tipping picks. It's not going to be about any of those things. It's going to be about what did your team just get? How does that affect the team? Let's focus 6, 7, 8 minutes, as long as we have on the clock, to tell you what kind of player, what kind of impact he'll make, and then also what's still left to do. All right, you took a running back there. Great. He's a phenomenal player. But you didn't address cornerback or offensive line. Let's look at day 2 picks. Let's preview tomorrow night. And then we'll take about a minute, preview the next team, see where they could be going, get the pick, rinse and repeat.
And you're not going to get the same opinion on every player and every pick. There's going to be some disagreements between us, I'm sure. I mean, I'd be surprised if there wasn't. You know what I mean? It's not going to be one voice.
Yeah. So, Tucker, I didn't tell you we wanted to do this, but let's re-rack this thing. It is officially 5 o'clock Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. It is officially time for the 2025 NFL Draft. Play me that music. Who needs the commissioner, Muench? I'm calling it open.
Are you making picks now?
2025 NFL Draft is officially open, and we're glad you're here with us, okay? Tennessee Titans are officially on the clock. I can put away all these notes now about who's going to go where, what teams are going to move up, all that other stuff. It doesn't matter. Although I do want my pen with me. This is exciting because the Titans have been waiting. Let me say this. The Tennessee Titans had a difficult decision to make, right? And there was a lot of – remember back early in the process, folks? It was a 2-headed monster, Shador and Cam, right? And, yeah, over time with coaches getting involved and scouts and general managers and more tape study and the interviews and the private workouts and all these things – cream rises to the top and things get weeded out, and Cam Ward clearly rose to the top.
He's separated, yep.
He's separated, okay? And it started with the tape, It started with the grind. It led to people getting to know him and the leadership and all those things. And so I don't want to do a huge breakdown on Cam Ward before. But I'm excited to share some of our insights on Cam Ward. I'm excited to share some insights on Brian Callahan and his journey to get here. But what I'm most excited about, Muench, is getting your opinion on like what are the key spots? What to you when you were laying in bed this morning, dragging yourself out, complaining of back pains? What is it that you are most excited about in this draft? And what could happen tonight? Like, is there a pick or two or
so?
Position?
When I woke up, it was what are we going to see with Jacksonville? I think, and then it seemed like 1 through 4 were pretty set. And so then it was Jacksonville. Is that going to be Ashton Genty, the running back from Boise State? That was, I think, the first what I will call the pivot point. And then the Jets, I think, was another one. So that's kind of what I was looking at. And of course, like everyone else, I'm interested where the quarterback's going to go. And then over the course of the day, you start to hear that maybe 2 is in play, and that made me so happy. Because a lot of those things we had already talked about, right? We had talked about for so long about, Jacksonville, what they're going to do is going to be interesting. It's no longer Mason Graham, all of that stuff. But it just seemed that the 2 was done and dusted for so long.
Yeah.
And then to hear it's back in play, and that what is Jacksonville going to have to, if it is Jacksonville, what are they going to have to give up to get up there? Who are they taking it? We're all going to assume that it's Travis Hunter. What's Cleveland thinking? Are they thinking they have more needs and they can fill in because this draft it may not be top heavy, but it's deep. So that was the thing that got me excited over the course of the day. There's pivot points throughout the first round of like, if this player goes there, if that player goes somewhere else, you could see how things start to unfold. But it seemed like everything was set for the first 5 when we woke up. And so when I heard the 2 was in play, that was what I was getting fired up about.
I continue to get messages. Jacksonville's up to something. I don't know if it's moving up or moving back.
Well, they don't have much time, man. They're at 5, so it's gonna be soon. They got to make a move.
So it gives us something to look forward to with the number 2 pick.
Right.
Could Cleveland? Let's just ask the question, right? Let's look at Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
Cleveland's got some needs, but like it's interesting because I view Cleveland's roster as better than a lot of other teams in the top 10. I think, and here you see, Malik Collins comes into defensive tackle, Tevin Jenkins at guard, Jerome Baker. They lost Nick Chubb, running back, Dalvin Tomlinson, defensive tackle, Jedrick Wills, offensive tackle. My number 1 target on Cleveland Browns notes is what?
Where are you looking at the?
Where it says
there it is.
Todd's targets.
Be smart. Don't pass on Shohei Ohtani.
I was trying to give you a softball.
It should have been.
Don't pass on Shohei Ohtani.
I was looking for a certain player.
And I used Shohei Ohtani because whether it was you or Dan Comer,
I think it was Dan. And by the way, Andrew Barry's used it since, and I don't think he's crediting Dan.
I don't think he is either. And I should have put in there. I should have put in parentheses, credit Dan. But truly,
Dan Comer.
All joking aside, he's got a chance, Travis Hunter, to do something in the National Football League that no one in the history of this beautiful, wonderful league has ever done. And I want you to think about
anyone ever could have predicted it either. If you had told me 5 years ago a player was going to do this, no team's going to go for that. There's no player with that skill set. You just can't do that.
But believe it or not, I grew up and I was a bigger, I loved baseball as much or more when I was like young. And I never thought anyone could do what Shohei did.
That's true too.
I mean, you heard stories of Babe Ruth, but it was a different world back then. Travis Hunter has an opportunity to do something and impact both sides of the ball unlike anyone who's ever done it. And I hear Charles Woodson and I hear Champ Bailey.
Great players.
They'd like to combine 6 or 7 catches their entire career.
Great players.
Combined. Deion Sanders, the return game, yes, absolutely. Major factor. And that was a different time in the league. The point is, I look at their needs, Cleveland, right? Obviously, quarterback is there. But wide receiver and cornerback are 2 of the other top 3 needs, in my opinion, okay?
What about offensive tackle? I mean, that's it too.
That's the other one, I said.
Yeah.
But 2 of the other 3 needs at the top. So quarterback, corner, quarterback, wide receiver, right? Let's just pull it up. Quarterback, wide receiver, offensive tackle, and cornerback. I got my book in front of me. It makes me happy. You look at wide receiver. I mean, the only bright spot was Jerry Jeudy, 6th in the NFL in receiving yards, right? Set career highs in receptions, receiving yards. They traded Amani Cooper, okay? They don't have another, Cedric Tillman,
right?
Michael Woods. They need more help at wide receiver. Whoever's throwing them the football, and it's going to be Joe Flacco in the beginning this year. Brought in Kenny Pickett, trying to get the cheapest versions possible to overcome one of the biggest mistakes in honestly pro sports history, the Deshaun Watson situation. And I give a lot of respect to ownership for Cleveland coming out and saying that was on us,
right?
And that was not on Andrew Berry. You know what that does? That takes the monkey off Andrew Berry's back and allows him to go and do his job. And gets a fresh start here without media speculation and everything else about, well, you made the Deshaun Watson. And people in the league knew exactly how that played out. But until the owners come out and say that that's the deal, it was our fault, our decision. We own that. And the Titans are officially on the clock. So you're sitting there for Cleveland, and then you have a cornerback need, right?
Right.
Great secondary in 2023, not in 2024, okay? Denzel Ward's still a star, but Greg Newsome and Martin Emerson both regressed. So now you could bring in a player that could massively upgrade your offense. Mm-hmm. And I think early on for Travis Hunter, it will be, and it was the reverse. I think anyone who's played football, college level, NFL, knows with the meetings and the importance of defense and 11 players all communicating, it's critical that you're a part of that if you're going to play a significant amount on defense, right? And so the thought early on, even though I said from the beginning, we back in October or early November did a cool exercise where Muench took Travis Hunter, the cornerback, and I took Travis Hunter, the wide receiver. We broke down the tape, came together, and we presented scouting reports. I thought, because we both had watched the other side of the ball, but I thought that he was I don't want to say better. I thought he was more advanced and ready to contribute and provide big play opportunities or big play production on the offensive side of the ball. But early on, all the talk was he's going to have to, because of all the things I just said, meetings, communication, he's going to have to major at cornerback and minor at wide receiver. As we've gotten closer, though, I think a lot of teams are looking at him like, shoot.
Right.
We need a weapon.
And not all schemes are the same. Do you think that in the Cleveland defensive scheme where they play a lot of man,
yep,
is it less important that you're there for all the? Can you get it's not less important. I don't want to say that. I want to make sure I word this right. Is it more plausible to do that at corner if you're going to play a man-heavy scheme?
Yes.
Right.
Absolutely.
So it's a little bit different for every team about how you can use them and where his, whether he's receiver heavy or corner heavy or how they want to do it, whichever way they want to approach it. If you're playing more man and you just got to lock up the guy you're across from, it might be something that you can do.
Here's one thing I will say about this, and we can leave it alone. I just got to thinking. I don't know why this is dawning on me for the first second. The only reason in the world, folks, that you would make this deal if you're Cleveland is that you're not in love with any of the other quarterbacks, which the rest of the league aren't. They're not in love. You can really, really like Jackson Dart, love him but not in love. You can love Shedeur Sanders but not in love. We all know the difference. You can love Tyler Shuck, Jalen Milroe's potential, all those things. But the league is about to tell us tonight. If you're a team that needs a quarterback, as is the case with Tennessee, Cleveland at 2, Giants at 3, and even to a certain extent, the Raiders at 5 or at 6, and the Jets at 7, and certainly the Saints at 9, especially now with Derek Carr's situation with his shoulder. If you're in love with the quarterback, you take him in the top 10. You don't get cute and try to trade back in and all these other things. So they're not in love. They may love and really like, but they're not in love with any of the quarterbacks not named Cam Ward.
Right.
One team is in love. Well, multiple teams are in love with Cam Ward. One team has the opportunity to draft him. And I'm saying all that because I'm looking at Cleveland. I'm like, why would they even, yeah, it's always great to get additional picks. But they have 4 picks in the top 94. They've got 2 third-round picks already. So why would you pass up on Shohei Ohtani to get more draft picks in a class that you already have? 10 picks total. They have 10 picks. That's near the top. San Francisco has the most with 11, so it's tied for the second most. 4 picks in the top 94. You know why? Because they're not in love with the quarterbacks in this class. And the only reason, if you're Andrew Berry, that you make a move out of number 2, and I'm not saying it's going to happen. We can move off of this in a second and start talking about Tennessee and everything else. The only reason you make this move out of number 2 down to 5, let's say with Jacksonville or wherever that move would be, is because you have an eye on next year's draft.
That's interesting. Man, that's dangerous.
And the quarterback class next year. Because Joe Flacco ain't your guy in 2026. Kenny Pickett's almost certainly not your guy at any point in time unless you need him for a stretch during a season.
I hear you.
Or at least you can't count on that, right?
I'd rather get the unicorn now.
Oh, no, I'm with you.
Yeah, okay. All right.
I'm with
It's
you.
a dangerous game to play, man.
It is a very dangerous game.
You don't know how we've sat here. I don't even know.
And what
how
if
many
you go
times.
win 10 games this year, which you're
Right.
capable of doing with that
Right.
roster I just talked about. And now you got to move up from 24, 25 to number 1. And Arch Manning probably is not going to be in the 2026 draft class. Sounds like the Mannings have a plan.
Dangerous
We'll
game
see
to play.
Arch in the draft in 2027. I'm not saying for certainty, but it's trending that way. And I love Nussmeier from LSU. But who knows?
Right. You don't know how that class is going to be next year. You just don't. You can sit here with all the confidence in the world,
But
you don't know.
But agree with me on this. If you were to make this move and get out of the – we've said from the beginning, there's 2 elite players in this draft class, and their names are Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter. So if you're going to move out of the spot and get out of the range, you can't get either of those guys, and you can't get Shohei Ohtani. You can't get Travis Hunter, who could solve problems on both sides of the ball in areas that are top 3, 4 needs for you. You do it with an eye towards next year's quarterback class.
You're thinking you're going to get a first-round pick next year out of this deal?
Hell yeah.
So if it's Jacksonville moving from 5 to 2, they have to give up their first round next year to do it.
I believe. Let me keep talking. I'll pull it up and look, but I can't imagine you wouldn't.
Wow. I mean, that's a lot to move up 3 picks. I'm not saying that you don't do it because, again, the flip side of the coin is if we love Travis Hunter that much that Cleveland has to stay there, maybe you love him so much that you go up and get him. That's 2. That would be you giving up.
Yeah.
You'd be giving up 2 top 5 picks.
Titans pick is in. I don't think this is going to be a shock to anyone. I'm waiting for the name to pop up.
Here we go.
I'm sure everyone watching right now has already seen it, but it's Cam Ward.
Yes.
As expected. So let's table that for a minute, and we'll get back to. We're about to find out. This is the beauty of the draft, man. It's the best reality television out there. I truly, I've always said that because I believe it. It is unbelievable. We're about to find out with what's going to happen with Cleveland, and I think it would be a massive mistake to pass on Travis Hunter, but if you were to make that move, it's with an eye to next year's quarterback class.
So we have 7.5 minutes left on that clock. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes the full 7.5 minutes based on what we're hearing.
I agree. All right, let's get to Tennessee. I'm excited for Brian Callahan. If you're a Titans fan watching this, I want you to understand this. This man, Brian Callahan, the head coach, Cleveland trades the pick to Jacksonville.
Done.
Holy
It's done.
Shit. Cleveland trades the pick to Jacksonville. They got oh my gosh.
Yes.
I'm glad we talked about it.
I love it. I said this the other day, by the way. It might be.
What do you mean you love it? You just said you got to take Travis Hunter.
I love it as a fan. I would have. I don't love the move for Cleveland. I love it as a fan of the draft. I love that there's movement. I love that we've had nothing happening with this class for forever. This draft class. Now something's happening.
I wrote it this morning.
Something
I
big
wrote
is
it last
happening.
night. I wrote it last night. I said the calm before this storm feels eerily quiet.
Right.
Eerily. This is the first time since 2014 that a first-round draft pick has not been moved prior to the draft. That's 11 years.
Do we know what they gave up? Do we know what the deal is yet?
We'll get it in a second.
Oh, I'm dying to know.
We'll get it in a second.
I know. I'm dying to know.
Well, get on you have a phone too. I'm going to love this tonight. I thought it was going to be like this is going to be fun. We're in the lab now. Wow. Okay. Let's take a breath.
Are you going back to Tennessee taking Cam Ward?
Ah, gosh, I guess.
I mean, I think we've talked about it enough.
I do. All right, let's make this point because there's Titans fans out there, and I do think it's very important.
Okay. Yep.
And I also let's give it. We got a few minutes. Okay. First of all, Brian Callahan. I started this off. Brian Callahan has been working his entire career, and really his entire life has been in ball. You know, his father is one of the most respected offensive line coaches in the history of the NFL, Bill Callahan. Mm-hmm. I actually had the pleasure of spending. He is a good friend of Gary Horton's. Okay,
hell of a coach.
And Brian is a hell of a coach too. Brian's first job in the NFL was as an offensive assistant with Peyton Manning. Okay, he's climbed his way up the ranks. Been fortunate. I always say it. There's no such thing as luck in my life, in my mind. It's when preparation meets opportunity. And he has prepared himself for this moment now. And he's had opportunities. And he had the opportunity to be around greatness with Peyton Manning. Opportunity to be around greatness with Matthew Stafford as he was climbing up. Opportunity to be around another good quarterback, Derek Carr. And watch his. So that's three different quarterbacks who have had different levels of success in the league. 2 Super Bowl winners. Okay, that he's been able to work as he's climbing up the ladder to work around. And then the last stop, he gets finally bumped up. Offensive coordinator, first OC job in the National Football League. Brian Callahan gets Joe Burrow. Part of that process of deciding is Joe Burrow the pick wasn't a hard decision. Coming out in like 2019, I think it was. And takes him to a Super Bowl, right? Joe Burrow might have had his best season ever this past year, but best full season and most successful season Joe Burrow has had in the NFL with Brian Callahan as the offensive coordinator. Write down those picks. Second overall. So the Jaguars get the second overall, 4th and 6th. 2026.
There it is, yeah.
First round pick for the Cleveland Browns. I knew it had to. This is the Cleveland Browns saying, we're out on this quarterback class. We're out. We get the 5th pick. We get an additional 2nd-round pick. We get a 4th-round pick. And we get next year's 1 to package picks to move up to go get a quarterback. Andrew Berry, I respect it. It is a risk. It is a gamble. They brought in Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett for this year. They now are loaded up on picks in this draft.
Yep.
We said to begin with they have 10 picks, right? Did I say 10 picks?
Correct.
Second most picks Cleveland has of any team in the draft. They're tied for the second most. Now they've got 2 additional, so they've got the most picks in this year's draft. Any team, 12 picks, and they've got that 1 next year.
It's a haul.
They'd better start recruiting the Manning family. Get Arch in that class. Fascinating.
Yeah. The 2nd and the 4th round pick they picked up, especially that
in
second
this year's
one,
draft, especially.
Those are valuable picks. That's an early 2nd round pick, and they still pick 5 now. They don't fall that far. Now I get it. You're out of the Hunter Carter sweepstakes, and now who are they targeting at 5 now?
Okay, so let's back up. Okay, let me finish up.
Okay.
So Brian Callahan has been working his entire career to get this opportunity, and his moment has come. Okay, it looks like Jacksonville just made their pick, and we know who it's going to be. I want to talk about the traits a little bit for Cam Ward. Cam Ward, I hate putting. I already said it with Josh Allen and Jackson Dart, but I want to provide perspective. When I watch the tape, one of the things that makes Cam Ward special is the fact that he, like Patrick Mahomes, is so calm and so relaxed in the pocket. And he is able to, he allows you, just like Mahomes does, they allow you to get another step or two closer to them. And when you do, now they've kind of out-leveraged you. They're going to use your momentum against you, and it's easier to get outside the pocket. And there's never a panic. Just like Mahomes, not the fastest dude, not even the greatest athlete, but good athlete. And they extend, and they create, and they have arm angles, and the arm ability is not, the arm talent is not Mahomes-like. There's very few, but his arm is really, really good. And you saw there in my traits, he's an absolute assassin at the top of his drop, when in rhythm, of sticking his right foot in the ground, driving off of it, and just snipes you over and over again. But you have to kind of dig in that clip reel and watch those plays. And I'm certain that Brian Callahan did and said, if I can get more of this out of Cam Ward, we got something special, right?
And there's reason to believe that'll happen. He's an ascending player. He's gotten better every year of college football.
He has. And so that's what you're betting on, Tennessee Titans fans. That's what Brian Callahan's betting on. That's what Mike Borgonzi, the new general manager, is betting on, and it makes a lot of sense. They cleaned up the parts of their offensive line with Dan Moore at left tackle, Kevin Zeitler at right guard. Wide receiver is a position they're going to have to address early. We'll get to that in the second round. I do think whether it's a Luther Burden from Missouri, when they come on the clock, Tennessee comes on the clock in the second round at 35. After Cleveland at 33, after the Giants at 34, if the Giants are still picking there. And then at 35, they'll be up. And maybe that's Jaden Higgins, the big physical receiver from Iowa State.
Does Tyler Lockett signing change any of that for you?
It does. I'm glad you bring that up. It doesn't. Lockett had his worst year, I just said, was it 17 years? Did I read that right?
That seems
insane.
Yeah. He had a down year. We can leave it at that.
I want to look that up. But he had his least productive year of his career last year, okay?
So you still think it's
I think it's a smart addition. I think you're looking for since 2017. I knew I saw the 17.
Right.
But he's going to be 33 years old, okay? So he's probably been in the league 10, 11 years.
I think an edge is a possibility there too, though.
Okay. So that's as much as we could do for you Tennessee folks. You got to be thrilled. You've known it. There's no drama there, but you know where there is drama? Holy smokes!
There it is.
I kept telling you, hey, Dan. That's why we got on the phone last night and wrote that McShay report. If you haven't subscribed yet to the McShay report, please do. Just Google it. We're gonna have more info overnight. We're gonna break down tonight. We're gonna give you the top 10 picks, a little flash mock for you. We've got way too early mock draft coming up. We've got a bunch of stuff. All 32 teams. When this is over, we're gonna go through it. Google it. You got until tomorrow night. By the way, $1. We're like giving it away. It's not. It's like more. The papers are worth more than that you print it on. $1. It's sprint to the podium. You get it till May 31st. They'll have the way too early mock draft. All right, I'm done selling.
All the reaction stuff too.
I'm done selling.
All the reaction stuff.
Look at our man, Travis Hunter, putting on that Jaguars hat. How about the Kuyans? The Onions? How old is James Gladstone?
How old is he?
Someone back there look it up. 34, 36?
Yes.
He's a pup. Les Snead
looks like he's 17.
Les Snead's down the road in L.A. from us in these studios. And he's like, attaboy. That's my guy.
Go get your guy.
Go get your guy. I said we started this whole show tonight. If you were with us, the 10,000 people that started in the first 20 minutes, we had 10,000 people joining us for the show, and we appreciate every damn one of you. One of the first things we said was Les Snead is a renegade, and Gladstone worked under him. And the other thing that we said, and I wrote it in the McShay report, I'm telling you, it's weird this late to be hearing all this noise about Jacksonville, and there was talks about them moving back and Tedero and McMillan. And Sunday we said, I'm not here to do this. I'm not going to give myself Tommy John surgery. I'm just saying, like, the information that we got all week makes sense now.
Yes.
It makes sense because we land in L.A. and I get a phone call and it's like, hey, chill on the Mason Graham.
Mason Graham.
I was calling him Brandon Graham all night. I was so excited. Chill on the Mason Graham going Jacksonville 5. That's where everyone has him. Remember the GM the day before we got on the plane that I talked to, assistant GM actually, said to me, stop with the narrow-minded thinking. Things are different in the front than all the rest of the guys that do what you're doing. Like, look at it differently. We started to. It was Tet McMillan if they moved back, and Jacksonville was making calls about moving back or fielding calls to move up because there are a lot of teams trying to move up for Ashton Ginty. So this stuff ain't over, folks.
No.
Chicago's trying to move up for Ashton Ginty, the running back from Boise State. And Denver's trying to move up for the running back out of Boise State. But then all of a sudden in the last 48 hours, it's a text, there's a phone call, and I got two people reaching out to me asking, what's Jacksonville? Why are they trying to move? Where are
they going?
No,
Yeah.
the questions were, are you hearing the same thing? Is Jacksonville trying to move up? And so we put one and one together and said, well, if they're willing to move back a little bit, but not too far behind Dallas to get Tedero and McMillan, the big wide receiver out of Arizona, and if they're also making calls to move up, it's got to be for Travis Hunter.
Right.
And here we are. Absolutely wild. I cannot tell you. Like, first of all, ownership, the Khan family signing off on it.
Right.
And
I mean, you hired the guy to do a job. You better put your faith in him.
And to have the aggressiveness and the willingness to part ways with a one next year, that's a lot to give up. Jacksonville has not done a lot of winning in a long, long time. And to give away first-round picks when it constantly feels like you're rebuilding, that can be significant.
The Giants pick is in.
Giants pick is in.
Here we go. These are rolling, by the way. I thought this was going to take more time.
Let's talk about Jacksonville for a minute. They found an absolute star last year, Brian Thomas Jr. 87 catches, 1,282 receiving yards, third in the NFL as a rookie. You came in, and we said this, Liam Cohen was instrumental in this pick. And everyone I talked to in the last 72, dating back to Sunday, was saying, hey, Liam is pushing, and Liam's going to get his way. He's getting a wide receiver. He's getting a weapon. It was either going to be Hunter with this pick, which we found out in the last 48 hours they were aggressively trying to do. It was going to be Ashton Ginty if they picked at 5. It was going to be Tedero and McMillan. Mm-hmm. And they did that, Mensch, because besides Brian Johnson, you had De'Ami Brown, Parker Washington.
1-year deal for Brown, yep.
And you've got this quarterback, Trevor Lawrence, who now has been in the league since 2021 and is regressing. We got to get him help. We got to get him help now. We did it with the head coach, who just did wonderful things with Baker Mayfield, spent time with McVay, made an early second round draft pick out of Will Levis. This is an awesome decision for Jacksonville. And by the way, cornerback's arguably their biggest need outside of wide receiver. Travis Hunter's going to do something that no one has ever done in the NFL before, and I see that the pick is in. He's going to be an absolute star at wide receiver with Brian Thomas Jr., for Trevor Lawrence, and he's going to play on the defensive side of the ball, where they only had 6 interceptions a year ago.
There it is.
Not shocking. I hope everyone got all that, because they had 6 interceptions, Jacksonville did, on the defensive side last year. And you just got the player that I said, in 25 years of doing this, Travis Hunter has some of the best ball skills I've ever evaluated. And now you got those beautiful, wonderful, strong, soft, sweet hands at wide receiver for Trevor Lawrence, and in a secondary that was a major part of a failure in just 6 interceptions in 2024. Jaguar fans got to be pumped.
Pumped.
Abdul Carter. It's moving fast now, baby. Abdul Carter.
By the way, first look into the Giants front office. Joe Shane and Brian Daboll shoulder to shoulder. Pumped up.
Brian Daboll has earned the right, is what, and I read some of your comments. I know I've been beating this horse all week, but I'm beating the horse because it's the accurate information. Shedeur Sanders was never the pick at 3. Shedeur Sanders is not going to be the pick at 34 if they sit there, okay? It's because you have you have the most qualified person in that building, and I would argue one of the 10 to 12 most qualified people in the league when it comes to quarterback assessments, offensive minds, quarterback development, and that's Brian Daboll. And Brian told Joe Schoen, and I don't know how pleasant or unpleasant this situation's been inside the building. There are varying reports. But as I said the other day, I said it 2 different shows we had, let Brian make the decision on the quarterback. Let Joe manage this draft. And Joe just did the first step towards what could be a brilliant night for the New York Giants, what could be a franchise-changing night for the New York Giants.
Yes.
And I'm not, it's not hyperbole. I'm not getting overly excited because the action's happening. I'm telling you, this could be the night that turns the Giants organization back into what the Giants organization was used to being when I was growing up. And with Eli for a couple of years. If Joe then now, after making the right decision, drafting, I've said we've both agreed, and everyone in the league agrees, is 2 players at the top of this draft, Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter.
Right.
And Cleveland still agreed and wanted to take Travis Hunter, but couldn't give up that haul that was handed to him. And Jacksonville obviously agreed because they just gave away a haul to go get Travis Hunter. And the Giants are passing on quarterback here to take Abdul Carter. And they're not moving out of this pick. So now the 2 best players in this draft went where they deserve to go, and that's at 2 and 3 because a quarterback will always trump it if there's one up there.
Right.
What are your initial thoughts, Abdul Carter, the New York Giants?
I mean, not only I love that they didn't take the quarterback here. That's obvious. But also not looking at their roster and saying, we already have 2 edges in Kayvon Thibodeau and Brian Burns, and going and getting the best player. It sounds like from the reporting that they're a little soft on Thibodeau, and he might be on the market tonight. I love that they didn't look at their roster and say they didn't draft for need, they didn't reach for a quarterback, and I just think that's the absolute right move. Now they got to complete it though, because they still need that quarterback. I know they signed a couple veterans, and that's fine. They need to go out and get their young quarterback and be aggressive about getting down. I don't care how many players you come out of this draft with. If you're the Giants, if you get those 2 pieces, if you get Carter and you get Jackson Dart, if that's your quarterback, then it's a success.
All right, let's start out with Abdul, and then let's get into the Giants with it. Abdul Carter, 6'3", right around 250. Didn't even weigh in at the combine. The injury was reported. Shoulder injury, foot injury. He'll be fine according to everyone I've talked to. There's talks, does he need surgery? Should he not have surgery? Drew Rosenhaus has done what every great agent would do and put a kibosh on all of it. This guy can be a little feisty. You're bringing in a bad man to your locker room, and the personality is strong. And there were some talks about that. None of that matters. He is going to come in, and he is going to be a difference maker, and he's going to keep getting better. I want to explain to you why Abdul Carter is going to keep getting better. In 2024, Chop Robinson left for the NFL. Chop Robinson, heck of a rookie year. Chop Robinson, first-round pick. Carter moves from off-the-ball linebacker to edge, okay? Starts all 16 games, including the shoulder injuries, playing with one freaking arm. Is that Notre Dame?
Yeah.
One arm.
I think you heard it in the SMU game.
This past year, 68 tackles. FBS, 23.5 tackles for loss. 7th best in the FBS, 12 sacks. This guy's a monster. Let me go through the report, okay? 734 snaps in 2024, second most of all the edge rushers outside of Donovan Ezeraku from Boston College. His combination of explosive takeoff and then that dip and rip is what, like the dip and bend is like.
And then the change of direction, too.
Change of
the way
direction,
you can work
too.
Inside. You work everything off of your superpower, right? And your superpower is that. It's the ability to win with speed and bend off the edge. But you can't just keep doing that. It can't be your only. You have to have more than one trick. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And he can change directions. He can win with his hands. I think that's. It's not a guy that you're going to come in and be like, oh, if we just shut this one thing down. Yeah, he's really good at winning. We've seen guys like this. Remember when Vic Beasley came out of Clemson?
Yes.
And he would just run around guys?
Not a fan.
And then when you figured out how to shut that down, well, he wasn't nearly as effective. That's not Abdul Carter, man.
No. Well, here's the hard to paint the picture. Like, if you freeze the tape sometimes on Abdul Carter when he's bending the edge, what he does is he stresses you as a tackle, and it's back, and then it's arm out, trying to use that length of the arm, and the arm comes out here, and his ability to bend and get under, and if you freeze, sometimes
it's like the Matrix.
It's like the Matrix. When you freeze the tape, when he's turning the edge, a human body should not be able to be like that. Like that, okay? Like that. There, I'm looking on the screen. Like that. And bend an edge and do it while dipping under the offensive tackle's arm. And then this is the
continuing to move
This
forward.
is the superpower. And then accelerate. I don't know how he does it.
Right.
That's the rare thing. But then, yes, so an offensive tackle, and I've talked to a lot of offensive tackles my years at ESPN. What's the hardest part? Tell me how evaluating an edge rusher. Who are the guys? Why are these the guys that bother you the most? And every offensive tackle I ever talked to, and Muench, you're my offensive tackle guru. It's when I'm threatened by both speed and power, and then speed with then the ability to change direction, because I can set against Usain Bolt.
Right.
If I know Usain Bolt has got to only run an arc, I can set against a bulldozer, because I can sink in, I can get set, and I know that. But if as long as that bulldozer doesn't have speed to then beat me once I'm like this, because I got to get down and low, so I can't do both. It's the guys that can do both. And he doesn't have the speed to power yet, but he's going to keep getting bigger and stronger.
Right.
And that's why I said it's only going to go like this, escalate for Abdul. But then what he can do is they know that how quick he is and how he turns like the Matrix, and then that spin move back and the change of direction you referenced. I love this pick. Now the Giants.
Pick is in.
I know. The Giants. Kayvon Thibodeau, I have heard, and keep an eye out for this. I fully expect the Giants try to. I mean, I know they're already trying to. We talked about that earlier in the pre-show. They've already been making more calls and being more aggressive about getting up into the late first round from that 34th pick. Probably have to package their 99th pick to get to like the mid-20s to go get Jackson Dart. I've also heard Kayvon Thibodeau could be part of that deal. So I get the strong sense this isn't the last we've heard of the New York Giants tonight.
It's the worst kept secret in the league, right? I mean, they're going to make a move.
But I'm also telling you, Mickey Loomis is. We talk about renegades and Les Snead, and now his predecessor James Gladstone, and the renegade move he just made. Mickey Loomis is a scary man. He's a scary man at 40.
Yeah,
because if he if he wants something, he's going to find a way to go get it. And if the Jackson Dart love is as extreme as I'm starting to hear. Not in love, because if you're in love, you take him at 9, but you can really, really love someone and trying to figure out if you're in love. and if
you like to date.
If they like him as much as people are telling me that they do, and they've tried to keep really quiet, because everyone's talking about the Giants and the Mara private plane flying everywhere in Cleveland and everyone out in Boulder. Guess who wasn't out in Boulder? Kellen Moore. So that chicken fight,
it's going to be interesting, man.
It's going to be fascinating. But that's later in the first round. Back to where we are right now.
Not surprised you're talking well into the first offensive lineman coming off the board. That's pretty much your MO.
Who's taking? I'm joking.
It happened.
Will Campbell.
It happened. A lot of, I think, New England fans, that's where I'm from, man. That's where we both
Where's
grew
Bill
up.
Simmons?
They're both upset. There's a lot of New England fans upset, man.
Bill sounded like he was talking himself into this, and I'm glad he has. Here's what I can tell you as the backdrop of this pick for the New England Patriots. I do believe that they have been in the market and listening to try to move down. I now know Mike Vrabel and the key people around him have fallen in love with this human being, his football intelligence, his commitment to the game. And part of the deal, man, and you know this well, part of the deal is when you're starting a franchise or trying to rebuild what was the jewel of the NFL dynasty.
Right.
If you're trying to bring that culture back and make it your culture, not Belichick's culture, Mike Vrabel's, you got to have guys in the building that represent that. Shake your head all you want.
It's great.
Let's talk about him as a player.
It sounds
great.
Throw
that back up. Sorry, throw that back up, Tucker. I was too busy talking about Vrabel and how
about to earn this
during
hat.
the process. I've heard about meetings in Dallas. I heard about recently another meeting with the top brass of New England. They trust this guy, his football intelligence. Here, the top traits: quick, athletic, can mirror, master technician, great grip strength. You have to agree on all these things. Day one leader. You do agree on those things.
I do agree with these things.
Now I'll let you take
I'll
let you take the limitations, areas of improvement.
Well, the limitations, I want to say this. It's not just short arms. It's that lack of length shows up on tape. And you watch Joe Tooney in the Super Bowl. You know that a lack of length would be a problem. When
they long-armed his ass to death.
He got beat inside against South Carolina. He did not have a great start to the year, man. There's some concerns here. Look, my next door neighbor is named Matt Solso. He's the best human being on the planet. He's a great guy. He works his ass off every single day for his family. I'm not asking him to be the left tackle for the New England Patriots. It's great to be a good person. It's great to be a hard worker. It's great to have character. I don't draft, and I'm sorry, I don't draft a guy that is potentially a guard at 4.
I thought I was going to have to be talking Bill Simmons off the ledge on this. I did not know I was going to have to talk Steve Mensch off the ledge with this. I
hope he does well, by the way.
I
hope he does well.
In fact, this is a perfect time to take a minute, take a quick break. We're going to bring in Bill Simmons in a second. We're going to get that all set up. I'm excited to have Bill on. Now we're going to have to work all three Boston guys, 3 Massachusetts guys. We're going to have to work this thing out. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We good?
Yeah.
All right. There you are.
Nice.
Now we see you too.
Great.
Bill, I didn't. Here's the deal. I thought I was going to have to be talking you off the ledge with the Will Campbell pick. My good friend Steve Muench, make an introduction here. Steve, Bill, Steve. He's a Boston guy. He grew up in Andover. He is not a fan of this pick. What's your immediate reaction, Will Campbell, to the New England Patriots?
Well, first of all, I watched the beginning of the lead up to the draft, and you guys got all sappy and sentimental. So I was already in a bummed out mood.
That's how you want to kick it off, right?
Then the Cons traded for Travis Hunter, so good luck to his career. And then we take Campbell 4, and it just immediately turns into the arms thing. I'm getting texts from people I haven't talked to about this at all. They're like, "Whoa, he's got some short wings." It's like, what is it, an inch? Like, so if it was 33 1/3 inches, we're fine. Like, an inch is like that big. That this is it. He's not gonna be able to block anyone on the left side. I don't know. I said to Todd for the last 2 months, like the difference between number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It felt like all these guys were in the same pack. Like at some point, it is what it is. They need a left tackle. He was the best one.
Yeah, I think the bottom line is if there was no way to get one of the top 2 guys, and you saw how aggressive Jacksonville was, given a first next year to go move up and a lot. I mean, that was a haul to move up 3 spots to go get Travis Hunter. And everyone I talked to in the league, Bill, everyone I talked to, it was okay. There's these 2 guys, and then it's the rest. And yeah, we'll tier the rest of them, but there's a difference with Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter. So I agree with your premise.
Thanks, Todd.
The other part is,
hold on though. Where did you have Will Campbell on your board? You say that, but what number was he?
Everyone had him between like 5 and 8, right?
12. I had him at 12.
Yeah, he didn't have him.
12's tough.
Yeah,
12's tough.
We're talking about 4. It's not just the length. Like you could talk about the length, and I get that everyone's saying the length. What drives me nuts is the tape's not as good as everyone says it is. Like that's my problem. He's not the best tackle on tape. Everyone's like, "Oh, he played this."
Vrabel put the pads on.
Yeah. Oh, we're good.
And he banged him around a little bit.
We're
and
good.
He liked the guy's frame, and all right, so if you're going glass half full on Will Campbell, started since day 1 at LSU, right?
Yep, right.
Was in the SEC the whole time. Thick, like not one of those guys who's putting on 40, 50 pounds to just play tackle when he's not really supposed to be built that way.
No,
he's actually
6'6", 320. Yeah, he's built,
when this guy's 45 years old, he's going to be like 290 pounds. Like he's one of those guys.
He ran a 4.98 at 319 pounds.
And he's going to be a great guard.
Leader of men. All right. So when did Nelson go in the Colts? Where did he go in the top 10?
12?
It was 12. Yeah, it was not the 10.
All right. If we did that draft over again, is he in the top 6? He probably is because he was awesome for them. And that's your worst case scenario is he's an awesome guard? Well, I don't know. What are they going to take Genty? Like we can't block anybody.
Think about all the other awesome guards that weren't drafted that early too, though. Like,
I get it. But they obviously think he can play tackle.
Yeah.
And
I
so
hope he
here's the
can.
thing. We see this in basketball all the time where we look for reasons not to draft guys. It's like, oh, that guy's an inch too short. Oh, that guy can't shoot threes yet. We talk ourselves out of these prospects, and it's like this guy's delivered at every step of the way. Now I sound like I'm pro Campbell pick. I wish they'd traded back. Like the move was to trade back, but I don't think anyone wanted to trade up.
No, the only trade that was happening in that range was up to 2. Come to find out, and we had said that was.
Yeah, I thought Chicago might come up, but they didn't.
Or I was hoping they were going to flip with the Raiders because the Raiders would be scared that Jacksonville was going to take Genty. But now look at the Raiders. They just took Genty at 6. They didn't need to make a move.
I want to go back to this pick for a minute. Because my ranking tells you that I don't love him at 4, but I also want to make sure, like perfectly clear, that this is a team that did not have an offensive line room, a leader, like. And you have 2 assets, 3 assets if you're not including off the field. It's Drake May, it's your cornerback Christian Gonzalez, and it's Mike Vrabel, and not in that order, but it's May then Vrabel then Gonzalez in my opinion. And if you can't keep Drake May upright and keep him healthy, and he got banged up last year, then everything else is a non-starter.
If you can't trade back you have to take the best offensive lineman in the draft. And they felt like this guy was the best offensive lineman, and they liked him more than Membo, and that's who they took. They couldn't trade back.
They were last in pressure percentage last year, 31st in pass blocking win rate, 32nd in run blocking win rate. So, yeah, you can draft Ashton Genty, but Bill, to your point, like it would be worse than Saquon in New York right now. Right now.
Yeah, you can't take Genty.
Well, so last year, they sign a guy to play left tackle who quits, I think, in August, right?
Yes.
Then the backup guy comes in. He's so bad that PFF couldn't even figure out how to grade him. I think he was in the hundreds. There was only like 40 left tackles. I think he was like 103. And, I just don't think they were going to do that to Drake May again. All that matters. So it's like, I said this today. I did a little YouTube short walking around LA today. The Celtics took Jaylen Brown, I think, third in a draft that everybody had him going 7 or 8.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, you know what? We have the third pick. We're not trading back and hoping he's there. We're just taking him here, and we think he's going to be this good. And I feel like that's what happened here, but I also don't know anybody who would have traded up to that spot. Why are you trading up? Todd's board has Campbell 12. Other people had Campbell 5. Like, once we got into the 4 through 13 range, it feels like everybody just had different rankings for every guy.
I don't disagree, but we're not. I saw your video. We're not allowed to discuss the fact that they totally mismanaged this, right? That they blew that game against the Bills by winning that game.
Can we talk about this really fast? Because they got out-tanked by a playoff team. They got out-tanked by a team that was 12-4 and somehow did it better than them. They had a coach they were going to fire that they ended up not firing until after the game. They had a third-string quarterback who was like, this is great. This is my 3-hour audition.
Right, yeah, this is my one shot.
He comes in, and here's what the Cleveland gets. They get number 5, they get a second, they get a 4th, and they get a 26 first.
Yep.
And so you think, like, what did the Pats lose by winning that game? Well, we know.
A lot.
They lost. They would have moved back 1, 2, 3 spots, second-round pick, fourth-round pick, and a 2026 pick from Jacksonville, who sucks. They stink. This is going to make them better. Yes. Are they going to go 8 and 9 next year? Like that? Like, worst case scenario, that's the 15th pick in the draft. And
this is a national. This is a national show, and I would like to point out Giants fans who are sitting there watching. Like, they did the same thing. They could have had Cam Ward.
Yeah, but I watched that game, and Drew Lock was just awesome, and Seattle sucked. And I bet on Seattle, and it was frustrating. This was different. This was Buffalo outthinking a team that all they had to do was just hand the ball off and run guys into the middle of the line for 4 quarters, and we would have the first pick in the draft and all of this halts. But I'm done. I'm moved on to a guy with 32 and 7/8 inch arms. I'm happy.
At least it drove the value up for Milton for that trade, so that's good. I mean,
I guess that's great. 15 spots. That was great. But the other thing is, like, if you're trading with Jacksonville, like, you want to do that. Like in the NBA, you want to trade for Sacramento. It's like,
that's good business.
Trade with the Kings.
Well, especially with that owner and then the 36-year-old rambunctious. I give him credit though.
Who runs a wrestling federation for his full-time job, and he's like, Travis Hunter. It'd be cool if we got him. He thinks he's like playing a video game.
I mean, he may have just drafted Shohei Ohtani though.
Gonna sell tickets.
I did kind of enjoy it. I mean, didn't your mind immediately drift to Michael Thomas and Travis Hunter on the field together? Like, that's kind of a nightmare.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the only job that you came in to do, if you're Liam Cohen, the new head coach, is to fix Trevor Lawrence. This is a hell of a way to start that process.
But you guys thought this was a better trade for Cleveland, though, right? I mean, this is a team that need assets everywhere. They're screwed left and right. Like, you might as well turn this into a bunch of stuff.
In the long run, absolutely.
Potentially. I always get nervous about that because it's great in terms of picks, but you got to still pick the right guys.
I mean, the only reason
we can look back and be like, oh, wow, they blew that trade. How did they blow it?
The only reason they make this trade, yes, there's a lot of other assets, and now they can move around, and this draft is really deep this year in the 3rd, 4th round range, but they made this deal for one reason. They were not in love with any of the quarterbacks and really didn't love. And that's why you've heard so much about the Giants and Jackson Dart and New Orleans sitting at 40 behind them and Jackson Dart. And we're in for it tonight. They're going to play chicken. One of those two organizations are going to move up, I believe, and take Jackson Dart. But you
sad
haven't.
game of chicken. Really, it's
I
like
don't know.
two guys in Pintos driving toward each other. It's not they don't have nice cars.
But
It's brutal.
but they're not in love with any of these quarterbacks, and that's obvious when you pass on one and two. But even they didn't even love one enough to say we'll get a guy that we think we can develop. This is for next year. This is for Garrett Nussmeier. This is for quarterback next year. It's that first round pick next year is the reason why Andrew Berry made that pick or that choice to trade down.
I mean, that makes sense, but I mean, it's a dangerous game to play when you start doing that.
You know what's interesting, Bill? All this intel, all these people I talked to in the league.
Ooh,
I think we just lost them. I'll say this to you: all the conversations leading up, right? Even it took a while to get it out, but in the last 48 hours, I've been telling you, in the last 48 hours, I got. I mean, they did say when Bill was done, he'd let us know he's done. Maybe that's him letting us know.
I was too negative.
No, but I was told Jacksonville could move up. Right? We've known everything so far. The first bit of the first action. And I saw you commenters, and you're absolutely right. I told you Ashton Ginty is actually not going to be the pick at 6.
Yeah.
That was the first bit of information. And so I credit to John Spytek, the general manager, getting that out subtly, that no, we're going a different spot. And then to sit there at 6 and white knuckle it, and hope that information that got to Schefter, got to me, got to some other people, got to enough people. And the Kelvin Banks stuff, we all were played for the fool.
Right.
And I do think Kelvin Banks would have been the pick over Membu had Ginty gone 5.
Right.
Okay?
You got to play the board.
But great job by Vegas sitting tight, waiting, and they get their guy. And you know what? We said it for months, and then we had to back off of it. We were right. The late information was right on Mason Graham in Jacksonville. That's one that I'll look back on. Absolutely wrong. Ginty 6 to the Raiders, and now Pete Carroll gets his Marshawn Lynch, gets his beast mode, right?
Right.
What's interesting to me about the
hopefully gives them the ball.
The Raiders is
Super Bowl on the line.
They think they're closer than the rest of the league thinks they are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right. We said he was a luxury pick for all these teams. Apparently, the Raiders think they're running back away.
Because you just brought in a turning 35-year-old quarterback, right?
Mm-hmm.
In Geno Smith. One of the worst offenses in the league a year ago, but you bring in Geno, massive upgrade at quarterback. You bring in Ashton Ginty, massive upgrade at running back. And now you're kind of cooking. The wide receiver core from top to bottom sucks. Jacoby Myers had a great year last year.
How do you really feel, Todd?
Jacoby Myers had a great year last year, okay?
Yep.
Brock Bowers is awesome. But and I'm looking at their picks. They're going to have to address, and they're going to have to bring in another wide receiver, but they have other needs. With Vegas, I think I had wide receiver as actually the number one need. Okay. They pick again at 37. We mentioned a couple same names: Luther Burden, Missouri, the Deebo Samuel comp, big physical receiver, Jaden Higgins, almost 6'4", almost 220. Out of Iowa State. So that may be the direction they go there, but offensive tackle, if there's one that drops, that could be the direction as well, because their offensive line it's got issues. Their guards especially. Fascinating. What a great start to this draft.
Yeah. I mean, we thought this was going to be boom,
all right,
boom,
let's and Armand Membu just went.
Yeah, to the Jets. Which, by the way, the right move for the Jets.
All right, we're getting caught up. It was great having Bill on. I don't know if he's going to come back or not, but absolutely love having him on his perspective. The biggest upset. Okay, Bill is I like the way I'm an Irish goodbye guy. Okay, this is Todd's best available. Okay, Tyler Warren, tight end, still on the board. Jalen Walker, edge rusher, bunch of edge rushers, including Shamar Stewart, Mikel Williams, James Pierce Pierce will be interesting to see if he slides a little bit because of the character stuff. But also in there, the 2 tight ends, I should say. Tyler Warren is number 1 available. 4 on the still available list. Colston Loveland. All right. Jihad Campbell, he could fall tonight because of the injuries. Mm-hmm. He's ranked where he's ranked because that's the player. But the injury stuff is pretty significant, and the closer we got to the draft, the more I really do think he could fall. He could be at top of the best available list for a while tonight, okay, when we get there. Jahdae Barron, who I love, could be there a while too. You love who you love. Walter Nolan could be there a while. Character issues as well. Will Johnson could be there a while. We never got to this in the pre-show. We never got to this, but I want to give you this list, Mensch.
Hit me.
I've never entered a draft in 25 years of doing this, okay, and about 17 on TV. I've never entered a draft with so many players that I consider to be 20 of the best football players in this draft. It could wind up going in the late first or fall out of the first entirely. There's so much uncertainty for different reasons, injury and character, on different reasons. I don't want to get into any of the specific things here. We're not here for that tonight. We're here to celebrate. But Will Johnson, Jihad Campbell, Mike Green, edge rusher from Marshall, James Pierce, Tennessee, Walter Nolan, Ole Miss, Derek Harmon, Oregon. Jahdae Barron's another one, too, just because is he a nickel, short arms, undersized, all that stuff. So in addition to the trades and kind of the craziness to start off, and I expect there could be more movement, and in addition to the Shedeur, is he going to 21, and is New York, the Giants, or New Orleans trading up for Jackson Dart? In addition to all those things, we're going to be staring at a board that's going to have some damn good football players on it for a long time tonight. And it's going to be because of some of the outside of the game of football stuff, injuries and character. All right. Whew.
Deep breath.
Deep breath. Let's get this back up. So right now we've got Carolina on the clock. It looks like they're making their pick. Remember I said we're going to do 7 minutes breakdown of all these teams? Whoa, was I wrong. You can't plan for the best reality TV show out there, right?
It's moving, man. Is it Williams? We're not
It's
tipping picks.
I have no idea. Oh, Tet McMillan.
Whoa.
Another surprise.
At 8.
Absolutely fascinating.
What is happening?
Hold on. Interesting. I've got other breaking news for you. We'll get to Tetero and McMillan in a second. And we'll get back to Armand Membu and that fit with the Jets. Minutes, listen to this. Minutes after Joe Shane made the announcement that the Giants are taking Abdul Carter with the 3rd overall pick, he then came out and made the announcement Kayvon Thibodeau were applying his 5th year.
Really?
Back with the Giants. I mean, there was a lot of reports that he might be a part of a trade to move up, or he's on the trade block. So now if you're a Giants fan, it's like good luck scoring. Good luck on 3rd and 8.
Yeah.
Good luck. And in that division,
I like that move.
In that division with that offense in Philadelphia, Jalen Hurts with Dak Prescott, with Jaden Daniels, you better be able to get after the quarterback. And now they've got 3 dudes. Can you imagine 3rd and 8, 3rd and 12? Those guys prowling around some NASCAR package. Whew. I like that. I like that a lot. Now let's get to Tetero and McMillan. Not my favorite player in the draft. I'm going to let you talk about his things. The size and the acrobatic catches are obvious, but what is it about this fit that you love for Carolina?
You see, listen, I think he's better after the catch than maybe some people give him credit because he's such a big guy. He's a long strider. He can catch it in stride. He can give you a little bit of something after the catch. Not going to be a guy that runs by defenses, but he'll make plays downfield. He can come down with 50-50 balls. I do agree with you. I don't think he's Drake London in terms of the aggression, the absolute, I am going to come. There's no such thing as a 50-50 ball for Drake London. It's always his ball. I see some of those things as well, but you're getting a big body receiver that can come down with 50-50 catches, gives you something after the catch, can stretch the field a little bit. He's a good player. I think this is a little rich for him. I would agree with you. but I did have him as the best receiver in this class.
Well, how about Bryce Young?
He's got to be ecstatic. This shows also not only it shows that they're investing in him, that they believe in him.
Correct. It's a commitment,
Right.
and it's a recognition.
That's got to feel good for a player who not so long ago felt like maybe he was not going to be in that franchise and was going to have to find another home.
And I thought as Bryce Young got better and started to, what a turnaround last year for Bryce Young.
Mm-hmm.
But as he started to gain confidence and the offense started to tick, the wide receiver group started to play better. And Adam Thielen, here's the bottom line is the talent's not great, and that's why Tedoroa McMillan's there. And you look at, as much as they played better last year, 62 pass catchers had more receiving yards than Carolina's leading pass catcher in Adam Thielen. All right? And he's going to be 35 years old.
Yes.
So I do like Jalen Coker.
Mm-hmm.
Holy cross, kid.
Right.
Interesting.
Great combine work.
But I like him as a 3 or 4. I
Right.
don't like him as a 2. And Xavier Legette had flashes. We're going to need more consistency. But now we got 2. We got 2 big dudes on the outside. Right? And we got Thielen in the slot. This ain't the most sudden group.
Right.
There's no ankles we're fearing defensive backs when you go play Carolina. No one's getting an ankle broken with this group. But now he's in his rightful spot, Coker as a 3-4, right? Tedoroa McMillan opposite Xavier Legette, and Thielen in the slot. Now we got some stuff here, okay?
How about Dan Morgan, the general manager, the former linebacker?
I know.
From Miami, University of Miami, and then in the NFL for years. Back-to-back. You got the job in 2024, back-to-back first-round wide receivers. I'm not sure I saw that coming.
No, that's a great point.
Right?
That's a great point. And in history, I can remember Detroit did it. Jacksonville had done it like 15 years ago or so. This was a bad idea, but the wide receiver position is such a there's such a bigger premium on it. Okay, so here's New Orleans. Okay, they pick here at 9. We talked about that 40th pick. Could they move up for Jackson Dart? I said BPA at pick number 9. BPA at pick number 9 is what they've got to do. Then if Kellen Moore wants the quarterback, go get him. Don't wait. Go get him. All right? And so as I'm looking at this thing right now, what's BPA? Tyler Warren? I did at some point think New Orleans could. You never know. The commissioner is coming to the podium now.
Here we go.
What's interesting is they just had a late workout with Jalen Walker and Mykel Williams in Athens, Georgia. And by all accounts, was it Jalen? No, Mykel didn't have the great day. And they go with Kelvin Banks Jr.
Wow.
Throw these mock drafts out the window.
Gone.
It was done when Jacksonville traded up. I thought for sure this was going to be Cam Jordan's replacement. I thought they would go with Mykel, maybe even over Jalen Walker, but they go offensive tackle. We did say, what did we say? This tackle group, the first tackle in this group, Will Campbell, would have been the 4th or 5th best tackle a year ago, okay? In that awesome group a year ago that started with Joe Alt. But they're going to fly off the board anyway. Because when you get to a certain point with these offensive tackles, it runs out. It's a drought, and you can't get one. And so if you need an offensive tackle, you got to go get one. And the Jets, who we didn't discuss, how about the Jets? Let's give the Jets 30 seconds here. The New York Jets, a few picks earlier, and they said, and what was the line? That they were flying under the veil of secrecy this year.
Right.
No more leaks.
Nothing getting out.
Nothing getting out. No more leaks. And anything that was leaked out of there was the opposite of Armand Membu. Okay? And they take Armand Membu. And now that offensive line, which was 23rd in pass block win rate, 29th in run block win rate, just got, I would argue, the second most talented offensive tackle in this class in Armand Membu. a great right tackle, a great fit in that zone scheme, and a guy that they finally now, with Elijah Vera Tucker kicked inside the guard where he rightfully belongs, Joe Tippmann at center, and they even brought in Josh Myers if Tippmann doesn't kick it into gear, Josh Simpson at guard, Olu Fashanu at tackle. The Jets, I've said this before, 3 general managers. They've gone back 3 general managers of me sitting down before the draft writing top needs, and it's a guard, it's a tackle, it's a center. Always a need. Mm-hmm. And they finally shored that up. So good for the New York Jets.
Love that pick.
And with Justin Fields and how they're going to have to run the ball, and Breece Hall, there's rumors about him on the trading block. We'll see. But Braylon Allen and Isaiah Davis, they're going to run the football. And now they brought in the best right tackle in this draft and a guy who's going to be who's a fun. Just watch him on tape, man. The way he moves in the run game. Now we kick forward to that 9th pick. We didn't even mention, we knew it wasn't going to be quarterback there, right?
Right.
But I did not know, as I just said, that it was going to be an offensive tackle, even though 29th in the NFL in pass block win rate.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And last year, they drafted Fuaga.
Right.
Talise Fuaga.
But Penning probably not going to pick up the 5th-year option.
They're not picking up and that's why I circled him here on my board. Right tackle for T. Penning did not pick up 5th-year option.
It's a move towards the future, I guess. I guess he could.
Well, he starts at guard this year.
Right, he starts at guard this year,
which is where you want him to this year.
Yeah, yeah, I like the pick because he's a good player. It's a good value pick. I'm not sure Saints fans are going to be as excited about it. I'm not sure how much. I think he helps you more next year than he does in 2025.
Yeah, and he's protecting who?
Right.
So we're going to see if they move back up at 40. Wow, this has happened fast. I love it.
Bears fans.
We got a little. Hey, they tried. We talked about the possibility of Ashton Genty. I can promise you this. Outside of Houston and then late Jacksonville, no team was talked about more. Of Ryan Poles, the general manager, trying to move up to go get Ashton Genty. And it just didn't happen. You got to remember, Cleveland moved back from 2 to 5 already. They weren't moving back again in the next team on the clock. And New England wasn't moving back that far. And you know what? Good on New England. For all the Muench bashing that's gone on with Will Campbell, at least Elliott Wolf, and I know who's making the final decisions, and I'm sure Mike Vrabel, when he said this is my guy, that's it, conversation's over. But also Elliott Wolf was probably charged with, is there any chance we can move back a little bit and still get Will Campbell? And the answer was definitively no. And we've seen this board now. 3 offensive tackles fly off the board.
And the best one might still be out there.
Josh Simmons,
yeah.
Josh Simmons. Offensive tackle at 4, offensive tackle at 7 in Membu, and offensive tackle at 9, Kelvin Banks.
3 top 10 tackles. Did you see that coming?
No.
No.
I thought Membu was actually going to slip a little bit. I knew Banks was, I was told the Raiders, but I also knew there were 2 other teams that possibly could. Chicago Bears, the pick is in. If you're watching on YouTube with us, we appreciate you doing it. They're doing a tribute to Steve McMichael.
Yep.
And I'm sure you already know the pick, but hang with us as we get it here. It's got to be Tyler Warren, right?
I think so. Some Bears fans don't think they need another tight end. For me, it's not about the need, though. They did such a good job in free agency.
I'm not going to cheat. I'm not going to look at my phone. I promise that I'm not tipping picks.
Can you imagine Caleb Williams getting a Ty Warren or Colston Loveland? Maybe that's who it is. Who's the best available on your board right now?
Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
4th overall player in this draft. Tyler Warren.
Get him at 10.
You get him at 10.
And do what I said you should have done the other day.
And
give Ben Johnson a weapon.
And listen,
don't give a defensive tackle.
I was yelling at Bears fans because they were going to have the choice potentially if Ted McMillan went 5. they were going to have the choice of Ashton Ginty and Tyler Warren. But even then we asked.
It's Loveland.
It's Loveland.
Interesting.
We've been warned of that. This is great. It makes more sense, honestly.
Yeah.
It does. Like for the vast majority of teams, but Cole Kmet already existing.
Right.
It makes sense because your new coach, man.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Johnson. We said it a lot. Like, imagine him cooking up in the lab. 12 personnel. Same things apply whether it's Tyler Warren or Colston Loveland. I want to get into Colston Loveland because I think people always just look at him. Oh, Colston Loveland, he's the second best tight end in this class. What Colston Loveland is the best at is separating as a receiver. I wrote nearly Bowers level separation on his routes.
High praise.
Can't get higher praise. He just set every rookie record for a tight end, Bowers did. Okay? Excellent hand-eye coordination. The ability to adjust, go up and get the ball. I didn't think they used him down the field as much, okay? And he just turned 21 years old. Lovin is 6'5" and 3/4, 248 pounds. He's going to get to about 255, 257, stronger. He's going to improve as a blocker because he's not much of one yet. I mean, Muench thinks he's a better blocker than I do. I
like the effort. I've heard that if a tight end is willing, you can work with him.
He only had 2 drops in 2024, okay? And that, with those quarterbacks. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
93rd percentile in separation skills. If you don't trust what I'm saying, trust
the analytics.
Trust the analytics because they match up perfectly here. They don't always. At the top of his stem, his ability, like it's like watching a big receiver. It's like watching almost a Mike Evans or someone.
Mm-hmm.
The ability to get out of breaks and the ability to create separate. Tight ends usually get late separation. They box out. They find soft spots in zone. They're able to utilize their length and kind of wedge guys or give a little nudge to, at the top of their stem. This guy does it with his feet. That's what makes him different. And now all of a sudden, Chicago Bears fans, Joe Tooney, Drew Dahlman, Jonah Jackson.
Right.
So we're going to protect the middle, up the middle for our guy, Caleb Williams. Our receiving core is going to be okay.
This is what I love about the Ben Johnson hire, though. You could have gone with a receiver here if the value was here, right? But you have a guy who's so sharp offensively. All you needed was a receiving threat. It could be a tight end or a wide receiver, and he's going to figure out his offense to make it work, right? So if this receiver class was like it was last year, maybe they take another receiver like they did last year. But because Loveland's a better value here, Matthew Golden's a great player. It's a little early for him.
Absolutely right.
You have Ben Johnson, this offensive mastermind. You've just hired him. Put him to work. He can figure this out to make this the best offense it could be.
I want to remind Bears fans, as if they need any reminder, this was the worst offense in the National Football League by yards. 31st on third downs. The most punt per drive offense in the National Football League last year. They were max protection, 7+ blockers. The run game was no help. 28th in first down rushes. Ben Johnson comes in. Now you got 3 offensive linemen, veteran guys. Help protect, help run the football. Okay? You draft a tight end here who, as Muench said, and it's a brilliant point. I hope everyone heard him. This tight end is a better wide receiver than any wide receiver on the board, okay?
Right.
That's why he's there. And he's a matchup piece because now you got Cole Kmet. And we don't want to be in 7+ protections anymore. But if we got to keep one guy in, we can. But now we can create 2. We get safety valves in the middle of the field. And now we got a big slot.
Right. You talk about 12 personnel, which is right. It's 1 running back, 2 tight ends. That's what 12 personnel is.
Sorry.
In case you don't know that. But you're really multiple now because you go tempo and you don't want them to bring so you go 12 and you've got Loveland in line and they bring in a heavier set to stop the run because that's kind of what you're thinking when you see that formation. Now you don't let them sub out and you put Loveland in the slot.
Yeah, you motion them out.
Yeah, now all of a sudden it's 11 personnel with the same players on the field. That's what's great about this piece.
Yeah, and listen, DJ Moore led the team 98 catches last year in what was a dreadful season offensively for the Bears. He still had 98 catches for almost 1,000 yards. And, yeah, there were some attitudes things and all that. Keenan Allen's gone.
I hope Odunze takes the next step.
Odunze's about ready to step up, and I think in this offensive system he will, okay? And Kmet, 474 receiving yards. He's a really serviceable guy, but now he's the second feature in that passing game when it comes to the tight end position for Ben Johnson. I love this pick, but I also love this, okay? Because it would have been great, Bears fans, and everyone would have thrown a party in Chicago had you moved up and gotten Ashton Jeanty. I'm assuming that's what people wanted, but Bears fans are smart. And I also assume a lot of you out there recognize maybe that's not the best decision. Let's get a Colston Loveland. I would have thought Tyler Warren. That was my initial instinct, but this makes just as much, if not more sense. Okay? And they wanted to move up. They made calls, is my understanding. And we'll never find out for sure because who's going to admit it, but other teams will. But now Chicago still picks at 39, and they pick at 41. And I want to tell you some names that are available potentially at 39, 41. Caleb Johnson, running back, Iowa. Mm-hmm. Okay? Quinshon Judkins,
right,
running back, Ohio State.
You start stacking
Omarion Hampton's
done all year, right?
Omarion Hampton's not going to be there from UNC, and Travion Henderson's not going to be there, is my understanding. I'll be shocked if they are. But DeAndre Swift, that signing just didn't work. 18th in rush yards, but among 31 running backs last year, excuse me, with 150 carries, he was 36th. Right?
Yeah. They
30th in 10-yard runs.
They should be targeting back, yes.
In yards after contact per rush, 30th. Last in quote-unquote successful runs. And then Roschon Johnson's just he's a rotating backup. He's never going to be more than that. So I think running back with one of those picks at 39 and 41 is where they're going to be headed, so long as one of those guys is still available. And then defensively, I think Chicago's going to be looking at, defensive line. To me, it's defensive line. But this is a good pick. This is a damn good pick. And honestly, when you bring in Ben Johnson, you got to put the people around him. And that's what this organization, Ryan Poles, Ian Cunningham, assistant general manager, got a ton of respect for him. This is a great start for them. San Francisco.
I'm interested.
The pick is in. And I've been told edge.
This is another one of those pivot points I felt like.
Okay.
Come on, Raj.
It's always good TV when we're just...
Come on, man. There it is. Michael Williams, you were right.
That makes sense.
Great value. Great fits a need.
Michael Williams, the very first time we did a breakdown on him, I came away mildly underwhelmed because he was considered a top 5 prospect coming into the year. But then you do the research and you recognize that he has the ankle injury he suffered against Clemson and he gutted it out. And then you start watching his movement skills. And yeah, the production wasn't awesome, okay? He was a 3-year player, 2-year starter, 40 games played. And the production never quite matched up. 4.5 sacks as a freshman. We all thought he was going like this, ascending. You see there, Todd's targets, best combo of OT, DL in the first 2 rounds. Well, they just got the best edge rusher for their system, okay? And now back to Michael. Michael is 20 years old. He's still 20 years old when drafted, okay? He's going to turn 21 this summer in June. And his sack production wasn't great. You thought 4.5 sacks. You see all this talent, and we expect him to be like a 12, 15 sack guy, right? First of all, he had the ankle injury. Second of all, this is the thing that goes really unnoticed. He had the fewest snaps of any of the edge rushers in this class. Only 402 snaps. So the opportunity...
I thought it was Pierce. It's not Pierce, huh?
It's not. He actually had like 20 more snaps. That's why I jotted this down. He had the fewest snaps of any of the edge rushers, so the sack production wasn't there. But part of it's because he's on an ankle. You can watch. I mean, Muench, you and I talked about it. There are times you see him wincing.
Cutting it out.
But I'm betting on the traits. He's just 20. He's got the longest arm of any of the edges in this entire class, over 34 and 3/8 inches. Okay? He will long arm you to death. Wait till he goes up against Will Campbell.
Yeah.
Which won't happen for a while, playing for San Francisco. But my point is those long arms to get into guys' bodies, flatbacks. And the thing about him, too, he's a damn good run defender right now.
Right.
And that stuff travels. Like, that's coming with him to the NFL. All right? Strong at the point of attack, tough to move, excellent shooting his hands in, stacking. And as a pass rusher, we got work to do is like developing his plan, his counter moves. 14 sacks, 40 games. We talked about that. The production wasn't there. But he's got this quick inside, cross the face of the offensive tackle move. He's long. He's powerful. He just walks guys back. Oh, shit. I love this pick for San Francisco. I think everyone who's watching this knows what just happened. Hold on.
I had a really good point. It's out the window now.
Hold on 1 second. This team they need to reset in a lot of places on the defensive side. Full circle on the San Francisco defense, okay? They're on their 4th defensive coordinator in 4 years. Second straight one and out defensive coordinator, okay? So they bring in Robert Saleh, who knock him if you want, Jets fans, head coach, all that. What happened when he was gone? That defense fell apart. This guy can coach D. You got Bosa on one side. You need a guy opposite him. And San Francisco's, they got 11 picks in this draft. They're going to have to go out and get a defensive tackle. They're going to have to go out and get a cornerback. You got to go out and get a linebacker. And they also have an offensive tackle need. But I'm telling you this right now, I'll be shocked if San Francisco doesn't spend like at least 3 of the first 5 picks, but maybe it's like 4 out of 5 on the defensive side. And this is a great start. Michael Williams is going to be a great player. You know who's going to help the 20-year-old learn how to master those pass rush moves?
That's a great point.
Nick Bosa, one of the great technicians in the league right now. That's an awesome fit for San Francisco. I love that pick as you're trying to rebuild this defense that's falling apart. And if it sounds like I'm rushing through, it's because I'm rushing through. And I hope 49ers fans know that's about all I wanted to share on that pick, and we'll get back to you in round 2. But I'm not going to sugarcoat stuff when it happens. And I think that I get what Dallas is doing, and I get everyone says you get to pick 11 through 35 is all the same. But I don't see. And I also know that Teteroa McMillan, who they coveted, was not there. But I do not see how you draft guard Tyler Booker at pick 12 if you're the Dallas Cowboys. I just don't see it. There's plenty of good guards, whether it's a converted tackle moving to guard or a true guard playing guard that you can get in day 2 of the draft. And Dallas is straight up the board. If I remember correctly, they pick at 44-76. They could get a guard at 44.
Yes.
Meant you could find me a guard at 76.
Yes.
Tyler Booker, the human being, Tyler Booker, the football character, he is the closest thing coming out of Alabama since Will Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone raves about this guy. He's amazing in terms of like the leadership. Legendary speech to this team. Nick Saban's gone. Kalen DeBoer comes in. It wasn't the same regime. There's different ways to win and to coach, right? Nick's was different than Caleb's. Caleb, it sounds like I'm saying he was running a looser ship. I'm not saying that. It was just different. And there were some players that thought, oh, Dad's gone. Nick's gone.
Yeah.
We can. And he held a speech or held a meeting for the team and gave a legendary speech. Everyone in Tuscaloosa knows about it. He grabbed the team together and he told them about the accountability to be an Alabama football player and broke some grown men in that locker room down. And so I love that. And I love what he's about. And I love him as a run blocker. And I love him in this scheme. There's not many teams that are run that pure gap power. Okay? And he's strong. And he'll help in the run game.
But
you can't draft this guard
This early.
this early.
He's not Quentin Nelson.
He's not Quentin Nelson.
Quentin Nelson is as nasty as people remember Quentin Nelson being. He's an athlete.
And I wrote down here the gap-heavy teams. This would work with Dallas, Green Bay, Rams, Vikings, Titans. So it works. I get all of this, but I want to share something with you folks. And it is what it is. He had the worst all-around workout of all offensive linemen. There were like 60-something offensive linemen at the Combine this year. A 27-inch vertical, 7'10" broad jump, and 21 bench press were all the worst. Not guards, not interior offensive linemen, all offensive linemen. On tape, I don't see the quickness, the mirror.
Great length, great toughness, great smarts. He makes up for a lot of his weaknesses, but at the end of the day, there's still those flaws that can get exposed in the NFL.
And so I'm not. Here's what I hope it's important for Cowboys fans to understand this. He's going to be a damn good starting guard for you for a long time. He's going to bring leadership, and he's going to bring all that stuff that we talked about Will Campbell's bringing to New England. I think Booker's bringing more. I actually think he's a better leader. I actually think he's got I love this guy. But when you're drafting a guard at 12, it better be a guard that is not putting on the worst athletic and all around workout of all offensive linemen at the Combine.
It's the year of the guard. I should be happy.
Yeah, you should. And honestly, it's not about Booker there. It's about what could have been in the place of this. And I'm looking at this Dallas team, and they need wide receiver. And I love Matthew Golden. If they don't love Matthew Golden, go in a different direction. But they need edge, man.
Yeah.
And we're looking at a board now with Jalen Walker, Shamar Stewart,
James Pierce,
Mike
Green.
And I get there's character things. And Shamar Stewart, the production wasn't great. And Jalen Walker's, I guess, the same guy. So, we can figure out the reasons why it led them there, and they probably tried to trade back. But take best available. Take Tyler Warren. Jake Ferguson I know it sounds ridiculous. I'm not saying to actually do it. But bring in Jalen Walker and use him as another versatile piece.
Just don't do that. I get it's a need. But it's a major reach for a need, and it's not your most pressing need, and you can find other ways to address that problem. Don't do that. Again, I'm not against people being.
What about getting just a great damn football player in Jahdae Barron?
Yeah.
And Walter Nolan. This isn't a ministry we're running in Dallas. Some places it's this isn't like a church group.
No.
In Dallas. So pick your poison with some of the character stuff. James Pierce, Mike Green, Walter Nolan. One of them has to meet the standard. I don't know.
Yeah,
I get and I respect and I like every other pick so far. 12 for Dallas is the first time where and again, you shored up an offensive line, and it's like let's dive into it. But it's already the fifth best run blocking unit if you're going by run blocking win rate. Sorry, but it's the 24th best in pass blocking win rate. And we just brought in an offensive lineman that is not the most athletic guy. And I get what happened in the offseason. I'm not ignorant to it. Zach Martin retired. Yep. Tyler Guyton, he started at left tackle, did a good job. Terrence Steele did a good job, but still needs work. Terrence Steele struggled. But Tyler, you've got a left guard who's a stud. So now we just drafted at 12 overall a right guard. And people who don't know, left guard's the premium. It's like left tackle versus. You just drafted a right guard at 12. Okay, I'll move on.
Yeah.
Who's up, Mensch?
The Dolphins just took Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle from Michigan. Great fit for their scheme because he can move up and down the defensive line, and he's got a really high ceiling. I would have gone in a different direction. I think Derek Harmon can do some of the same things that he does. Maybe he doesn't have the ceiling, but definitely has a higher floor. So I don't mind the pick because he's a talented player who fits in need and is a great fit for them. But I would also say if you're nitpicking, there are probably better options at this point in the draft. He's just a little inconsistent for me on film.
Oh, I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. But but the good Lord in heaven above.
You love this line. I love it too.
Only makes so many 331-pound men that actually can move the way that Kenneth Grant does.
Right.
Okay. And yes, I saw the flaws. I think there's inconsistency when it comes to Kenneth Grant in terms of his viciousness. There's some plays where you see it, like he's decided to go. I will say this though, and there are other plays where he doesn't. But I will say this: they played a ton of snaps. I don't know if I have it written down here. I should, but he played an outrageous number. He and Mason Graham played an outrageous number of snaps. So when you're 331 at 6'3" and 5/8 inches, you gotta decide when you're going to go or not. There you see top traits: smooth moving behemoth, space plugger, but with some range when he's fresh. When he decides to go, here's the thing that I think is most important for Miami Dolphins fans: he's not Dexter Lawrence, I promise you. But I want you to remember back, Dexter Lawrence coming out of Clemson was not Dexter Lawrence now.
Right.
These big guys are hard to find. I gave Mench a speech the other day. Think about when you walk around the grocery store, go out to restaurants, in your day-to-day life. How many 330-pound human beings do you see? Almost none. Then I want you to think about how many of those dudes are still hungry. And I don't mean like have an appetite, like motivated. Most of them are 331 pounds, got there because they're not motivated and driven. How many of those 330-pound guys are athletic? And I promise you, not any of them that you're walking around, you see in everyday life. My point is, this pool of human beings is so small. And when you find a 6'3.5", 331-pounder with 10 and an eighth inch hands that runs a 5.07 40-yard dash, you develop him.
Right.
And that's what happened with Dexter Lawrence. And Dexter Lawrence has become almost a sack machine, dude.
Yeah.
Okay? And I'm not saying he's that level, but I am saying there are flashes when I watch the tape and I see some of that, like Jalen Carter, Dexter Lawrence. Holy shit. This man that big should not be able to run down a running back from behind. Shouldn't be able to get to the sideline when he decides to go. So now you go to the league and you're not playing 700 snaps. I think it was like 730 snaps or something crazy. And so now you get to the league and you're playing 50 snaps a game. No, not even. What am I talking about? He'll play 35 as a rookie, something like that. TV timeouts. He'll get those flashes now become who he is as a player. I like that pick for Miami.
Yeah, they'll move him around a little bit too. He'll play that 4-eye there a little bit, kick inside for a more traditional defensive tackle spot for the pass rush. He's a good player, man. I would have gone Derek Harmon.
Yeah, I know you would have.
You would have too, right?
But Derek Harmon has some the injury stuff is a little bit.
That's a good point. We don't know what we don't know.
And that list, man, I'm starting to get nervous because it's starting to play out the way some people told me.
Right.
Let me pull up that list.
I know you're
again.
excited to talk about the next one, though.
I know. Give me 1 second. Will Johnson, Jahad Campbell, Mike Green, James Pierce, Walter Nolan, Derek Harmon. That's the list of players that all are top 20 for all of them. Harmon, I think I had it 20. Let me look right now. 23. So 23 of the best football players in this draft could all be pushed late first and some into the second round. So that's a trend we'll be watching throughout tonight. All right, Miami, you got a really good. I just like that fit for them.
Right.
They've got a bunch of needs. They need corner. Jalen Ramsey's on the way out. Teron Armstead retired. They need corner and offensive tackle, but they also they've got to get tougher versus the run. And they've lost some guys. And now you got Zach Siegler, right?
Mm-hmm.
With this big cat up front. I just like it.
How about the Colts don't have to move and they get their guy?
Unbelievable.
Get their guy, the
Unbelievable.
the best tight end in this class.
Unbelievable. I love this.
Oh, look at that. That's cool.
I love the fact Muench is now watching the draft. He's not participating.
Not true. Not true.
He's not participating.
That is not
he's
true.
watching the draft. Can we get you guys? Can we get some like food delivery for Muench? Tyler Warren. I said this the other night in my mock draft.
You've had him here for forever.
In the mock draft, I put him here, and that mock it's not worth the paper is printed on. But $1 is less than the paper it costs to print. So McShay report, Google it, subscribe.
Sprint.
We got a bunch coming out. Sprint to the podium. $1. You get to the end of tomorrow night. Okay? And that deal's off the table, and you can't get them. You're going to come back and you're going to be like, McShay, can I just get the $1 so I can the way too early mock draft? By the way, of all the stuff that I do, I did at ESPN.com, all the stuff.
Yeah, it's the
Kuiper
biggest,
and I used to be like the top of the
biggest amount of
subscriptions
hits.
because of the mock drafts. You know, the thing that was viewed the most, which is crazy,
Yep.
the way too early.
Right.
So you're going to want to get involved if you like this. If you like this stuff, Tyler Warren, I had him going 14. Here's what's interesting to me. Okay, you look back at Shane Steichen.
Right.
And I said, because there were some, because in my mock draft, I had Colson Loveland maybe falling a little bit. And I thought Denver was going to go trade up for him. And so I had Denver taking him at 20. So I had Warren still there. Doesn't matter. What matters is Dallas Goedert, back when he was in 2022, when he was the OC, 55 catches, 705 yards. And even the year before that, he had a lot of production. Steichen was there, I believe. Goddard looks like Tyler Warren. Like they're built similar build.
The way they run.
Similar type player. It's just Tyler Warren's a hell of a lot better than Dallas Goedert, in my opinion.
Dallas Goedert's pretty damn good, but I hear you.
And I love Dallas Goedert, but okay. I had an early second round grade on him. It was a really good grade. It was a fair grade. And Goddard has gone on to have a really good career.
Yeah,
it's exactly
he got better once he got in the league.
It's exactly what I thought Goddard could be, but he wasn't there. Warren's there. That's the difference, okay? And you look at last year for the Colts. This is not Colts fans. I'm not surprising you here, but I want you to hear these names: Kylan Granson, Mo Alley Cox, Drew Ogletree, Will Mallory. They combined 4 tight ends. It took 39 catches.
Yeah.
Okay. And now we got Warren, who comes in 56 career games, 31 starts, 153 catches, 1,839 yards, and 19 touchdowns. He also carried the damn ball 32 times.
Yeah, you hear that?
6 touchdowns.
He had 44 because he was a John Riggins fan. He runs like John Riggins.
This guy he's a big ass running back when he gets the ball in his hands. Okay, it's not. He doesn't separate. I told you, doesn't separate like Colston Loveland, but uses that frame.
Yeah, he's a good route runner for what he is.
Because he's 6'5.5", 256. All right. Strong, confident hands. I love his catch radius. 3 drops this past year. 87th percentile in drops. Plucks on the run. Everything's smooth and easy with this guy until he gets the ball, and then it's anything but smooth. He is violent. He's the closest thing coming out in the NFL draft. Tyler Warren is the closest thing coming out in the NFL draft that we have seen since Rob Gronkowski was drafted by the Patriots, okay?
He said it.
I said it, and I'll own it. And I love this spot for him because it's such a necessary spot. But my goodness, we need to find a quarterback now in Indy.
Yeah, you do. You got to figure it out. That's obvious. But I will say this. I love that both of these super talented tight ends, maybe they didn't go as early as people thought they would, or I thought they would, or they deserve to go. I love that they end up at the right spots. I think Loveland's a perfect fit for Chicago, and it's going to work out great there for him. And I think Warren's a perfect fit for the Colts. So both of these players in a position to really realize their potential.
Yeah, this is a big year. This is a big year for GM Chris Ballard. It's a big year for head coach Shane Steichen. They had to retool the defense.
By the way,
Lou Anarumo comes in.
Having a weapon like Warren should help you out in terms of those quarterbacks, too. You're going to get sorted. You're going to get it sorted out this year.
100%. This is what this is, and he's the ultimate security blanket. And by the way, the offense ran through him. It absolutely ran through
How
him
often do
in
you see
Penn
that?
State.
A tight end, the focal point of an offense.
He's not a great blocker. He needs to develop as a blocker, but he didn't. He also never had to block because like literally the offense ran through him.
It was hard to evaluate him because there weren't many reps.
How about that USC game, man? Snaps the ball, goes and catches the ball down the field. What do you have? 17 catches in that game?
It was crazy. Crazy. I will say, when you're talking about the blocking, though, the Boise State game, they had him come off the ball early on, and it did not go well. So you're right. He has to develop as a blocker.
And our good friend and recently retired, although he's going to help coach out in Division II, is Frank Leonard. Frank was with us as a O-line coach, tight end coach at Richmond, and has gone on to coach tight ends everywhere in the league, Boston College, all over the place. And most recently was at Penn State as an offensive assistant. And he texted me starting back before – it was actually January before last year's draft. He was texting me about Warren. His dad's at Richmond. He was a Richmond safety, family of sports, athletic family.
We thought Warren might come out last year.
But was telling me about his football character and how hard he works and how committed he is. I mean, you Colts fans, you are getting an awesome human being. You're getting a football just junkie. And if Frank Leonard gives you this kind of stamp on it, I promise you he's the right guy. How about this? His father, Terry, played football at Richmond Safety. I said that. Sister, Kelly, played softball at ETSU. His aunt, Tracy George, played soccer at Delaware. Grandfather, Steve Warren, played football at Wake Forest. Grandma, Julia Warren, best athlete of the whole family, played basketball at Carson Newman. And Tyler has 2 degrees in advertising and public relations and telecommunications. There it is.
Finally. Wow. We knew that Falcons needed an edge, and I
So
never
you're going
thought.
to announce the pick if you're going to jump into it. Do you understand
that's
that
what I'm
people
doing right now. I said
people
the
are
Falcons
watching?
needed it. You didn't even give me a minute. You go on for 35 minutes on every pick. I said the Falcons needed an edge, and I never thought the Georgia's Jalen Walker would last this long.
Tell us about it, Steve, because my daughter's right. I don't
So
let you speak.
here's the
enough.
concern about Jalen Walker, and maybe why he fell this far is because he is he a tweener or is he a hybrid? I think he's a hybrid. He's a hybrid off-the-ball linebacker, edge rusher. You don't take inside linebackers generally much higher than this. The positional value just isn't there. But this guy's a weapon coming off the edge. You just have to be comfortable with the fact that he's a smaller, shorter edge. And I think some teams probably were a little scared away by the frame and by the split snaps that he did play off the line a fair amount. But to me, this is a guy that's going to get after the quarterback in the NFL. And if you need a guy to give your pass rush a boost, and the Falcons definitely need that, to get him at this point in the draft, I think is a home run.
It's 6 minutes and 29 seconds left on the clock. McShay, I've talked too much, right?
Oh my God! Don't make me sweat. You know I'm new to this. Yeah. Again, this is on my board. He was the second edge. Now you'll see that he does play off the ball a lot. So how they split him up, how they use him, will be interesting to see. But when it's third down, you don't draft a guy this early. You don't draft a guy at this point in the first round for him to play off the ball linebacker.
Absolutely not.
I would thought you would love this pick. You love this player.
I do, but testy. It's dinner time.
Here we go.
No, all joking aside, I actually saw up on the screen whatever service it was less than 1% chance that Jalen Walker was still here. They said
Stays home in Georgia too, which is cool.
Let me tell you about Jalen Walker, the human being, too. That's the first thing I got a report on him. Not Jalen Walker, the edge rusher, converted from and still doing off-the-ball linebacker, not the explosive speed off the edge, not any of that. It's that this guy's the absolute alpha dog. And I got news for you. There's a lot of guys that want to be the alpha dog at Georgia. Mm-hmm. A lot of 5-star guys. They came in, they were the alpha dog in high school. They were top 5 in their class at their position. They might have been 1 in the country at their position. And Jalen Walker was the only. Michael Williams, great, loves the game, does all the right things, kind of soft-spoken. Jalen was the guy. Okay? So you're getting a player. This. How long have we been talking about Atlanta's defense? They need an edge rusher, and for goodness sakes, need like someone to take the reins of this damn defense and like let's go.
Mm-hmm.
This has been like kind of a joke. Like, they can't get after the quarterback. Where's the identity of this defense? You just drafted him. Jalen Walker's the identity of this Atlanta Falcons defense now. And I'm telling you, he's going to come in. I mean, things were so bad. 27th. It's like every year, edge rusher. Atlanta needs edge rusher. 27th in pass rush win rate. Okay? I thought this past year Ebiketie was okay, you know? But Judon, like, that was a
Didn't work
disaster.
out.
3rd round draft pick for Matthew Judon. 5.5 sacks. See ya. They signed Leonard. They signed Leonard Floyd. I get
They
it.
got to get younger. They got to get
8.5 sacks, but they need to get younger and get explosive. And this is a big. Jimmy Lake was let go as the defensive coordinator. Now they bring in Jeff Ulbrich, who's the interim head coach of the Jets. Okay, and Ulbrich,
by the way, was working with Will McDonald, another maybe not the same kind of frame, but a lighter edge rusher that really worked out for the Jets.
Yeah,
They had some smaller edges with the Jets.
He was lean.
Yeah, Ulbrich knows how to work with these guys.
Yeah, and Jermaine Johnson wasn't, but yes, and he was supposed to work with Hassan Reddick, but
Right.
that didn't really work out. But the point being, this was a desperate need. I had heard that they would kind of overlook even some of the character stuff, and maybe it was a James Pierce here, maybe it was a Mike Green here. But you get Jalen. Like, if you're a Falcons fan, this draft could not have started off better. And there's only 5 picks in total. Well, this is the first of 5, and Atlanta picks again at 46, and then you don't pick again unless there's a move until day 3 on Saturday. So this is an absolute home run. Jalen Walker, from the person, the leader, to the explosiveness on the field. Item is the second best edge in this class. Breakout season, 622 snaps off the ball, linebacker and edge combined. Butkus Award winner. 14 starts, all 14 games. 10.5 tackles for loss, team high. Team high, 6.5 sacks. You know what this guy did? I forgot this, and I'm glad I read this in my notes real quickly. He played on punt coverage because he decided he was going to. No one asked him to. You know how many 5-stars I just mentioned on Georgia? They got plenty of guys to go cover a kick, cover a punt. He played on punt coverage the entire season. It wasn't just in big games, the whole season. His explosive burst, I don't think there's anyone faster in this. And I know James Pierce runs faster and all that stuff. When he sees ball and goes to hit ball, no one gets from point A to point B faster than him. I love that pick.
Great pick.
All right, Arizona Cardinals, right?
Right.
Walter Nolan. I love it. I got news for you, folks. Walter Nolan is the most talented interior defensive lineman in this class. And yeah, there's some character stuff, and nothing horrible, no incidents necessarily, nothing to be worried about there. But I don't know where. But what I can say about Walter Nolan is he needs veteran leadership, and he needs to look at him physically first. I said most physically gifted. Hands are as quick as his feet. I love that about him on tape.
Yep.
Menacing power as both pass rusher and run stopper.
For a sub 300-pound defensive tackle, this guy's got a lot of power.
Oh, my God. You're right. 6'4", 296. My goodness. I wrote he needs a veteran defensive line group.
And who did the Cardinals just sign? Calais
Campbell. So that's honestly.
Could you think of a better guy to mentor someone coming in?
That's a great point, Muench. That's a great point.
Someone who loves that organization, went back there after being there for years.
And wants to come and help.
Right.
Not just on the field, but in
I
leadership.
love that.
And Walter Nolan, this is your shot, man. This is your shot. And people have been complaining he's been chasing the money since high school, like 3 different high schools, 2 different colleges. All like, well, now you got first round money, the 16th pick. Block out everyone. Get the externals out, okay? It's about you and your career, and it's time to focus because I'm telling you, Walter Nolan has talent to be one of the top 5-7 defensive tackles in the NFL. If Calais and the guys can develop him and get him right and get him focused on this all the time. I want to also say this about Walter Nolan, and I've said there's a delineation line for me. Like, one of the reasons I didn't love Tetaroa and McMillan as some other people is because I saw it on tape. I heard the reports about only gave it in practice this past year when scouts were in town. When Jed Fish wasn't there, foot on throat, he wasn't going to do it. And then I saw it on tape. I wouldn't have known about that stuff had it not been for the background check, the background stuff that we do. But I saw it on tape. I've said to you when I was done with this tape, lack of focus, lack of attention to detail,
doesn't run every route
quitting on
way.
routes. There's something about the temperament, and that's why everyone was comparing him to Drake London. And I was saying he's not the same dog. Well, with Walter, yeah, there's not consistency the other 6 days because of a lot of stuff that's honestly not his fault. Externals, okay? Let's just put it that way. So now it's time to go and bring it, isolate your life, move on, block everyone else out, and get there. Because I never saw on tape him take a freaking snap off. This guy plays his ass off. He wants to be great. He just has not had the supporting cast around him to allow him to flourish and go be great. So now go lock yourself on with Calais, right?
Yeah.
Get in the off-season program, work out, learn from him.
I mean, I wrote in my report, good luck blocking him with one man, and then good luck blocking him with 2 sometimes. That he's that kind of a player that you got to account for him on every single play. And I know that some people are concerned about the pass rush, and it's maybe not there yet. All the tools, including the motor, all of the tools are there for him to be a disruptive pass rusher in the NFL.
And they needed linebacker. They needed cornerback. They went with Walter Nolan, and a position they need. All
starts up front though.
Dalvin Tomlinson and Calais Campbell, like that. That's not going to last long. They drafted Darius Robinson, first round last year. But this group has a chance to be really damn good next year. And You're right. It does all start up front, and you'd like to believe Jonathan Gannon just got a serious piece of that defense that they can help them build around and get towards the future. I just got a report for Tucker. Thank you for everyone who's been here. I said I wanted to get to 100,000 tonight. We're at 112,000.
Awesome.
What's up? Thank you. I feel like it's like a telethon.
Worst high five ever. Let's go.
Thank you for the support. Yeah, there was no click clack in there. But that's awesome. We appreciate it. This is the first time we're doing it. We're learning on the fly. We're not perfect, but I'm having a blast. I hope you're having fun, and I hope you guys are having fun watching with us.
Let me twist in the wind for a minute there.
I know. I just stopped down. That was not good. That was not good TV, as they say. Bengals are on the clock. Love that pick from Arizona. Let's look at the board when we have a second
I think
here.
this might be your best available coming off here.
Let's look at the board when we have a second here in terms of best available. But Walter Nolan just came. Look at how quickly. Hey, and thank you to everyone who's watching and the support all week long, all month long, all 6 months long, dating back to October 22nd when we started this venture. It has been awesome to see the response that we've gotten and how much we've grown even in the last month and especially in the last 5-6 days. So thank you, and we're going to keep growing this thing, and we hope that you're here to stay. Also, Tucker, Dan, Conor, Eduardo, Jonathan,
Mark,
and everyone else. Felipe, Matt James, this is an awesome group that we're working with. The fact that I just call up call that up. And what happens? Call it up, best available, Cincinnati Bengals on the clock, best available. It all lines up.
It's almost like you know what
Shamar
you're doing.
Stewart, Texas A&M edge rusher.
I like when we get to talk about players that over the course of the process were exciting for us. And this was a guy that we watched in a hotel room in Mobile,
Yes.
Alabama, and both looked at each other
Yes, Mensch.
and like, you know, it was pretty quiet, to be honest with you. And then you put out a video on X where I couldn't rewind all of a sudden and all that.
Yeah, you suck with the remote.
But it was still great. I mean, this was a guy that when you look at the numbers, you might think to yourself, like, what are we doing here? He's just, the production's not great in terms of the numbers. By the way, the pressure numbers are really good. And that's something that we, or me specifically, we need to lean into going forward, what those pressure numbers look like. But when you look at the sack production, you're not blown away, right? Do you have the numbers there? Do you know?
Yeah, of course. I'll give you all of it. I'm a believer in this guy.
It's the tape. We have always been about the tape. And what's the tape tell you?
The tape tells me that he is arguably the most traitsy player in this entire draft.
Right.
If you're talking about the full picture, okay? Shamar Stewart is 6'5", 267 pounds. He has arms that a lot of these left tackles that we're talking about with 33-inch arms, they would kill to have. 34 and an 1/8-inch arms. Listen to these traits. We'll get to all the rest of it in a minute. At that size, 267 pounds, 6'5", this top end speed at 4.59 is rare. He had top 5 results in all edge rushers in the 40-yard dash, which was fourth, 10-yard split. I always told you, and that goes back to like all the years of scouting and Bill Polian telling me how he built those defenses. He needed closers, and how did you find closers on turf, as he was saying back then? Think Dwight Freeney and the rest. Sub 1/6 second 10-yard splits. That's where he could identify it, and he wouldn't draft a guy for that defense if they ran 1.61 or above.
Right.
Shamar ran a 1.58, and he did it at 267
That's
pounds.
like a wide receiver time.
Yeah. Broad jump, 10.7 or 10.11, best. Vertical jump, 40 inches, second best of all edge rushers, okay? Right off the jump, he's an outstanding run defender. He's tall, he's long, he's physical. He is nasty in terms of his effort and his fight. He just fights through everything, okay? And here's where with Trayvon Walker, and these are similar traits, and Trayvon Walker was the number 1 overall pick. I have Shamar Stewart at 7 in this class, okay? And I put him at 7 knowing he might fall to the late first. I put him at 7 knowing that Shamar Stewart on a lot of teams' boards is in the 20s. I put him at 7 knowing that like every defensive lineman that I talk to, including like Pollock and everybody else, they don't like this guy because he doesn't get home. And and scouts, a lot of scouts didn't like this guy.
Right.
And didn't believe in this guy. But when you study him on tape, the difference between him and some other guys that haven't worked out, and I want to remind you, Rashawn Gary was talked about the same way. Didn't have great production at Michigan. Look at him now in Green Bay. Daniil Hunter was talked about the same way. 1.5 sacks his final year at LSU. 3rd-round pick it cost him. Look at him now. Trayvon Walker struggled his rookie year. Took him a little bit. I think like 5.5 sacks. You know what he's done the last 2 years in Jacksonville? And I'm not saying, listen, take Aiden Hutchinson number 1. They should have. But Trayvon stayed healthy, and that's why John Dorsey took him there. And while staying healthy, he's improved in the last 2 years. Trayvon Walker's got 20.5 sacks the last 2 years. So Shamar Stewart is tracking along with those guys. The other part of it is I didn't see in Trayvon Walker the torso flexibility.
Right.
One of the biggest keys when studying pass rushers is when they have a power element to their game. Some guys are straight line power. Yes, they can jack you up and they can walk you back. But what I tell you about offensive tackles, they're like, yeah, fine. Bring a tank at me. I don't care. I'll sink my hips in. I'll lean back and I'll be ready for it. But the difference is when you have flexibility to get him up like that and then to work around and to advance the rush while still engaged, that's what great pass rushers do. Now, his instincts and his awareness and locating the ball sometimes is frustrating, but that can grow over time. He also was using a defensive scheme where he's holding the gaps and kind of it's gap control and then work off of that. Same thing with Trayvon Walker at Georgia. I think this guy has actually more pass rush upside than Walker did coming out of Georgia. And you talked about the hurries. Only 1.5 sacks last year, like Danielle Hunter's final year at LSU, but 33 hurries.
Right.
So he's getting there. And then the motor. I want to finish that story that Muench. And I know we got Gray Zabel just got drafted by Seattle. Good for my mock draft. Great for John Dorsey in Seattle. We'll get to that in a minute. When we were watching tape in that hotel room in Mobile, Alabama, one of the games we were watching was Missouri.
Right.
The game at that time was 24 to 3.
It was a lot to a little.
On snap 48, 45. And I kept going like snaps 45 to 55, okay? In that play, the 45th defensive play snap for Texas A&M through snap 55. It's 24 to 3, and then later in that 10-play sequence, it's 31 to 3. And this guy's playing like it's the fourth quarter in a 3-point game in the CFP National Championship. And when I talked to a GM that I respected this last week, when I said I've got him at 7, I know I'm going to get burned on draft night. He's not going that high, but tell me you at least see some. And he said, I've got him in our top 10. And he said, because this guy, he goes, and I told him the Missouri story of you and I. Told him the story. I said, we were sitting in a hotel room in Mobile, and that's what got me was the motor. And
I was surprised he was in the game.
He goes, you probably didn't watch every other snap. He goes, because we're considering him. It's every snap of every game, including the games that were blowouts at teams that didn't matter.
And then you saw, I know the way he left the Senior Bowl was unfortunate, but when he was there, the competitiveness was outrageous.
So the Bengals, with remember, Trey Hendrickson, that situation, I have to believe they're going to get that figured out. And now we get something to cook with.
I hope they find a way to keep Hendrickson.
The Bengals were 27th in sack percentage last year. 21st in pressure percentage. So if nothing else, we're climbing up in pressures. Hendrickson, and it was Hendrickson, then everybody else. He led the NFL in sacks and pressures last year, okay? He led the freaking league in sacks and pressures, yet they were 27th in sacks. It's because there were 36 sacks total.
Yeah, I hope they figure out a way.
He had nearly half of them, 17 and a half. Now you got a guy opposite him. And this is a defense that there's no money left. It's got to be here. It's got to be tonight and tomorrow night and Saturday. There's no money left. They can't take care of Hendrickson right now because we backed up the Brinks for Joe, as we should have, and for Jamar, as we should have, and for T, as we maybe should have.
I'm not a cap guy. There's no way they can do it.
With Hendrickson?
Yeah.
Yeah, they can do it. They can do it.
I feel like there's always a way, right?
They need to get Howie Roseman's cap guy. All right, moving on. Zabel, Seattle.
Another guy, right? The draft starts in Mobile. It certainly did for him.
And it ends in L.A. And I think
LA.
We're telling that story tonight, baby. Seattle. I wrote this down today. The offensive line is a mess for Seattle. Gray Zabel comes in. The biggest thing in my report in Gray Zabel, I put at the very top, he just moves differently than every other interior offensive lineman in this draft. Yes, he's only a great fit in a zone blocking heavy scheme. Well, you found one there in Seattle. It's perfect. He's smart. He's tough. He's nasty. He's a brawler. He moves differently than every other offensive lineman. You see it here in the top traits. And 5-position flexibility plus Senior Bowl standout. And why is the Senior Bowl standout thing important? Because when you look back, and when you're a small school guy, you're watching tape against guys that aren't playing in the league every week almost. Just about every week. And so you're like, yeah, this is awesome. And he moves really well. And he's getting some push. And he's not a guy who's going to drive you, but he's going to get in position, get his hands in, bring his hips around. I'll let Muench tell you all the specifics. But bigger picture with him, he goes down to the Senior Bowl, and that's the opportunity. These small school guys, especially in the trenches, they've got to shine at the Senior Bowl. He goes down there, and like Teron Armstead, right? Cody Mock, and all the guys before him, Quinn Miners.
I mean, that list, those two names alone would be enough.
He goes down there. Ali Marpet, Dylan Raydunes, Dylan and Cody, both from North Dakota State as well, all went down there and kicked ass. And you know what he did? He looked across at Georgia, Ole Miss, Tennessee, Omar Norman Lott, Walter frickin' Nolan, who just got drafted slightly ahead of him, Uman Mielen from Ole Miss, Jared Ivey from Ole Miss, going up against these guys, okay, practice and then the game. Not only did he kick their ass so badly that he went from like a third rounder to a first rounder, he was voted by all the scouts as the best player, practice week player in the entire place. And so now he's the next in line of all those great guys. None of them, I don't believe, went as high.
I don't think so.
No, they didn't. I'm just looking at the list again. None of them went as high. 453 pass block snaps in 2024, 1 sack allowed, 2 QB hits. I know you love those numbers. But
you always get a little carried away with these guys, though. He cannot play offensive tackle in the NFL.
I know. I said 5. Okay, so let me expand. He is a guard or center who in a pinch can play tackle. But he's got 32-inch arms. He's not going to hold up on the outside. But I want to remind you that this offensive line is a mess. 28th in run blocking win rate. 21st in pass block win rate. And to be honest with you, they weren't even that good. They had a damn good quarterback behind him getting the ball out because Geno Smith's a veteran, knows what he's doing. Other than Charles Cross, what's to
Abraham
like?
Lucas is a good player. He hasn't been healthy. He is a good player.
Correct. Yes,
So
but
you
missed 9 games. So now you get Lucas back.
And you hope that he stays healthy. And if he does, you're okay. That's why this is a great pick, because your problems really are the middle of that offensive line.
Yeah, but remember, Laken Tomlinson left.
Right.
Connor Williams retired out of nowhere.
In the middle of the season.
And what do you think he's going to be best at in the league?
I think he could be I really believe he could be an all-pro center. I think it might take him some time. I don't think it's as easy as maybe some others might say, oh, he snapped here, he snapped there. He's just going to move inside the center. It takes more time than that to adjust to a new position. But when you look at the athletic traits, the way he moves, how quick he is, how balanced he is born to play center, in my opinion. He's just got to be able to get the snapping down. In the meantime, I think you have a starting guard.
Seattle. Awesome start. You got 4 more picks, 50, 52, 82, 92, but we got to go somewhere. Hey, let's not forget, when we wrap things up on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday for this year's draft and start to move on to next year's and everything else we're doing, let's not forget to pull that clip when Muench said, there's no way he goes in the first round. Or I bet him that he absolutely would.
Okay. All right.
When Muench has been, I forgot about the whole
That's
bet.
not what I said.
I forgot.
That's not what I said.
What did you say?
I said he shouldn't go in the first round.
Well, the man that
I can't control what people do.
The man that shouldn't go in the first round just went. Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver, goes pick number 19 overall.
It's the good guy draft. We're all just drafted good guys.
To the Tampa Bay Buccaneer. Yeah, when you have all those players I'm talking about with injuries and character issues.
It's really showing up. It is really showing up.
I promise you.
Yeah.
So that's 2 of that's 3 of the highest character, best interviews you've ever had. Like, there are reports literally coming out. Emeka Egbuka, Will Campbell, Tyler Booker,
right.
3 of the best interviews like I've ever had.
It's the good guy draft.
It's the good guy draft in a draft full of bad of
questions.
Of issues.
Right. Good player, by the way. I hate that I'm going to get painted as a guy who doesn't like this guy.
I don't care. I'm done with that. It was for the bit. Let's move on. The wide receiver. This is interesting, right? You talk about a commitment the Buccaneers have in this offense and their quarterback.
How you doing, Baker?
And Baker Mayfield. And Baker. And you know what? It's needed. If you're going to make a run in the playoffs, it's going to be on Baker's shoulders. And Mike Evans missed 3 games last year of injuries, not getting any younger. But, I mean,
still stud.
I'm stud. He just found he pulled off at the very, very end, and call it what you want. But the 1,000-yard streak is alive, right? With Jerry Rice, tied with Jerry Rice. 11 straight years with 1,000 yards, but getting to, I don't want to say towards the end, but he is on the back. He's in the back 9. Okay, Then you get Chris Godwin, one of the best receivers in the NFL, but he dislocated his ankle. All right?
Yeah, they worried about that?
I
Because
would
when you're looking at it, they re-signed him. Remember, because the story was that New England
I know.
offered him the world
Yes.
and couldn't get him out of Tampa.
And you got Jalen McMillan, who's been just okay.
Jalen McMillan's pretty good for a rookie, man.
Yeah.
For a third-round pick.
Who is just okay.
Oh, man, I'm higher on Jalen McMillan than you are.
But I'm saying now you got Ibuka. And now you got 4 receivers when everyone's healthy and right. And, excuse me, here's the thing with Ibuka. You think about Ohio State, right? And I get most of them didn't play, but he's the school record with 205 career catches at Ohio State.
That's not nothing.
Wide receiver U. Now, LSU fans would argue, and certain other schools will argue. I want to explain this. It was Haskins' year. It was Nick Bosa's year, the NFL draft. There were other star players coming out in that draft. I was at Ohio State's Pro Day, okay? And ESPN wanted me to talk about anybody but Terry McLaurin. But the only people, the only player that people in that building wanted to talk to me about was Terry McLaurin. And then he goes out and runs like a 4.4 something, like a better time than people thought. And then I got more people coming over. I got like the cafeteria workers. I got like the equipment staff. Like Terry's the guy. Terry's the guy. And look at what he's gone on to do. It's the same stuff now in Columbus about Emeka Egbuka. And I gave this comparison. And it's outlandish, but I stick by it. Like, yeah, you can go in the club and there's like the hot one, right? Girl or guy. I'm assuming a lot of our crowd is males, but we got some females here too. So you go in the club and there's like the rich guy who looks good and all that stuff, right? And you go in the club and there's that really, really hot woman, right? And like they jump out. They got traits that jump out. When you watch Emeka Egbuka on tape, and you're like, maybe first round, if you just like dropped in this plane and you start looking at him, you're like, he's not the tallest, not the biggest, not the strongest, not the fastest. He doesn't break ankles. What? Then you compare that to like the girl in the crowd that you hang out with in a group of friends, and you guys are always hanging out and you're having fun, and she makes you laugh, and then something happens and you need something, she's there for you, and you're having a bad day and she picks you up, and then you kind of really like, I like who I am around this person. I trust this person. Maybe it's more than just we're buds. Maybe there's something there. That's Emeka Egbuka. That is the experience watching tape with Emeka Egbuka. You watch him and there's nothing special. There's nothing flashing. There's not 6'4". There's not 4.29. There's not like all this stuff that typically you equate with the 19th overall pick in the draft.
Right.
The first receiver taken.
Thanks for making my point.
The first receiver taken, 6'4", acrobatic catches, hot in the club. Looks hot in the club.
Yeah.
Okay?
She's the other one sounds like a second-round girlfriend, too.
Just saying. Emeka, you marry and you stay married for 60-something years and you have kids and a family and you grow old together.
Right, because you hit on the second round
and you have a happy life. You have a happy life. Okay? He is so silky
Some of the
smooth.
beautiful women in the club are all right, too, by the way. I don't know why you have to sell them short.
You ever seen that the what is it, the ratio, like crazy and hot and crazy?
Oh, we are on a slippery slope now, my friend.
Yeah, it's getting long. Silky smooth, crafty route runner, doesn't waste any movement. He is the quarterback's best friend. Baker Mayfield is going to absolutely love this guy.
Yeah, you think about how long he was there, because he kind of brought this up and it just popped in my mind. He's there for that amount of time because all these other guys are so good they leave. And that's one of the reasons why he got the record, which still shouldn't take away from the fact that he got the record. But he was also there that long with Brian Hartline. And if you were building a wide receiver, the receiver coach for the Ohio State Buckeyes, you want that guy to be with Brian Hartline as much as humanly possible.
Yes.
I mean, he is the best of the best. He's going to get the most out of every single player. This kid's pro ready. I mean, he's going to come in and play right away. But when you're talking about those traits, I see him more of a second-round guy.
Baker's going to be there for a minute. And now this old wide receiver group is now getting a little bit younger.
Right.
Okay.
And
the running back room just got real young last year, right? Don't we agree?
Yeah. Bucky Irving, yeah.
Yeah. So now you're keeping Baker young. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I like this. And I get it. I know they needed edge. But you're passing on some character question marks at edge and linebacker injury question marks with Jihad Campbell.
It's a good guy draft.
To get a guy, to get a good guy, a durable guy, and a damn good football player as a slot receiver.
Your guy.
Yes.
Your dude.
What did I?
Both of us like this guy.
I had this suspicion.
You know
though.
what's so funny? Yeah, this is
I kept
interesting.
saying to you, he gets his jokers later. Sean Payton gets his jokers
did
later.
say that.
But then I sold out and I went with a joker in the first round. Not that I care about.
But this is the
mock draft at
defensive
all.
equivalent of a joker, right? This is a guy that can do a lot of different things.
Oh,
for you.
Jahdae Barron, cornerback, Texas, Denver Broncos, and Jahdae Barron. I've got him at. I finally put him at 14 because I recognize. Yeah, you got to deal with the arm length. Yes, you got to deal with the size. But best instincts and eyes of any defensive back in this entire class. Masterclass zone coverage. Cornerback, he could play corner. He could play nickel. He could even play some safety. Shoot, I saw him lined up in the A gap and
Yes.
and blocking. He will work through traffic. He fights his ass off versus the run. And you know what I love?
Good tackler.
The thing that I can't remember ever writing this down for a defensive back. Yes, he's got the ball skills and interceptions and makes big plays. He's got magician's hands.
Right.
And why do I say that? Because for a short arm guy, okay, when sifting through traffic, he's just like, and he's never looking. It's like a magician. It's like I'm looking one way, look at the right hand while the left is doing the trick.
Yeah. Sleight of hand.
Okay.
Yep.
And this guy, whether it's sifting through traffic and working around stuff and getting through stuff that he shouldn't get through at his size, okay? He shouldn't get through the A gap sometimes as an undersized cornerback. But he does because he's so instinctive, he plays so hard, and he's got these magician's hands. 29 and 5/8 inch arm length. That's a red flag. You circle that shit when you're writing a report on a cornerback, okay? 5'10 and a half, 194. Tightly packed, but not that tall, not long. But he ran a 4.4, and everyone's
Yeah, he
like,
did. Yeah, he did.
okay. All right. Because he's... All right, we just got a reminder. Steelers are on the clock. We'll get to the Shador watch in a second. But I'm much more interested in Jahdae Barron and what he can do for Denver. Like Broncos fans, you just got one of the best football players in this entire draft. And I talked about the magician's hands. This is the trade I don't think I've ever talked about before. And the pick is in. His ability when the ball is there and to meet the ball and to take into the rest of the ball. We see Andy Weidel, our good friend there in the draft room for the Steelers.
Big
They're excited
smile.
about the pick. No, wait a second.
Whose house are they at?
All right, I don't know,
That looks
but the way Barron separates the ball last second, Broncos fans, you're gonna love this guy. Everything he does. What's going on? What's going on?
Hold on.
Why is there a camera in Jackson Dart's house?
What is happening?
The pick is in for the Steelers. I'm sure everyone on our
But they didn't say it was him.
No, I know that. I'm just saying. The towels are waving. This is the spot. We said all day. It's a soft floor, but it's a floor for Shador Sanders. Everyone's wondering, is this where Shador goes, the second quarterback in this draft? Is there going to be a second quarterback in the first round? We've talked about the Giants trying to trade up. It does beg the question, why are the Giants trying to trade up and potentially the Saints trying to trade up to go get Jackson Dart? But it could be Shador here.
Wow.
I think they were just showing Jackson Dart
Yeah, I
to
don't
set
think
the
that-
scene.
yeah.
But this
Build some.
it would
tension.
go against all of. It was Mike Tomlin with Shador or the rest of the house
All right, here we go.
won this call. I'm sure everyone watching us right now knows. Watch our reaction.
Oh. we got
No, we didn't.
a little bit. No, you had him in your mock.
So how'd I get got?
We got because it looked like they were going to go with a quarterback here for a second.
But it's still great drama.
it's great drama.
Derek Harmon, circle that. I didn't expect to get more right on my mock draft from 16 on than I did in the first 4. All right. I love this pick. You know who you know who Derek Harmon?
I've lost the headset. I don't care anymore.
Yeah, they can talk to me. You focus on what's going on here. You know who Derek Harmon tailored his game to or studied to try to become a better football player with?
I'm going to assume Cam Hayward.
Cam Hayward.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Isn't that cool?
That's very
Your idol, the guy that you're watching tape on, the guy that you want to become. You just go get drafted by the team where that guy is now, and it also happens to be one of the coolest dudes of all time, and we'll bring him in and like under the arm, like let's go, bud, because I can't play forever, although it freaking feels like it, doesn't
He's
it?
still playing at a high level.
And now you got T.J. Watt.
I love this pick.
You got T.J. Watt and Cam Hayward. These veterans helping you refine some of your hands and the way you play. And here's the thing I love about Derek Harmon, who's 6'4.5", 313 pounds. He's got some of the longest arms of any. I think it's the longest arms of any interior defensive lineman in this class. His interviews were awesome. There were some reports leading up about some durability stuff. I hadn't heard a lot of that, but obviously Pittsburgh's comfortable with it, and I'm glad that they are because this is a damn good football player, and it's one of Muench's favorites. So I'll let him carry this on in a second. But the thing that I love about him, and we heard this from Nagy early on, he decided when leaving Michigan State, going to Oregon this past year, he had to get his mind right, and he had to become the best version of himself. He completely transformed his body, and you don't do that by taking some pill or getting on some fad diet. He put in the work, and it showed. He looked like a different player in a different uniform, but a different body type than it was at Michigan State. And he comes out this past year, and he was absolutely awesome. He had 6.5 TFLs and 3.5 sacks in 2022 and 23 combined at Michigan State. Comes out at Oregon, started all 13 games, 10.5 sacks, and 10.5 tackles for loss and 5 sacks. So significantly more in 1 year at Oregon than he had 2 years at Michigan State, and it was all because of that hard work.
So we talk about with edges, we talk about versatility all the time, and it's really easy to say, can this guy drop? Can he kick inside to rush the passer? Can he, come off the edge and win that way? When we look at interior defensive linemen, I think the game has changed a little bit with how versatile those guys are. And Derek Harmon, I think, is a great example because you look at the scheme versatility. He could be a one-gap guy, but the reason why I like him for the Steelers is he can line up on the inside shoulder of the offensive tackle and press blockers inside to the A gap and still keep his hand free to play the B gap as a run defender. So he's a really versatile run defender. And then you look at the pass rush, and Todd already mentioned the length. That's great. We could talk about length all the time. We talked about it with Ocampo and whether or not it's going to hurt him or whether these arms will help Harmon. He knows how to use the length. He maximizes the length. He gets into blockers. He makes it very hard for them to latch onto his frame, and that's why he's so successful as an interior pass rusher. He might not be the greatest athlete. He's a good athlete, but it's his ability to use his length and his hands. I just love the player because of all the different things that he can do.
Yeah. Let's be great on defense.
Yeah.
Let's be great. We just
you better be if you're going to go play Burrow two times a year. If you're going to play Lamar 2 times a year,
amen.
You better be damn good on defense.
Let's not be damn good. Let's be great.
Right.
The speech you gave me before we went on the air today. Let's be great, not good. Great. Right.
Yes.
And George Pickens might be out of town, but DK Metcalf is in. We'll see what happens with George Pickens. There's still Steelers fans. There's still a lot to work out in this offseason. I get it. Is Mason Rudolph are you on a war with Mason Rudolph? Maybe you are, but you got DK Metcalf, and that's huge. And this offensive line ain't that bad. And your run game, I want to see. I can promise you this: Pittsburgh really like Travion Henderson. Okay, they don't pick in the second round, but I can also promise you this: there's about 30 running backs in this draft, of which 20 that are still remaining on the board, starting with Omarion Hampton, who won't be yours, and Travion Henderson, who won't be yours, and Quinshon Judkins won't be yours unless you guys trade up. But there are a bunch of them. I would say 15 or so that could help your running back situation. And quarterback, we'll see.
Yeah, that's
Here's the
interesting.
deal. Shedeur wasn't. If Shedeur was forced into playing this year, how far is he going to take you unless he has a Jaden Daniels year, or CJ Stroud year, and it's still not the promised land. So Aaron Rodgers, and if it's not
Here we
Aaron
go.
Rodgers, I'm just saying it's going to
No.
be Aaron, but it's not going to be a quarterback this year. And you know what? That's good. That's a good thing. There's a reason why Shedeur Sanders is still on the board, and there's a reason why Shedeur Sanders is probably going to be on the board when we join you tomorrow night, a half hour before round 2 starts. And I hope you guys will join us again, because we got a lot to unpack from tonight at that point, and we got a lot to figure out, because who knows what quarterbacks are still going to be on the board. And I'm guessing at this point now, Shedeur's going to be there. And as I said when we started the show, it's the Shedeur watch from pick 2 to 21. From pick 22 to 32, it's the Jackson Dart watch. And we are officially on the Jackson Dart watch.
Yep.
Is it the Giants trading up for him?
The Saints?
Is it the Saints trading up for him? Is there a surprise team? Is Cleveland more interested than we thought? Probably not. They're out of the deal. I don't know. This is fascinating.
Yep.
But I love the pick for Pittsburgh. It's just, like this. Let's stick with our roots. If we got Aaron Rodgers coming in, there's going to be a lot of noise and a lot of stuff. This is the Steelers. This is the black curtain. This is the terrible towels. We win in the trenches. We're tougher. We worked in the mines. Like this is a tough city. This is a tough football team, and we're going to always kick your ass up front. That's how they've always won. And now you got Watt doing it, you got Hayward doing it, and you got Harmon doing it. Okay.
And I can't imagine Omar Khan making this move or Mike Tomlin making this move to appease an Aaron Rodgers, but it might be easier for them to say to him, "Hey, we're not looking for you to be the tutor or mentor for any of these young guys. You can just come in here and Mason Rudolph will be your backup, and you won't have to deal with any of that."
Yeah,
maybe. I can't see them making the move based on that. That wouldn't happen.
I don't
They're
trust
too good.
I don't trust Aaron
Those are
Rodgers.
smart football
I
people.
wouldn't trust Aaron Rodgers with $5 on the ground. All right, I just wouldn't. And so, Omar Khan and the organization and Mike Tomlin and everyone, they're aware of where this could go, and they're moving forward without Aaron Rodgers. Would they like for him to come in and play a year like the Jets were hoping that he was going to have before the Achilles tear? Of course they would. Who wouldn't? And are they in a little bit of a bind? Yeah. But I also know this. Like I know Tomlin, and I know this organization, and they're just going to be great everywhere else. And they're going to be better at quarterback. Even if it's Mason Rudolph, I'm telling you, they'll be better at quarterback this year than they were last year. There were moments when Russell was great, but they'll be better start to finish, even if it's just Mason Rudolph. And and that personnel department, I told you about them, they're damn good at their jobs. They identify talent. They know what they're doing. They're up there with the best in the league. They're going to find a couple more guys. They're going to keep building this roster on both sides of the ball so that when they do get their quarterback, and it may be in 2026, when they do get their quarterback for the future, it's just like it was when Roethlisberger came in, right?
Yeah, they understand they have to win that division, and if you win the AFC North, man, if you can win that division, you're in a good spot to compete for a championship. That's how good that division is. It's
been loyalty, it's been consistency, it's been doing it the Steeler way, and drafting Shedeur here didn't feel like the Steeler way, in that it was taking another shot at a quarterback after already missing on Kenny Pickett at 21. And I'm not saying that played into it. But what I'm saying is, let's continue to build this thing the right way. Because when we identify that guy, whether it's in free agency, the reclamation project like Tampa's gotten Baker, Minnesota had last year in Sam, or it's we're going to package a couple picks and move up and go get a guy 1 year in the top 10. When that moment comes, they're always going to be ready. And they can still win a lot of games, as they did last year. I mean, they were 10-7 last year with that quarterback play.
What's Joe Ortiz got cooking here?
Joe Ortiz, general manager.
What's he got cooking?
first
They
draft.
took all the time. I wonder if they were trying to. Oh, our guy.
Omarion Hampton.
Love it.
Don't you love Mench's Mench, if
I have no. It's announced no names.
our guy.
You know I'm green.
What do you mean you're green?
I'm new to this.
But he'll just like, and I'm gonna next time he has a reaction like that, I'm gonna pause. Okay, I promise you.
You don't give me a minute. You don't. You are right on it.
And I'm gonna just see how long he'll let it go, let it breathe without actually saying the player's name. And
North Carolina running back Omarion Hampton to the Chargers.
Thank you.
At pick 22.
Didn't that feel better?
He seems like a hardball back. Powerful. You love the speed.
Well, we do know they like Kenneth Grant, and that would have likely been their pick there, is my guess. I mean, everyone in the world had Kenneth Grant going there, right?
Right.
So I love Omarion Hampton, and I love Travion Henderson, and it's okay to love 2, and I love Ashton Ginty. It's okay to love 3. Omarion Hampton. The first thing I remember watching. Saying, because this is your guy in the beginning, and I started watching more tape on him.
Thank you.
And I was like, how is he so light on his feet? At 221 pounds. Omarion Hampton is a power, downhill, knock you out. He is a Michigan guy. He is a Jim Harbaugh back, no question about it. The other thing about him is the weakness on Omarion Hampton is if you get him, we used to like to say phone booth, kiddos. There's no phone booths
spaces
anymore. In a little closet, tight spaces, a little alley, whatever you want to call it. When you get him in that little confined area, and a lot of the really good backs are like, right? He's not, he's more, right? So he can start.
Jesus.
He can make that one cut and explode. He's always laughing at me with my noises. But he's not one of those
He's
guys.
like a jazz band over there.
He's not like R.J. Harvey, DJ Giddens. He's a go.
All
right. So that's the short area. The kryptonite for him is that lateral agility. But in this system, downhill, momentum behind him. It's 5'11" and 3/4. Ran a 4.46 match at 221 pounds. 38-inch vertical jump. 10-10 broad jump, 96 percentile in explosion scores for those jumps. So you're talking about lower body. The power, I can hear through the tape that doesn't have volume, the pop.
The
when
thuds,
when he hits guys. And this is the thing. He's a damn good weapon in the pass game.
So he's not, if you're a Chargers fan, he's not Austin Eckler. He doesn't move like that. He doesn't get open like that.
But he's 96 percentile
catch,
in missed tackles force after the catch.
After the catch, watch out. The Joe Mixon comp, which I had and then you magically came up with on your own later on, is a great comp. If you saw Joe Mixon at Oklahoma and you saw what he did on tape there and how talented he was, to me, that's a great comp. Again, not like Eckler. He's not going to run routes like that. He's not going to get open like that. But when you get him the ball in space, watch out. Justin Herbert's going to love him.
And they signed Najee Harris, right? 4 straight 1,000-yard rushing. So you're like, why are we going here? Wasn't there an edge rusher we could get? Wasn't there a wide receiver we could get? Wasn't there a tight end we could get? Well, first of all, the answer is there was not a better player on the board at those positions than Hampton was at running back. Secondly, he fits exactly what they're doing. Third of all, Najee Harris is a very, very serviceable, good back. He's not a move-the-needle guy at this point.
No, he's not.
Okay? This guy is. And so now you get 2 great backs. And what does Jim Harbaugh love to do? Run the football and set up play action.
Run the damn ball.
And Justin Herbert. And so this makes so much sense. A ton of sense. And yeah, they could have gone.
The Toledo kid I could have seen maybe sneaking in here, Darius Alexander.
This is early, man.
It's early. I understand, but there's a lot of buzz about it.
But I want to go through my tiers, right?
Right, you're right.
Okay. The only guy left in the first 2 tiers in this draft is Jihad Campbell, and we knew all along he's falling tonight because of the injuries. They're worse than we thought, and in the last 72 hours, we got more information. It may not be the first round for Jihad Campbell. He's a damn good football player. He might have to go in the pup to start the year. It is what it is, and we're not here to break news or like create
Nope.
problems. But that's what's happening with Campbell. But I look at my board, and so James Pierce, character,
Right.
okay. Will Johnson, injury. Mike Green, character, self-admitted, discussed at the combine, 2 sexual assault accusations, no arrest, but those were there, and he talked about it, or else I wouldn't bring it up. I would just inform you that there were character concerns. But here we are on this board, and it's injury for Campbell, it's character for Pierce, it's injury for Will Johnson. Gray Zabel came off the board.
Right.
I'm looking at it here. And then it's quarterbacks. And so when you're looking at a player that is one of the 25 best football players in this draft, and it makes all the sense in the world. And Omarion Hampton, I love that pick for them. So who do we got next, Mensch?
Green Bay is going to be your guy, Mad Max.
Good start, by the way. I know we brushed over it in the beginning, but Joe Ortiz is one of the great guys in the business, and he did it the right way.
Talk about earning it.
The long way. And he worked with Joe Douglas. He worked with Andy Weidel. He worked with, obviously.
He need to do a documentary about all the Ravens guys that have come out.
Yes. Ozzie Newsome's tree in scouting is phenomenal. And so to see all of that and to see Joe finally get his shot this year is pretty awesome. Like, for guys that have known him for 20 years, man. Down in Mobile in shitty hotel rooms. Like,
right.
I won't mention name because who knows who's going to sponsor, but like bad ones off the service roads and the highways and grinding it out and doing the right thing and offers and waiting to find the right place. Joe Ortiz, his first pick. I didn't even put it together when I was saying how much I like Omarion Hampton, but that's a great choice for for Joe Ortiz. It's a great home for Omarion Hampton, and I'm excited to see what the Chargers do now. They've got 2 more picks on day 2, 55 and 86 overall, but 10 picks total in Aussie Ravens fashion. They'll sit back. They'll get a lot of good players. Who's on the board? Is this Green Bay?
Green Bay, yeah. Mad Max, maybe.
In Green Bay.
Oh, yeah, look at it.
It's quite a scene. That's cool.
Yeah, that crowd is crazy.
That's cool.
I feel like we get ready for this pick.
There's 10 minutes
And it
tonight
takes
where I'm
forever.
like, I missed that. Like, the energy's awesome, but like the other,
But my energy's better.
your energy's better.
I knew it.
Manhattan Beach is better. And this is awesome.
Manhattan Beach.
There's no place in the world I would rather be.
Lambeau looks good, though.
And we could have been in Green Bay if we really wanted to be. And I'm thrilled that we're here in these studios with these people doing our thing. Packers.
Pick.
Packers. What do they need, Mensch? Packers need
Corner, edge, interior defensive line, offensive tackle, linebacker.
I gave him Maxwell Hairston here.
It's a good pick.
And I gave him to him, I think, ahead of Will Johnson because of the durability stuff. Will Johnson still on the board. You look at Green Bay. Jeff Hafley is a man-to-man guy. Although, what is half does more the cover 1, cover 3. That's what it is. Cover 1, cover 3. I could see. I don't think they're going to pass on a. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. I picked Maxwell Hairston, so I think that. So obviously, I think that would be a good fit. I'm looking at the edge rushers, and I'm like, they're intriguing, but there's a reason why they're still sitting here, right?
Mm-hmm. As Raku, maybe.
Defensive
Mike
tackle.
Green.
We've now seen the top 3 defensive tackles come off the board, right?
Right.
We saw Mason Graham, Walter Nolan,
Kenneth Grant.
So top 4.
And Derek
I
Harmon,
knew
yes.
I was Kenneth Grant and Derek Harmon.
Right.
So the 4. I just put up 5. 4.
4-5.
So it's not going to be interior defensive line.
They're really dragging this one out. Yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, wouldn't you? All these people standing out in the freezing cold. Give them something to scream about.
I want to be Mad Max. I think that's a great fit for them. It's a good spot.
I mean, let's take a second while they're doing this. Where do you think the Giants or the Saints are going to trade up? Or do you think they will at this point?
If I am calling Minnesota.
25.
I'm calling Houston. Even though you don't
Well, you call them Minnesota. I mean, you're calling everyone. But Minnesota.
I'm not waiting.
Minnesota
you could say to yourself, Minnesota's not taking a quarterback. And you could say to yourself, Houston's not taking a quarterback. But that's not the problem. The problem is Mickey Loomis might be calling Minnesota. Mickey Loomis might be calling Houston. So I'm calling Minnesota.
Oh, that's interesting.
What's interesting, Todd? You didn't say a player.
Huh?
You just said it was interesting.
Matthew Golden, wide receiver, Texas, Green Bay Packers.
What goes around comes around.
I was just looking at this wide receiver depth chart, and it's like they spent a lot of twos. And Aaron Rodgers,
he's got this.
Chew on it. Chew on it, Aaron. They are drafting a wide receiver in the first round. I don't have the old
like
stat.
Jordan better.
I don't have the old stats on me that I used to carry around for every draft. I gave up on wondering when it was. Like it's been 100 years, let's call it, since Green Bay has drafted a wide receiver one. Let me talk to you about Matthew Golden, one of my favorite players in this draft. Best wide receiver in this class. I'll say it again. Matthew Golden is the best wide receiver in this class. Burner, 4.29 speed. But it's not just that. Actually, the question on him by some scouts was, what's his true speed? Well, it's 4.29, so chew on that. Okay?
A lot of chewing
going on.
Green Bay.
I think subconsciously I'm starting to get hungry. But I look at Golden, right? And the two things that really stood out to me on tape, how crisp his routes are. Like he drives DBs with that 4.29 speed off and then stops.
Right.
And it's so hard when you're going that fast to drop your weight without having to gear down. Just think about it in a car. Whiplash. He's like, it's almost like the ability to do that is rare, his rate. He also, though, the savvy, which shocked me because you got to remember, Matthew Golden transferred from Houston where he played 2 consecutive seasons and in each season had 38 catches. Not combined, each season. Weird, right? 38 catches the first year, 2022, 38 catches 2023. Transfers to Texas. Come on in, give it a shot here in the big leagues, right? We got this really good quarterback named Quinn Ewers. We got this unbelievable head coach and offensive mind, Steve Sarkisian. But we also got this like track star who's faster than everybody on this team. So he's going to be the number 1 receiver, Isaiah Bond.
Right. If you had said coming into the year there was going to be a wide receiver out of Texas who was going to be a first-round pick, you'd be like, yeah, Isaiah Bond.
Oh, yeah. That was the talk. That's where it was headed. And Matthew Golden just kept grinding as the number 2. And all of a sudden, they got in big games. And this number 1, Isaiah Bond, was fool's gold. Inconsistent, didn't show up in moments, dropping passes that, like, what are we doing? And then injuries, right? Mm-hmm. And all sorts of other stuff. And Golden steps up. What did I say early in the show? Preparation meets opportunity. He finally got his shot with a quarterback that could throw it to him, with a coordinator who could draw it up. And he was awesome. Think about every big game, even in the losses. He did everything to keep him in. Georgia, huge, showed up. Arizona State, huge, showed up. Every time they needed him, he showed up. And then you look at the fact that he can adjust and track the football. Jordan Love, with his arm, Quinn Ewers did everyone says Quinn Ewers throws the most beautiful ball in the world. I get it, but he doesn't drive the ball down the field. He sure as shit doesn't throw it the way Jordan Love does. Now this guy, Matthew Golden with 4.29 speed and the opportunity to get downfield with a quarterback that can actually drop it in. I can't wait. I wrote in my notes, Golden is the only guy in this class that moves like this. He's going to be a dynamic number 2 as a rookie, could emerge as a top target. I think that highly of him. Got to get a little stronger, okay? But he's super, super quick, crisp route runner, excellent adjustability as a pass catcher, vertical speed. He also has been great in the return game. I watched him and I saw some of the things, not all, some of the things that make Tyreek Hill special.
Yes.
I thought he was somewhere between a Jalen Waddle and a Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek's a little thicker, a little stronger.
But I'm saying
could
some
be.
of the like when you watch his tape, it's almost like am I in 1.25 mode? You know, like you play a podcast to try to get through it. Go to 1.5 speed, 1.25 speed. He just moves differently than everybody else in this group.
And think about that receiving core. Christian Watson is there, take the top off the coverage guy, and he's good, but he's just not. He can't stay healthy, and he's a little inconsistent. And the rest of that receiving core is just better with Christian Watson on the field. But again, his inability to stay healthy has been a concern for them. Now you have a guy, Matthew Golden, who can do the same things, and you're hoping that we'll be able to stay healthy and is a better underneath route runner. So it should make that entire. They have a bunch of pieces there.
They have different players between 70. They have 4 different receivers between 70 and 76.
They need a guy.
And I am the biggest.
Golden is a guy.
I'm the biggest Jaden Reed fan in the whole world. I had a higher grade on him than anybody else in this business, and I stand on my business with Jaden Reed. I love that guy. Senior Bowl, like he was different, and I loved him in the same way that I love Matthew Golden. Like there's certain players you're like that's my guy.
Right.
That's my guy. And Golden is, but the difference is Reed was a 4.4. This guy's a 4.29.
Right. He's a guy. He is absolutely. I think he can be. You look at that frame, but the game's changed, and I think he can be a number 1 receiver early on.
And listen, Green Bay,
it's the guard good guy draft.
Listen, Green Bay. Let's see how long it takes him.
Donovan Jackson, offensive guard from Ohio State, goes to the Minnesota Vikings. He's not going to play tackle, right?
Like, you're telling me you couldn't have gotten a deal with 4 draft picks in the entire draft, Minnesota, to move back off this pick, even if it was the lousiest deal in the history of NFL draft first-round trades? You're telling me there wasn't one team? I mean, maybe there wasn't. But I don't get it's a guard, man.
It's a guard.
It's a guard.
And usually I would fight with you because I wouldn't have to, this wouldn't happen, but now I'm being exposed because the reality is you don't take a guard here.
And that's coming from a guard's mouth.
Yes. I love Donovan Jackson.
I do too. That's Oh,
we're in the Giants draft. They're on the board.
Giants are on the board.
Worst kept secret. All right, Donovan Jackson, really quickly though. It fits a need.
Yep.
They need help at guard. I understand that. I get that. Donovan Jackson had to kick out to left tackle, play out of position last year for Ohio State when Josh Simmons, the talented tackle, got hurt. And man, he battled, and it was impressive to watch. It wasn't always clean, but he played really well for a guy who's been a guard his whole career and should kick back inside a guard in the NFL. And looks like he will in Minnesota. Good player. He's going to be a starter. We talked about this, I think, early on in the process that you draft Donovan Jackson and he's your starter for 10 years. You don't worry about it.
He's an elite run blocker, and he's not overpowering, but he's
a really good pass blocker on the inside too. I just don't think he's ever going to be. I don't know if he's going to ever be an All-Pro. I'm surprised that he went.
A lot of people you talk to in the league, it's a starters draft, just trying to find starters, high character, not injured. That's what he is. It's safe. It's right down the middle.
Is it done? Well,
it's got to be.
It's got to be done, right?
It's got to be.
It has been a difficult year for Joe Shane in that Giants front office. This is kind of cool to watch. We don't know how it's all going to unfold.
I love it.
You don't know how it's all going to unfold.
Yes, I do.
But
Jackson Dart.
But they're taking. Well,
Jackson Dart.
They're taking their cut. They're taking their swing. They didn't reach a 3. They got the best player.
You know why I'm pumped?
2 of the best players in the
draft. You know why I'm pumped? Because
they've taken so much heat.
Who am I taking heat from? I don't
know.
listen.
They've taken so much heat.
I'm pumped because Brian Daboll is one of the most underappreciated coaches in all of the National Football League.
You're a fan, huh?
Go ahead. Rip at me.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Rip at me if you want. Everyone on the chat.
No. I think you're right. I think they're wrong.
But when you're in this business long enough and you're around people that you know are special at something, but they don't get the opportunity to show it, it sucks.
Right.
What was it? Come on, Todd, with the reference.
Before you, what do you think about that?
Was it Colangelo in
the Bulls?
No. in the movie, the worst thing my dad always said, the worst thing in the world is wasted potential, right?
Okay.
And come on, someone in the back, tell me. It's Bronx Tale. It's got to be Bronx Tale. No one told me. You guys didn't help.
We have no idea what you're talking about.
Bronx Tale.
I know the movie. I always think about the door getting unlocked. Go.
Now's you can't leave. Well, in the same movie, it was the worst. My dad always said the worst thing in the world is wasted potential. Someone on this chat, tell me. Make sure, confirm it. What makes Jack? Hey, good question. BH, what makes Daboll so underappreciated? He's one of the great offensive minds in the NFL, and he has not had the opportunity to show it since he left Josh Allen. Josh Allen, when he came into the league, was a special talent, unbelievable arm. I remember being in Wyoming in the freezing cold in the blizzard, watching Josh Allen, and he could do some things with the football and maneuverability for his size that very few people in the world could do. But you know what? There were some throws he couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, and he didn't know. And it was just he was learning. He was young. And Daboll took him, and he was like 58% completion and throwing interceptions and turning the ball over, and it was a cluster for a minute. But Daboll put it together. And he didn't do it by like changing his technique and your stride. He did it by consistency and showing his eyes where to go with the football and learning what he was best at and allowing him to do what he was best at and then not doing the things that weren't comfortable to him. And his concepts and his drilling home and to get out of plays and all the little things that the really special minds in offense in the National Football League do, like Andy Reid, okay? And what Andy Reid did for Patrick Mahomes, he did some of those things with Josh Allen. And Josh Allen has gone on to Then he gets to the Giants. And there's a pick that I hated at the time. I always criticized the organization for Daniel Jones.
I think it puts you in a unique perspective to comment on this, though, because I think other people could say, well, what about Daniel Jones? And he was a first-round pick, and he got a first-round quarterback. If you don't know, I'll just say it. Todd famously said that Daniel Jones was a backup coming out of college.
Yes.
That it was a terrible pick. And Brian Daboll wasn't even on the Giants' radar at the time.
Nope.
So just to be clear, I actually do think it puts you in a unique perspective because you weren't someone who liked Daniel Jones coming out and then all of a sudden you were like, oh, now he's not good, but Brian Daboll's his genius. The point you're making, I think, has a little more credibility because of that. So
you remember back to early in the show when we started off this show talking about why I was so excited for Brian Callahan. I think I sat next to him on a plane, maybe said hi to him once. I don't have a relationship with Brian Callahan. I know his dad. I don't know Brian. But I'm excited for Brian as a person because I know what he's been through and how hard he's worked and how he's been around this game, and I know he's really smart. And I know this, like, you work your whole career to get to an opportunity. Joe Ortiz, we just talked about him, general manager of the Ravens, doing it the right way, grinding it out, get an opportunity. You want to do it with your people. And Brian Daboll's never been able to get to do it with his people. Callahan just got to choose his guy. And I'm not saying that like this is the ideal because it would be a top. If this was the ideal and it was total love, obviously it would have been the first. It would have been the third overall pick. But he got people in that organization, Brian Daboll did, to say, get off of Shedeur Sanders. He's not my guy. He may be great with Kevin Stefanski in Cleveland. He may be great all these other places, but he's not like I need someone to work with who fits what I'm looking for. And he identified that Jackson Dart is that guy. And so then Joe Shane, to his credit, and he's taken all sorts of shit, and he deserves some of it, let's be honest.
Yep.
But Joe Shane was, two things he did were smart. And John Mara, let's start there, the ownership, he was smart enough to let the football people handle the football. So it starts at the top. Then Joe Shane is smart enough to look at this situation and say, I got one person who's uniquely qualified to make this decision, and he's choosing Jackson Dart, and he's telling me it's not Shedeur Sanders. So first step, got it. And that's what I said. Joe Shane, it's the first step to what could be the biggest night in over a decade in Giants football history is tonight. And Joe Shane just passed the first test. Take a special talent. Okay, take Abdul Carter. He did it.
Right.
And the reason he did that was he trusted the guy in Brian Daboll to make sure that he told him who the quarterback was. And then he managed the draft. Joe Shane did. And Joe Shane then said, "Time, it's my timer." And then Joe Shane said, "All right, now we got to go get our guy. I got to go get Brian's guy." And he realized that, and I've used this, and our crew is the not fucking around crew, right? Tucker and Conor and Dan and everybody else. This is the not fucking around crew. Well, he realized that it was the same crew in New Orleans when they walked out, okay? And so they got out ahead of it. And they probably tried at Minnesota, and Minnesota was stuck on taking a guard at 24, which is unbelievable. Minnesota with 4 picks is stuck on taking a guard at 24. But that's not the story here. At 25, they make the deal. They move up, and they go get their guy in Jackson Dart. Let's talk Jackson Dart. I fell in love with Dart when I watched the 161 clip reel of versus pressure. You can break it down all different places. I've told you about it. And I always finish the quarterbacks. After I'm done with everyone's reports, I go back. The last thing I do on the quarterbacks is I watch versus pressure. Shedeur Sanders had like 221 snaps. Everybody else had about 140 to 180, okay? Jackson Dart's was 161. I'll never forget that number because when I watched it, you could have set it to music, and it was a thing of absolute beauty. And what I said when I came out of that is, I know he's not as big, he doesn't have as big an arm, but I promise you that Jackson Dart showed me so many things in that pressure reel that reminded me of what makes Josh Allen special. I said it on this show. And now all of a sudden the guy who helped develop Josh Allen is working with Jackson Dart, and I love that. The thing with Shedeur and even Cam Ward, when you watch him on tape, when there's pressure and there's trouble, with Shedeur especially, there's drifting.
Right.
Okay? The offense is moving back. And with both of them, Ward and Shedeur, it's a lot of moving to the right, moving to the left. And as a former offensive lineman, that's a nightmare.
Yes.
Okay? You don't know where you're blocking, how long you're blocking, or where the pocket's supposed to be.
Yep.
With Jackson, it's always the offense is always moving forward. And what do I mean by that? Pressure comes, it's a sidestep if it's interior, and then climb. If pressure comes from the outside, it's climb.
With your eyes downfield.
With your eyes downfield, but then it's this poise combined with urgency. Poised urgency is the best. Think about Josh Allen. Pressure comes. It's poised urgency. There's never a moment with the great quarterbacks where you feel like it's panic or chaos. But it's urgency while staying poised. And that's what I saw with him. And people talk about the processing. I know the pick is in. I see all the stuff coming. I know there was a trade and all that. But the thing with Jackson Dart is that people question the processing. And it's true, you don't know quite the level in terms of in the pocket because Lane Kiffin does a beautiful job. One of the best in college football of simplifying the offense and working to get predetermined reads against college defensive backs that aren't going to adjust on the fly like NFL guys will. So it's hard to tell because they'll run the same sail route to the left side 3 times in a game, and it's like, well, you can't get away with that, and he knew exactly where he was going with the ball. But when the game is speeding up and things are happening and bullets are flying, I think he processes as well as anyone in this class. I think he's at a very, very high level. I think Jackson Dart's going to be a perfect fit. I can't wait to see after a year, and maybe it won't be a full year, but after a year of having Jameis Winston around and kind of the vocal leadership and watching from Russell Wilson and not having the pressure of coming into play right away, I can't wait to see what Jackson Dart is for this Giants organization in 2026. Oh, all right. What happened, Mensch? Catch everybody up.
Tucker, can you get Todd the details of that trade if you can find it? Because I'm pretty sure the Falcons just traded up with the Rams to pick up James Pierce. This is after they got Jalen Walker. Or they get 2 of the most talented edge rushers.
I love it.
But hold on.
Okay.
If I read this right, part of the deal is that they gave up their 2026 first-round pick. The Falcons, if I got that right, and that's why I'm asking you to double-check on that.
Well,
is that I think that part of the deal was the next year's first-round pick for the Falcons. There's a lot of different picks involved. That being said,
they don't have a 3rd-round pick, so it makes sense.
That being said, you want to address your edge, you go get Jalen Walker and James Pierce. James Pierce falls because there's some
Holy
concerns
shit.
about
Do you understand the speed coming off the edge now? in Atlanta?
unbelievable.
Jalen Walker is so dynamic and explosive. I said on the field from A to B, the closing burst is better than anyone in this class. But I also have told you the second best pure pass rusher in this class is James Pierce.
He absolutely flies. But
And
again,
I said
but
earlier,
again, he's another guy that doesn't have to win with speed.
I got the
he
mock
glides.
right. I just got it like 10 picks later.
He can work inside too. He's got some active hands. James Pierce could be a real player if he figures it out, all the little stuff, and takes care of business and turns into a real pro.
His pass rush win rate was 22.4. Highest pass rush with pressure of all of them, ahead of Abdul Carter, Jalen Walker, Mike Green, Braden Swinson, Ezeraku, all of them. Michael Williams, the highest percentage of pass rushes with a pressure.
Coming into the year, he was considered a guy with Abdul Carter who's going to be the first edge off the board.
The thing with Pierce is, and I wrote this, obviously rare speed. We get it. He's 6'5", 245. He ran a 4.47. You ready for this? 8th fastest time in the past 20 years. 8th fastest time by an edge defender in the past 20 years. He ran 4.47. Also at a combine best. We talked about that 160 being the number. We talked about 158 with
Stewart?
With Shamar Stewart before. He ran a 156. All right. But the thing with him is I just kept looking and writing down. He keeps offensive tackles in a constant panic because, like Muench just said, you don't know if it's speed around, if you don't know if it's back inside. He's got some pop in his hands. He ties his feet to his hands. Every move, he's going so damn fast. But it's hard, like when you're going that fast, when you're coming off the edge with 1.56, 10 split, and a 4.47, it's hard to marry all those moves with how quick you're going.
You see it with receivers. Guys, like that's what's great about Golden is you see it with receivers, they are so fast that they have a hard time slowing down, sinking their hips, and just bringing it all together. Same thing about James Pierce.
So Atlanta just went from having the biggest edge problem of any organization in the National Football League in the past 5 years to having the
most promising?
To having the most explosive, I don't know what you would want to call it, and the second best pass rushing edge combined. Like, these two guys are difference makers. And by the way, you want to talk about being multiple? You want, like in the league where defensive coordinators play the drinking game. Multiple. We need to be multiple. What kind of defensive scheme are you going to? We got to be multiple. We got to be multiple. Jeff Ulbrich comes in, right?
Yeah.
And now he's got the ability to be as multiple as he wants because James Pierce can drop a little bit if you want, but James Pierce, you better get him rushing off the edge. But now you've got another guy on the opposite side who can play off-the-ball linebacker, who can play like every down, something different if you want. And when you turn him loose with James Pierce and you brought in Leonard Floyd, this went from like weirdly bad edge rushing. I told you before, 27th in pass rush win rate, 26.
But what they give up,
pressures.
That's my concern. What did it cost?
A lot. I got. That's what happens with GMs.
I get it.
You get a whiff of it. You get a whiff of it, and it's intoxicating. And you're like, oh my gosh, I can have both these guys off the edge.
Right.
Wait, what? But they gave away a ton. They did. Next year's first.
Yeah.
Trying to win now with Panik, baby.
Do you have to win now with Panik?
No, I'm joking.
Okay, thank you.
Houston, meanwhile, what did Houston get? I love it because you know what? Every guard that's played in this entire class has been drafted already.
Yes.
And that's what Houston needed. Every tackling guard.
Yeah. Well, I would argue
every guard.
Simmons, but yes.
And Connerly.
And Connerly, yes.
And Ursery. Say that one more time, Tucker. So 35. So 35th. I'm talking as if everyone can hear Tucker. So they're back to the 35th, right?
And this is the Rams got this, right?
Oh, no, the Texans. Sorry, I said the Texans.
Right.
I said that because the Texans made the deal.
The deal for
The
Dart.
deal before that with
The
Dart.
Rams made the
What
deal.
did what did my guy Snead do? What did he pull
This is
off?
incredible.
Snead at 26. We'll get that in a second. So second rounder 2020. Oh. Okay, so 7. So the Rams move back from 26 to 46. So they get the second rounder. So the Rams now have picks 46. They didn't have a second rounder. That's why.
Right.
They got an additional 7th this year, and they got a first next year. And guess what they might need next year? A quarterback.
Yeah.
Matthew Stafford. Brilliant. Les. That is brilliant. That's brilliant. Now they're going to be fighting with Cleveland to go up and get that quarterback next year. Whew. This has been fun, man.
Yeah. Your mock draft, by the way, a lot of hits so far.
Weirdly,
You got another
though, like
one.
not. I got another one where?
Malachi Starks to the Baltimore Ravens, pick 27.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, for whatever it matters, and it doesn't matter at all.
Eric DaCosta, the GM, is a great hitter. And you know why he's a great hitter? Is because when he gets the right pitch, he hits a home run. But when you pitch him away, he goes oppo. He just hits the opposite field and moves the runner.
Smoothly, just like
Right?
Malachi. Can we
This
throw
may
that?
not be a home run pick, but
We
it's a
throw
damn
that back
good
up
pick.
with Starks. Thanks, Tucker. I want to explain Starks to you. Malachi Starks, unfortunately, comes out and he had one of. Here's the hard part with when you're going up and Nick Eamon-Worry comes out. And Nick Eamon-Worry is 6'3", 220 pounds. And you can leave that up for a second. 6'3", 220 pounds, 32-inch arms, ran a 4.38. It was a legendary workout for the South Carolina safety, okay? 4.38, broke the combine broad jump record by 4 freaking inches at an 11.6. And then his 43-inch vertical jump was the best by any player at 200-plus pounds ever, any position at the combine, okay? So Eamon-Worry's doing all that while Starks comes up. Starks runs a 4.5 at 6'1", 197 pounds. 4.5 versus 4.38. Oof, doesn't look good, right? Only 4 safeties ran slower than that 4.50. Then he runs a 7.263 cone, slowest of all the safeties. Then he runs a 4.45 short shuttle, slowest. Then he had a 33-inch vertical jump, third worst. So it's like, yeah, Eamon-Worry, man, like, he's going to be a top 15, top 20 pick, right? I thought it too. But then you dig in on the tape, and then you dig in on the background, you dig in on some of the concerning parts with Eamon-Worry, and then you go back to the tape with Starks. Much better play speed than 40 time indicates. Covers ground quickly, 2 high looks, single high, matches with slot receivers and off coverage. Matches up well with tight ends. Love his position versatility. Can play nickel, free, even cornerback in a pinch. Smooth mover. I wrote this. Safeties don't usually move like this guy does in pads. Everything's smooth, easy, fluid in his turns, in his transactions, right? Or transitions. 6 interceptions, 22 pass breakups in 3 seasons in Athens. Active run defender, fills it hard. And then you get to dig in on his stuff. And it's like, oh, wait, Kirby talks about this guy the same way Nick talked about Will Anderson. In the same way that they're talking about some of these guys who are getting drafted really high, right? Like Donovan Jackson, Will Campbell, Tyler Booker. Durable, consistent, team first, tough guy, does everything you want, always there, understands the defense, understands the concepts, can change week to week. And now you plug it in. What does that mean to Baltimore? Well, Baltimore, I got news for you.
He's a great compliment to Kyle Hamilton. Great compliment.
Phenomenal.
They're going to be perfect for each other. By the way, the tape with Starks isn't clean. There was a chance he could go a lot earlier than this.
Baltimore allowed 58 plays of 20-plus yards last year, third most in the NFL.
Right.
This guy single-handedly will not fix it, but will play a big role in cutting down that
It'll
number.
make it better, that's for sure. There's zero question.
No, go ahead. Finish up on Starks.
I think the reason the Ravens are lucky, and it's one of those things you'll look back on, and this has happened with other players, right? You'll look at Stark's 2023 film and be like, this guy's going top 15. And then last year, there was a couple of moments where he was caught in bad matchups and coverage. He wasn't quite as good as you would want for a top 15 player. He falls, and who's there to swoop in and take advantage of it? Eric DeCosta, the general manager for the Ravens. It is a typical Ravens pick. He's a great fit for what they need to do. He fills a need, and he's a player that probably dropped because he didn't have a great year. But when you look at the overall body of work, he probably should have gone sooner, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's what the Ravens have been doing since. I mean, Eric DeCosta, who we have tremendous respect for.
Right. It sounds like we're DeCosta fans all the time, but
No,
listen, he just
no, but I'm
does
saying,
the
but
right
but
thing.
he part of his job taking over as GM and part of how he learned and rose to that spot was to carry on the torch from this organization and the founding father of all of this and all these scouts that we talk about, the Joe Douglases, the Joe Ortizes, Eric DeCosta's, like all these guys,
Yes.
the Andy
Andy
Weidels, now Kevin Weidel,
Yes.
like all these guys come through and they go on to do bigger, greater things because they learn from some of the best and the organization how they did it, and it started with Ozzie Newsome. And they've always done, like, it's like, of course the Ravens
And
got
play
that
the
guy.
board. Yeah, play the board.
Yes, and be patient. Now, Howie's going to bounce around and go. I'm shocked. I read a story today. Howie had to, at one point there were 10 picks in like the first round of the first 10 picks of the second round or something. There was a 10-pick stretch, and he had to go out and take a jog because he was in order to not be tempted to trade in a year where a player wasn't worth it. And I think he's probably out taking a jog now, because I'm shocked that Howie hasn't done something. Although you can't trade back really. I mean, you can, but no one's going to want to trade up until they know what's available. So typically you can't trade back out of 32 until you know what's on the board. But I expect that it's very possible that Howie will trade out of 32. Did they just take Tyreek Williams?
Yes.
I like it. It's a weird draft, but I like
It's
it.
a weird draft. He's a good player. I don't know about the pass rush. Tyreek Williams, a defensive tackle from Ohio State. He moves really well. I just didn't see him. First of all, he's outstanding. Let's just start with the fact that he's outstanding against the run. I mean, just outstanding against the run. Tough to move off the ball, wins with his hands, get off blocks, makes plays. And you're getting an outstanding run defender right out of the gate. I don't know what his ceiling is as a pass rusher, though. And when you're talking about first-round defensive tackles, we said this defensive tackle class was going to be good, by the way. That's 5 in the first round, right?
Yes.
5 defensive tackles in the first round. That's not nothing. I was concerned after watching last year, some of the guys that fell out of the first round. I said this to you the other day. I thought there were more guys that deserved to go in the first round last year, and they played like it when they got into the year. And I'm wondering if teams looked at that class and said, we're not waiting. We're not letting, Sean McVay and Les Snead get a guy like Fisk in the second round. And they're different players. I'm not saying Fisk and Tyreek Williams are the same, but Tyreek Williams is going to be a starting defensive tackle very early in his career.
Yes. I'm just crossing guys off my board because I love to keep up with it. I mean, that's just, I'm going to be honest with you. I deserve to take 10 seconds to.
I did think Tyreek Williams was more of a second-round pick because of that pass rush stuff, but it fills a need for them. He's a very good player. And
Yeah, I'm not saying I had him here. I had him at,
Right.
I had him at like 50 overall. So, but my point is, like, I kind of get it. Because, yeah, I mean, this defensive tackle class is loaded, so yeah, you could get somebody else later. But he's different. Let's start with Detroit, right?
Right.
I mean, Aaron Glenn now moving on. Kelvin Shepard comes in, promoted from linebacker coach. This unit was just shredded by injuries last year. Still think they need an edge. I get it, but like all these guys have come off the board and they weren't comfortable with Mike Green, period. That's what this comes down to, okay?
Right.
So let's bring in an interior guy. We got DJ Reader. We got Aleem McNeil. Aleem McNeil tore his ACL in week 15, okay?
Right.
So we don't know what we're getting with
It's
McNeil.
a need, man. They need a defensive tackle.
Absolutely. So in comes Tyreek, 4-year player, 2-year full-time starter. Huge freshman year in a rotation. 6.5 tackles for loss, 5 sacks, which is not nothing in Ohio State, right?
Right.
But his play started to tail off in 2022. Then he kind of reemerged as a difference maker the past 2 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Last 2 years, 99 tackles, 18 for loss, 5.5 sacks. Nothing crazy. You're right.
Over 2 years, right?
Over 2 years, yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure.
You talked about the run stuff, the run stopping, but here's the thing with Tyleek, and you and I both looked at each other in Mobile and like,
He moves.
damn, dude, this guy moves different.
Yeah.
He's 300. Sometimes you forget when you watch him. It's 6'3", 334 pounds. We're not talking
He
about.
didn't run at the combine, but he did do the position.
But he
drills,
ran at
and
the position drills and
damn
and
good.
he didn't need to do anything else.
Right.
He was like, talk about a ballet feet, man.
The big man ballet.
Big man ballet. And I wrote here. This is what I wrote in my notes to remind myself. Sometimes I write sometimes you have like stick-it notes and you remind yourself, do things around the house. Take out the trash, Todd.
Draft Tyleek Williams.
I got to start taking out the trash now the draft's over.
See you in May.
Marissa will get a laugh at that. I can already hear that. Yeah, right. These big, strong, balanced, and mobile grown-ass men typically translate in the NFL.
Yeah.
There is a Maisie Smith for every Reader, and I wrote in Reader too. Interesting. DJ,
right?
DJ Reader and Deron Payne. But that's kind of the hesitation that people had. And it's always typically like it's up and down, right? But I actually thought this with him. Williams is actually best suited to play nose tackle, one gap heavy scheme. What is this? It's perfect.
Yes.
Could also be a 3 technique. Can do both. So now you've got not every some guys are just 3 techniques.
Right.
Some guys are 1s. Some guys are 0s. Some guys,
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was actually better as a nose in a 1 gap.
I agree.
But he can be a 3 too at times. His good is really damn good, but he's got to work in a rotation, stay fresh to be effective. Counter moves and overall pass rush plan need to be crafted.
Right.
But there's tools in this. There's tools in this bag to get better there. So I get it.
A little early, not a bad pick.
Totally agree.
Where are the Commanders going?
Conor Lee. This is a guy that I had.
Yeah.
I had just like Omari and Hampton became my guy, yours first. I feel like we've swapped. Here's what happened. You want the Josh Connerly story? Here's what happened. In November or December, we can look it up in the notes. Nobody cares. Look it up in the show notes. Nobody actually cares. But I said Josh Connerly, I don't get why we're not talking about him with the top OTs. I think he's shown improvement this year. He's as athletic as some of these top guys. Agile, you see here, athletic, left tackle, pass protector, coveted zone scheme, run blocking. Best tape versus Abdul Carter of any offensive tackle I saw this year. Now, I fully recognize his core strength needs to improve. Hand placement really did improve this year. Work in progress. He got his ass plowed at the Senior Bowl.
We might want to reword, but yes.
He got
ran over.
He got teacupped. Tabletop. There's another one. At the Senior Bowl by Mike Green.
It was Mike Green.
Mike Green. Yeah, Mike Green. And so that started the negativity train. But what happened was, and I don't normally do this, but you know who you are out there. There's a bunch of people who started jumping on the Connerly thing. And what happens is, and Kuiper didn't do this, but Kuiper had done this forever. And I nudge him about it. And I love Kuiper. I love Kim, his wife. I love Lauren, his daughter. And I couldn't be closer with him. But Kuiper's big thing was if he liked a guy, he was going to bump him up to 20, even though he knew he was 32, just to make sure everyone knew that it was his guy. Well, some other people got a hand on this Connerly thing. And he was like considered a 4th, 5th rounder. And I said to Muench, like, I got him like early too, but I think if he keeps playing like this, we could be talking about him in the 1st round. And then all of a sudden, everyone's got him at 25. 12. And then I'm looking at boards and it's like 18.
Yeah.
And then it's like 12. And I'm like, whoa. So now I get to pump the brakes on my guy. And so that's what happened. There's the story. Very self-serving. Very
I love the
self-serving
awareness.
story.
Where's he playing, though? I mean, you just traded for Laramie Tunsil. Are you playing him at right tackle? Are you playing Brandon Coleman, their fourth-round pick in, I think, 2023, maybe last year? Are you playing Conor inside, or are you playing him at tackle? I mean, it's going to be. You know what? This is what it says. I will say about this.
I'm playing. You can play him inside.
Yeah, you can. But you know what it says about the organization? We know that we have an absolute superstar quarterback, and we will do whatever it takes.
Yes.
We'll draft whatever it takes. It may not look like we have a need here. If we think we can get better on our offensive line, we're going to go ahead and do that to make sure that our guy's taken care of.
Well, their best player was Sam Cosmi, and he tore his ACL in the divisional
He's a
round.
guard, right?
Yeah. So circle RG
Right.
and put in Connerly.
I could see him playing guard. I
Right.
could see him playing right tackle.
Oh no, every scout out there. So
It's a good problem to have.
I would start him at guard maybe, and he could play right tackle. Yeah.
It's a good problem to have.
Yes, you're
You're
definitely
taking
on
care of
the
your
offensive
guy.
line with a guy who's going to continue to get better as he gets stronger. And I think Connerly's got a chance 2 years down, 3 years down the road. Tunsil's not playing forever. Tunsil's got to kind of clean some things up anyway. Who knows? But for now, he's a guard right tackle that will wherever they need him. Perfect.
You got
And
Jay
you're right.
Daniels, take care of your guy.
Protect the organization, and the organization is number 5. Buffalo's up. And Washington fans,
It should help that run game too.
I'm sure some of you are probably maybe a little bit. What do we have for? Yeah, I had offensive tackle down the line, so maybe. But we said all along. I even went on with my guys in Washington right before. Edge, cornerback. It could be running back. I did think this could be a spot for Travion Henderson, but totally get it. Connerly is worth the pick. And what did we also say? These tackles, when they run out,
There you go.
you pull up your tackle board, you got Josh Simmons left, and there's some immaturity and inconsistency and externals with him, and you don't know what you're quite getting, but he's the most talented, gifted offensive tackle in this class, but you're taking a big leap. And what has tonight shown us? What has tonight shown us with the best available when you got a second? I know the pick's in for Buffalo. We'll celebrate it with you, Bills Mafia. Jahad Campbell injury, Will Johnson injury, Mike Green character. Maxwell Hairston, I'm surprised. Injury. Maxwell Hairston has durability.
Yeah, that's right. He missed time last year.
Yes, the shoulder and
And
there's
there's a smaller corner.
Yes.
Smallish.
Josh Simmons character. Those are all the guys left on my board. And
Everyone
Josh
else
Simmons
was-
I had an 89.
Right.
All those guys are 92 to 91 to 90. And there's only 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, and all 4, if you count Hairston with his injuries, 5. All 5 of those guys, not quarterback, are have injury or character, and so this is a draft where we're seeing guards come off the board early, and we're seeing tackles come off the board early because there's going to be a run on those. But most importantly, we're seeing durable, healthy, high character players drafted in a year. Yeah, I mean, you keep saying that, and I get it, but it's also I got to get a starter. This draft isn't great at the top. It's not. So, let's get out of here with a starter. I don't give a shit what Steve Muench or Todd McShay or Mel Kiper
that's the
Jr.
exact way it should be.
or anyone says. I don't care what they said or where they have them ranked, because our board looks total. And I promise you, I've got some boards here they look different. I've gotten sneak peeks at kind of and talk to people about the ranges and all this, and they look different from place to place. And so in that year, you take what you know is safe, and how do I get a starter?
I agree.
So Buffalo's up.
There it is, Mad Max.
Oh, it didn't last long.
Kentucky corner, Maxwell Hairston, Buffalo, pick 30.
Thank you, man.
You had a corner here. You just didn't think. You thought Max was going to go to Green Bay at 23.
I did. So Mad Max is off the board.
You've said this about a few players tonight. This is the guy, I think, more than anyone else, when you say moves different, it's this guy.
Yeah, I
I
got done with Maxwell Hairston's tape. All right. So Buffalo fans, here we go. You got a bunch of picks, fellas, ladies and fellas. 30. You get still at 56,
Look at that,
62. But you got a bunch of picks late. I like that. So there's maneuverability. Added T. White, but cornerback is still a priority. I didn't want anyone to get confused on that. Okay. And like Tre'Davious White is you're hoping, but you can't count on. And there's still issue. They needed corner. I had it circled as number one need, no question about it. You see there, and they go out and get Maxwell Hairston, who I had as the 24th overall player in this draft. When I was done watching Maxwell Hairston, I actually said to Muench, and I don't cower from it. I think like pound for pound, this guy might be the most explosive athlete in the draft, not named Travis Hunter. He's as quick as he is fast, and he is the fastest man in the 2025 draft. 4.28. He's just as quick, folks.
In the change of direction, being able to stop and go.
I can't make the noise.
It's a video
game. It's like
here we go.
It's even faster.
I thought we were done with this tonight.
Just as important to his cover skills are his instincts, recognition skills, and the thing that I love about him, Bills fans, you're gonna love this. Trade!
Yeah, the Eagles flip-flop with the Chiefs?
Because he can't sit still.
Can't help
and
himself.
by the way, Andy Reid's the same way. They're laughing.
And watch him get a stud
Those
here.
two are laughing. They played the Super Bowl. Let's get a chuckle. Like, who are you taking? This guy. Oh, we're taking the other guy. Let's move around. Trade a 7th, and I'll give you my 7th, or something crazy like that. It's their own jokes.
Yeah, then how he gets a Pro Bowler, and you're like, oh, it's not that funny.
What was I saying about Hairston now? Oh, when the ball's in the air. Bills fans, you're going to love this guy. You know why? Because there's speed, then there's lightning speed, and then there's lightning easy speed. Not many guys have lightning easy speed. And by that, like watch how little effort he gives when he's running, and watch how calm and freaking confident he is when the ball's in the air. 6 interceptions, I think it was. He tied the Kentucky record. School record for 3 pick sixes. He had the shoulder injury. You know what? Also,
good luck
reportedly,
catching him.
he had like an infection from a needle while in the hospital after the surgery, and that slowed things down coming back. He can't tackle very well, folks. I don't care what the tackle numbers are. And yes, the shoulder hurt him when he came back from tackling. I went back to 2023. He still doesn't tackle well.
Yeah, the numbers are good, but he does a lot of running guys out of bounds. It's a lot of edge stuff.
But he elite ball skills, and he can play zone and man. And I don't know. I love Maxwell Hairston. Absolutely love him. And guess what? You look at him in this defense, it's zone heavy, but there's a lot of multiplicity. I think Hairston's going to be an absolute
He
star.
can do whatever you want him to do.
Yeah.
He's scheme versatile.
I'm just reading through my notes. I won't stop on Hairston.
No, keep going.
He doesn't back down against bigger receivers. He'll take the fight to him. 39-inch vertical too, so he can climb that ladder. Yeah. Enjoy him, Buffalo. You just got I think a special player. And by the way, what's our job on that defense? Let's get the ball back to Josh, right?
Right.
And I don't know. I don't think they turned the ball. Did they take the ball away? I didn't think.
It's like similar to the pass rush too. If you're that Bills team, you're going to go up. People are going to throw on you. You better have corners to prevent them from coming back.
And I know Bills fans are like, yeah, we took Kyer Elam, and that didn't work out well. This guy's different.
He tied for the SEC lead in interceptions with 5 in 2023.
Yeah, so that's him. That's Hairston, and now we got the Eagles. I just said like 10 minutes ago. I'm shocked at how he's been able to sit still this long.
He had to wait like a few picks.
I did read a quote from one anonymous GM that said, was it 215? Is that the area code? Philly?
Is it? Don't answer it, man.
No, they're not allowed to.
Yeah, don't.
No one in the office is allowed to pick up from 215 because when that call is done, you think you won the deal, and it turns out he stuck it to you somehow.
You just realize you got fleeced.
Mm-hmm. 2 picks left, Mensch. I want to say a couple things I'm proud of, and it's not the work we put in. It's not the recollection, the film work, any of that.
Yeah,
Neither of us.
That wasn't that great.
What time is it? It's 8:34 Pacific, 11:34 Eastern. We started the show at 4. So that's 4 hours and 34 minutes. Neither of us have gone to the bathroom.
I still have a voice.
Neither of us have run out of our voices, although mine cracked a couple times. And neither of us, I don't believe, have eaten a lick of food.
No.
But I tell you what.
That's a real challenge.
I don't care what articles we have to write. I don't care what prep we have to do. I don't care if there's ads to read. I am getting my butt into that tiny little car that we rented. and I'm driving on the way back.
Oh, no.
Car sick getting here with you and Marissa in front.
Minutes.
I'm driving on the way back, and we're going to get the kitchen is open at a certain place. We're going to go get a burger. We've done your fancy meals, your 4-hour friggin' dinners.
You love food maybe more than I do.
Well, yes, I do. But we are getting a burger tonight. All right? That's what we're doing. And I know exactly where, and the kitchen's open till 10. What's going on in the chat? People are getting mean now.
Oh, no. What happened?
I don't know. I do love how you guys here are always, like, you have your own world going on. You don't need us. I appreciate that. Did Burden just go?
They're really milking it at the end. I don't know. Are you tipping picks?
No, there's someone on the feed
tipping
just said
picks.
Burden is non-elite slot wide receiver in this draft. I don't know if he's fighting with somebody else. Seth Owens wondering, is this going to be Eamon Worry? That's actually a good guess. Oh, Mason Taylor. What about Mason Taylor? The absurdity of trading from 32 to 31. I hope people
it's great.
Actually appreciate the absurdity.
By the way, we came into this night wondering, is this going to be kind of a ho-hum draft?
Oh,
this draft delivered.
I was worried
delivered.
until Tuesday, and then things got silent, and I could tell.
Right.
And now I'm hearing everyone, there's so many phone calls being made, but no one's doing a damn thing.
5th round pick.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Why are you moving up one spot? They didn't want the player you wanted. That's weird.
Yeah.
I want to get to the bottom of that.
They must really like this guy.
But
I get it. I
guess I guess maybe you know that they're going to take him, and you try to talk him out of it because they had 2 on the board. I don't know. That's weird.
Who we got?
Oh,
okay.
Good. Jihad Campbell.
Nice to see him come off the board.
This guy's such a damn good football player. Jihad Campbell is, like, he's got the stuff to be elite. I learned, we all know about the injury. I learned he might wind up having to be the pup to start the season. For the Eagles, this makes all the sense in the world. Sit back to 32 and then give away a 5th to go to 31. Were the Chiefs going to take? I don't understand that.
No, I don't either.
I'm not going to get caught up in it.
You're a little caught up in it.
But the Chiefs are you know what? You know what? Someone may have been trying to trade in behind.
Right.
But, like, I can't imagine that Andy – I don't know. It doesn't matter. All right, Jihad Campbell.
Go.
Played edge and wide receiver at IMG Academy. 3-year player, 1.5-year starter at Alabama. Final 2 seasons, 183 tackles, 15.5 tackles for loss, 5 sacks, 3 PBUs, 2 forced fumbles, and I saw at least 1 pick on tape. He ran at 6, just a tweak south of 6'3", 235 pounds. He's got long arms, 32.5-inch arms, okay? He ran a 4.52. I thought versus the run, his instincts are still developing. I thought he was inconsistent, okay? I think he right now it's see ball, hit ball, okay? But what I do know is when he sees the ball and goes to hit the ball, he gets there in a flash. And he's long. And now in today's NFL, long, 32.5-inch arms, or 32.5-inch arm length, taller, 6'3". I can tell you as a former quarterback, it's a pain in the ass to throw around those guys in the middle of the field.
Yep.
It is.
Yep.
Dropping in the zone with speed and length, it's a pain in the ass. That's why the 90s was awesome. You had like the linebackers with the big things and the neck things. What are they called?
Neck rolls.
Neck rolls. Thank you. But here's what you love. Closes in a flash. Length. He also, I don't want to oversell this aspect because I feel like in the media it got oversold. Yes, he was a former defensive end. Yes, he can rush at times. This is not a Micah Parsons deal. This is not a Jalen Walker deal, okay? This is a guy who occasionally you can – it's more like, was it Highsmith in New England? Like occasionally is one of those guys?
Yeah.
I think
Hightower.
Hightower, sorry. Hightower.
Yes.
Dante Hightower. So – there's versatility to his game, and I think he's just going to continue to get better and better. The problem is a torn labrum, underwent surgery after the combine, and so there's now concern might be on the pup to start the season. What do the Eagles care? Like honestly, you got
they might care because Nakobe Dean's out.
No, I understand, but like, what do they really care? You get Zach Bond.
You invested a lot of money in Zach Bond. You have Nakobe Dean, who's going to miss.
Yeah, and so this guy plugs in as a starter when he's available, and hopefully one of those two guys. But what if we lose? What are we going to lose 4 games because we're missing one off the ball linebacker in the first month of the season? Is my point.
I get you. You're investing a lot in that position, and you have 2 guys now who have injury concerns.
Okay. Good luck.
I love the player, and far be it from me.
I just want people to understand. I know of almost every team I talked to without the injury, it was top 12, 13.
Yep.
I had him as at 11 on my board. Mm-hmm. Knowing the injury, but I still he'll be back. So this is Howie just got one of the, let's call it at least one of the 12 best players in this entire draft. And if he gets healthy and they get him back on track midway through the season and continues to develop, he may be their star off-the-ball linebacker.
Absolutely could be.
So we'll see.
And when you win a Super Bowl, you don't have as many holes.
Jinx my voice. Why don't you tell us something about yourself, Steve?
I just had flashbacks to like every orientation I've ever had in my life. Like, no, not doing that.
Yeah, what is your middle name, Muench?
You know, when I went to Richmond and they were like, take as many M&Ms as you want. And they're like, how many M&Ms do you have? Like 12?
Tucker wants to know
say
your
12 things.
Tucker wants to know your middle name. Mine's Marshall.
Oh, that's good.
Marshall Brown, my grandfather.
That's good. Mine's Richard.
Richard.
After my uncle Rick. Rick is way better.
We'll call it Rick.
Rick.
Yeah.
The Rick.
Steve Rick. Okay, we just get to see some of the comments now, right?
We're really losing it at the end. Is this Simmons? I'd love to see them get Simmons here.
We are back tomorrow. We are back at so the draft is at 7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. So we're back at 6:30 Eastern, 3:30 Pacific. Okay. This has been awesome. I mean, we still have like 9,000 people in this chat. I can't begin to explain to you how appreciative I had Simmons there too. How appreciative Steve and I are for all of this support. And I know everyone here behind the window is grateful for all the support as well. And we'll be back to give you more tomorrow. And right after we talk to you about Josh Simmons. But we will be back and like rocking it again tomorrow. And we're excited for it. And remember, go get the McShay report. Just Google it and get it. $1. You got till tomorrow night, and you can have it till May 31st. So I think it's a small price to pay for like all 32 team breakdowns. We're gonna have something that after I eat a burger, I'm gonna write with Dan tonight, and it's gonna come out tomorrow. I'm gonna give you the top 10 predictions. Where's Shador going tomorrow? This is your Josh Simmons, your guy. Go Kansas City Chiefs. Desperately need offensive line.
Torn patellar tendon, so he missed most of last year. So there's the durability concerns, and also as the process went on, there were some concerns about maturity and it's whether or not he is where he needs to be as a pro. So there's all of that. I get it. He is the best offensive tackle in this class. I'm sorry, he just is. He has movement skills like no other offensive tackle in this class. He can, the way he sets, the way he gets to the second level. Again, the sky is the limit. If he stays healthy and you get him to work, then the Kansas City Chiefs just got a starting left tackle, a franchise left tackle.
Two big ifs.
Who I understand,
but couldn't agree with more.
But I understand they get the best offensive tackle in this draft at pick 32. It's stealing. This is a guy I think should have gone a lot higher. Even if you have all of those concerns, I'm buying. Like, look at the guards that went this round. I'm buying a lottery ticket on a guy that could be I really believe can be an all-pro offensive tackle. Give me that guy. And you get him at pick 32, fill a need. I mean, if I'm Patrick Mahomes, I'm ecstatic with this pick.
I watched his tape after watching Banks from Texas. And after watching Conor, who I hold in high esteem, his athletic traits, and after watching Membu, where I was like, holy smokes, this guy's 332 and moves like that. And after watching Campbell, and both Membu and Campbell ran sub 5-second 40-yard dashes, which translates weirdly to success in the NFL for offensive tackles. And I put on his tape. And I knew all the stories. I knew the immaturity. I know the inconsistency. I know what you're getting, and I know that I know just like a lot of these other players that have some of these character stuff we talk about, it's about pushing out people in lives and focusing on you and your opportunity, this God-given talent that you have, and grinding to be the best you can be. And I watched his tape, and I was like, whoa.
Right.
Just like Matthew Golden moves differently than every other receiver in this class, and Maxwell Hairston moves differently than every other corner not named Hunter in this class. He's different. So Andy Reid, the former offensive lineman and the staff, got an opportunity, and they've never shied away from dealing with some of the stuff that Simmons is coming in with, the flags. Got an opportunity to make him into a special player, not like a good player, like a special player. This is a great project for Andy Reid and that staff. And if they hit on this, they're going to hit big, like Pro Bowl left tackle, big.
Right. I'm buying that.
But it's also a big project. So,
and there are concerns. Like, he got hurt so early in the season that he didn't really get into the meat of the schedule. And when they played Marshall, he only saw Mike Green for a couple snaps. So there are some concerns about the level of competition. Listen. Just watch him move on tape. Just the sets, the way he sets, the way he bends, the way he changes directions, the way he gets out in space, all of it different.
He almost moves as fast as I pack up this studio after 5 hours of talking straight and giving you everything I have in this body, mind, and soul, and voice, and everything else. And you have too. We did it. This is awesome. This is fun. I'm going to eat. I hope you guys had an awesome night tonight. We're right back tomorrow, 3:30 Pacific, 6:30 Eastern. We're going to do a pre-show leading up. I'm going to go until Shuck gets drafted or else someone turns off the lights on me. Tyler Shuck or bust tomorrow. And then we'll have a review show overnight. When you're done with the draft, check it out. We're going to do a review show after day 2. And then we'll be back on Saturday. I can't wait. Russillo called. I didn't pick up his call. Hold on. I want to show you guys what I have in here.
Oh man,
I'm working.
Tip the pick.
No. Everyone knows what I'm trying to do, and he knows what I'm trying to do. But I want people to realize that I am dead serious. You see this ISO, solo shot. That's stopwatch. We're gonna get Russillo to run a 40. I don't care. He'll want to do the bench press, but we'll be there on Saturday, 3 to 5 Eastern time, reviewing the draft, having a blast with him, telling stories, being fun. I promise you, it's going to be a hell of a lot better hang than like talking about Kennesaw State guards. Someone was like, cut it out with the Kennesaw State stuff, like the Golden something. Send me a note on what Kennesaw State is again. I know I'll change the school that I'm playing around with. We appreciate you. This has been awesome.
Thank you.
First time ever. We're proud of it. Hope you guys had fun with it. We'll see you tomorrow. Later. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. For Kansas, in affiliation with Kansas Star Casino, or 18 plus and present in D.C. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit rg-help.com. Call 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat in Connecticut, or visit mdgamblinghelp.org in Maryland. Hope is here. Visit gamblinghelplinema.org or call 1-800-327-5050 for 24/7 support in Massachusetts, or call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY in New York. Must be 21 plus and present in select states.